Naruto, you stand accused of being responsible for the loss of the Uchiha heir, interfering in a mission beyond your clearance, and endangering your fellow shinobi. How do you plead? A blonde-haired man asked the younger version of himself in a chamber filled with adults. The boy said nothing, only glaring at the man. Shackled and surrounded by scorn, Naruto knew the charges were fabricated. As he looked around the room, meeting the gazes of those present, it became clear, no explanation would save him. Their expressions made one thing certain: this wasn't a trial, it was a sentencing. There's no point, you've already decided the outcome, this is just a performance. Naruto replied coldly, his thoughts drifting to the past. Flashback. Sasuke Uchiha had chosen to accept the guidance of Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf, and one of the Sannin. Driven by vengeance against the brother who massacred their clan, Sasuke sought power at any cost. While the truth behind the Uchiha downfall was known only to a few, it was buried from the public eye. The Uchiha had planned a coup in response to years of mistreatment. 13 years earlier, a rogue Uchiha unleashed the nine-tailed fox on the village. The beast was resealed, its chakra split, and distributed by the aging third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The yang chakra was sealed into Mito, the red-haired daughter of the Hokage. The yin chakra returned to its previous host, Kushina, to save her life. The soul, the very essence of the beast, was sealed into a newborn, Naruto. Naruto never truly saw himself as part of the Namikaze or Uzumaki family. Raised alone, cast aside in favor of his sister, Naruto bore the brunt of Konoha's hatred. With his parents focused solely on Mito, the hero who held the beast's power, Naruto was left to endure scorn and isolation. His only companionship came from the Uchiha and the Ikaraku ramen stand. Much like Naruto, the Uchiha were mistrusted, blamed for the Nine-Tails attack. Fugaku Uchiha, clan head, sympathized with Naruto and treated him like family. The exception was Sasuke, who harbored resentment, seeing Naruto as an unwanted rival. After the clan's extermination by Itachi, Naruto lost the only true family he had ever known. He stopped acknowledging anyone in the village, save for the Ikaraku father-daughter duo. And in time, his ideology shifted, his needs came before the village's. He kept his head down, pretending to be average in school to avoid attention, especially from his parents. Despite Mito's occasional attempts to connect, the village adored her and loathed Naruto. He avoided contact with others, and even moved away from the Namikaze estate. His absence went unnoticed. Naruto didn't even list a surname on his shinobi registration. He was just Naruto. During his time as a genin, Naruto accomplished much, bringing hope to the land of waves, rescuing another Jinchuriki, saving the land of snow, now the land of spring, and earning the admiration of the hidden waterfall village. However, his achievements were constantly overshadowed. His team, Sasuke, Mito, and their instructor Kakashi, never recognized his contributions. Kakashi favored Mito and Sasuke, falsifying mission reports to elevate their status. The situation worsened with the arrival of emissaries from Nadeshiko village, an all-female shinobi nation seeking to uphold an old pact with Jiraiya. Since Mito was Jiraiya's pupil, she was their only candidate for an alliance. Naruto was never considered, as his value was ignored. In team meetings, Kakashi preached teamwork yet continued to exclusively train Mito and Sasuke. Naruto was left with menial chakra exercises. He completed them and created advanced techniques of his own, further isolating himself. Realizing the leaf would never support his growth, he looked elsewhere. During the Chunin exams, where all 5 great nations attended, Naruto's orphan status was recognized by visiting shinobi. He defeated Neji and even Mito in combat, drawing the attention of the cage. They noticed the resemblance between Naruto, Mito, and Minato. When questioned, Minato could only confirm Naruto was his son. It was obvious to all. This man had only just acknowledged his son for the first time. The cage, including Raikage A, saw the hypocrisy and lost all respect for Minato. Naruto's status as the sole Jinchuriki was exposed. The other cage saw it for what it was: favoritism. Even the idealistic fourth Hokage trained only the one who wielded chakra, not the one who bore the soul. During the invasion, Naruto fought and subdued Gaara, who had lost control. With the help of his white tiger summoning boss, Byakko, Naruto defeated him. The summon had originally come to him by chance, drawn by Naruto's soul. The tigers judged his heart, and despite his deep hatred, accepted him. He held no desire for revenge, only freedom. Nevertheless, Minato gave all the credit for Gaara's defeat to Mito despite her protests. Sasuke, increasingly bitter, saw the truth: Naruto had power, respect from his parents, and influence, even if it wasn't acknowledged. Sasuke, already corrupted by the curse mark, finally turned rogue and went to Orochimaru. Minato, believing Sasuke had been kidnapped, hastily assembled a retrieval team of genin and one chunin, including Mito, but not Naruto. He wasn't considered capable of handling an A-rank mission. Though Naruto typically wouldn't care, his bond with the late Uchiha couple drove him to act. He caught up just in time to find Mito battling Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Kabuto ambushed him, preventing Naruto's interference. They had previously clashed in the Forest of Death. Kabuto knew Naruto was a danger, especially since Naruto had already begun accessing Kurama's chakra. Naruto had met Kurama's soul, a female chakra entity, early in life. She had guided him as a mentor and maternal figure since Mikoto's death. After Sasuke's escape and Kabuto's retreat, Kakashi arrived and arrested Naruto for participating in the mission without orders. End of flashback. Is that your defense? Minato asked, his tone unreadable. Naruto didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the civilian council, hungry for his downfall. He'd long known they wanted him gone since birth. He even tried to point out that Rock Lee had also joined the mission uninvited, but a council member falsely claimed to have sanctioned Lee's involvement, something only the Hokage could do. Just get it over with. Those bastards want me dead. Probably orchestrated this whole trial, and only someone high up could pull that off, Naruto muttered, spitting his final words like venom. He knew their desire. If they couldn't obtain power themselves, they'd destroy those who could. Desert borders of the Land of Wind. Several days had passed since Naruto's exile from the Hidden Leaf. Now, he wandered the vast expanse of the Land of Wind. Kurama had whispered to him about a fresh beginning, a hidden world where he might truly find belonging. Not an entirely different world, but a forgotten half of their own. The greater half. Long ago, during the age of the Sage of Six Paths, the world was teeming with powerful beings, races far surpassing humans in strength, though humans vastly outnumbered them. Fearing their might, the sage took drastic measures. After becoming the host of the Ten Tails, he used its power to split the planet into East and West. The eastern lands became what we now call the elemental nations. The West was left to plunge into endless conflict. A towering, impassable wall sealed the divide. The sage then purged all non-humans from the East, believing that only humans could truly pursue peace. To him, non-humans were destined for ruin and destruction. He wiped them out, sparing neither child nor mother. While the East revered him as a divine figure, the West remembered a butcher. Some in the West had glimpses of the truth beyond the wall, fostering a hatred that lasted generations. Surviving demons hid away in the East, unable to return home, among them the tailed beasts, born from the Ten Tails' divided essence. Others, like Moroyo, turned vengeful, targeting humanity for their pain. The tailed beasts followed suit. Stripped of their homeland, they raged against the humans. In response, the sage granted humans a new form of power, ninshu, intended as a path to spiritual unity. But humanity reshaped it into ninjutsu, a weapon for war. They turned their new powers on the tailed beasts, sealing them into humans to create Jinchuriki. Immortal, the beasts could not be slain. But their human hosts were shunned, feared, and labeled as nothing more than living weapons. Those rare humans who empathized with demons, branded traitors, erased. It's scorching, Naruto yelled, wiping sweat from his brow. Byako, the white tiger summon leader, had long since returned to his realm, leaving Naruto to cross this sea of sand alone. Are you sure this is the only path to the wall, Kurama? It's either this or marching through the land of stone. They won't welcome you, exile or not. Keep walking, the kitsune said, her amusement barely hidden as she watched him roast under the desert sun. After hours of trudging beneath the relentless heat, there. I see it, the wall, Naruto cried out with renewed energy, but his joy quickly faded. Wait, how do I get past it? You said the sage made it immune to chakra. Right, chakra can't pierce it, that's the point. Keeps the East locked out. But I'm not using chakra. Kurama's tone sharpened as she took over Naruto's body. His blonde hair turned crimson, and the marks on his cheeks grew more pronounced. I've got another trick. She approached the wall, pressing her hand against its smooth surface. Found it there. She funneled a different kind of energy, call it mana, prana, or spirit power, into a hidden seal. The wall shimmered, revealing a concealed passage. Didn't think your power would help me open this door again, you old bastard, she muttered with a grin, remembering the one who had splintered her true self. Beyond the wall, the western frontier, Naruto blinked as his vision returned. His appearance reverted, blonde hair, softened whisker marks. Before him stretched a vibrant world. This is the West. I expected death, ruins. But it's beautiful, he said, gazing at the lush forest around him. Birds chirped. A river gurgled nearby. It felt like the woods near Konoha, where he used to hide as a boy. Peaceful, right? That's because few come near the wall, Kurama said, her voice softer now. The wall can't be removed without the sage's full power, which, lucky for us, I still carry a shard of. If only my siblings could see this. It feels good to be home. What now? Head north. There's a major human settlement, Camelot, but be careful, the other races won't greet you with open arms. The West was home to many beings, true demons, lesser devils, divine angels and their fallen kin, yokai like Kitsune and Nekomata, and even ghouls, mutated humans who could only consume other humans. Then there were ordinary humans, though not so ordinary. Humans here were incredibly adaptable, often interbreeding with other species, giving rise to half-breeds, though such children were often shunned. I want to meet them all, Naruto said with a smile. We're family, after all. Kurama smiled quietly at that. 1 month later, Naruto's optimism hadn't been rewarded. Most non-human races attacked him on sight. He barely survived thanks to Kurama's intervention. What struck him most was how vastly superior their power was compared to chakra. If war ever came to the east, the shinobi world would be wiped out. But not everyone was hostile. Flashback, wait, I'm not your enemy, just a traveler. Naruto raised his hands toward the cloaked figure before him. Humans lie, you always hurt us. The ghoul spat, her single visible eye filled with distrust. I'm not from here. I crossed the wall. A demon in the east told me I could find a better life here. I just want to start over, Naruto said earnestly. The ghoul's gaze narrowed, but she sensed no deception in him. Later. Wow, you Eastern humans had it rough, she muttered. Wait, humans can fight like you guys here, Naruto was shocked. Of course, the ghoul said. Your chakra, it's like a watered-down mix of true spiritual and physical energies. The West uses them in full, mana, prana, kai. Your people only learned enough to keep from breaking apart. She paced. True energy, whether it's magic or battle aura, can match any race's power. It's just hard to master. Only elites can handle it. Even your senjutsu is a diluted version of true nature power. Mixing it with chakra weakens it. If someone could wield raw nature energy, they could rule an entire demon province. Naruto stood, stunned. Thank you, I hope we can be friends one day, Naruto said as he turned to leave. Are you sure you don't need to, eat? He looked worried. I wouldn't bite a cute guy like you. I'd feel guilty later, she said with a teasing smile. I hope we meet again, he said, face red. Me too, I'm Tauka, she said, waving. I'm Naruto, he called back. Thanks for giving me hope. Naruto had spent much of his journey trying to master a certain side of his power, only to fail time and again. Frustrated, he chose to set that goal aside for the time being, focusing instead on reaching the fabled city of Caerleon, the last stronghold of mankind in the West. Upon reaching its massive gates, he was met by armored guards. Halt, state your purpose, one barked, leveling a glaive at Naruto. Raising his hands peacefully, Naruto replied, I'm a traveler, looking for a place to settle. If that's the case, what offering do you bring for Lord Dago? No one joins the Dominion without tribute. What, you need to give something just to be accepted, Naruto thought in confusion. He assumed humans would always welcome their own in these trying times. Then, a cloaked man with a staff stepped forward, his robes marked with arcane sigils. There's no need for that, he sneered. I can sense it, you're not human at all. You reek of infernal power. Guards, strike him down, the guards lunged. Naruto barely dodged, leaping back to avoid their blades. He flung a wind-charged dagger, his chakra-enhanced kunai, but it only scraped the armor. Damn it, even my wind-enhanced weapons can't pierce their gear. These Westerners are no joke, he thought, beginning to panic. He started weaving hand signs for a jutsu, but not so fast, abomination. The mage yelled, launching a blazing orb of fire that struck Naruto squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the stone wall unconscious. As the guards closed in for the final blow, a cloaked figure appeared in a flash of violet light. This boy belongs to me. Touch him and I'll erase you, the woman declared, her presence heavy and suffocating with mana. She lifted Naruto with a wave of her hand and vanished. Who was that? A guard stammered. The mage was visibly shaken. If she is who I think she is, then we're lucky to still be alive. Elsewhere, near a lake deep in the forest, Naruto lay motionless by a serene lake, gently placed there by the mysterious savior. Birds chirped softly as the wind rustled the leaves. A blonde girl with turquoise eyes approached the lake to bathe. She noticed the boy lying nearby. Who is he? She wondered. Naruto groaned, slowly waking up. His surroundings were unfamiliar. Find me, came a voice in his mind. Don't panic, a mage saved you. Just rest for now, Kurama said, cutting off Naruto's rising questions. Naruto sat up groggily. Are you okay? The blonde girl asked, extending a hand. I think so, thanks. He grasped her hand and stood. I'm Naruto, and you are. Call me Arian Pendrin, she said with a gentle smile. You look like you've been through hell. I tried to enter Caerleon, but let's just say the welcome wasn't very warm. Naruto avoided the full truth, not wanting to scare her. Yeah, not the best idea. Dago's more tyrant than lord. Why go there? She asked, curious. I'm from beyond the Great Divide. I heard that Caerleon was the heart of human strength, so I figured it was a place to start. Impossible. No one crosses the divide. You're wrong, Missy, came a new voice. Both Naruto and Arian turned, weapons drawn. The newcomer pulled down her hood, revealing sharp violet eyes and shoulder-length black hair. I'm Myrla, once known as the Gluttonous Star, the last of the Old Order. You're one of the celestial sins? Arian asked, stunned. I thought they were wiped out generations ago. They were. I'm the only survivor. And I've chosen him to help restore the balance. Wait me, Naruto asked, completely thrown. You crossed the impassable barrier. That alone proves you're not ordinary, Myrla said calmly. There's an old legend. A blade sealed in stone, said to choose the one who can lead this war-torn land. The Sword of Radiance, Kalebrand. Naruto blinked. Find me, the voice again. There's more, Myrla continued. The legend says the chosen won't just be strong, they'll be just, kind, willing to spare even the wicked. You've done that, Naruto. Arian looked at him, shocked. You didn't kill anyone in the West. I gave them a choice. That was enough, Myrla nodded. That's why the sword may be calling you. Naruto hesitated. Ladies, I've been hearing a voice. It says find me, and now it's saying come to me. Both women stared in disbelief. Then we must go, Myrla said. Now, later in the forest hours passed, Arian was starting to doubt. Are you sure this isn't a wild goose chase? She sighed. Just then, Naruto stopped. Arian bumped into him and looked up, then froze. In a clearing stood a stone, embedded deep within it, a glowing golden sword. Is that? Arian whispered. Yes, Myrla confirmed. The energy radiating from it, there's no mistaking it. Claim me, the sword whispered aloud, its voice like a chorus of angels. Naruto stepped forward. Here goes nothing, he murmured. Grasping the hilt, he pulled. A burst of golden light engulfed the forest. It's so warm, Arian whispered, shielding her eyes. Myrla smiled. At last, Naruto, both girls cried out. A scream of raw agony tore from Naruto's throat. The moment his hand wrapped around the hilt and wrenched Caliburn free from the stone, something ancient and overwhelming surged through him. A regular person had no business wielding a blade forged by the divine. Archeria and Merlin could only watch, powerless. Merlin stood back, analyzing the magical feedback storming around Naruto, while Archeria desperately tried to reach him. But the sheer pressure radiating from Caliburn stopped her in her tracks. Lady Merlin, we must help him. I can't just stand here listening to him scream like this. Archeria shouted, tears streaking her cheeks. Despite only knowing him briefly, she'd seen enough to recognize their shared dreams and pain, a bond forming quickly. There's nothing we can do right now, Merlin replied, eyes narrowed in deep thought. Caliburn is unlike anything else. It's working on Naruto, probably remaking his body to withstand its energy. He's from the East. His body wasn't made to endure such divine force. But he's not like us. He's still too fragile. This transformation is necessary. All we can do now is wait. Merlin's tone was firm as she turned her attention fully to the boy. Archeria could only watch, helpless. That feeling, being unable to help someone in pain, was one she despised. Since childhood, she dreamed of pulling the sacred sword and bringing about an era of peace and justice. But now, that dream, it didn't belong to her. It belonged to the blonde-haired outsider crying out in torment, someone who might just understand her ideals more than anyone else ever had. After 10 long minutes of searing light, Naruto's body finally fell still. He had lost consciousness 4 minutes earlier, the pain simply too much to bear. The moment he collapsed, still clutching Caliburn, Archeria rushed to him. He's breathing, she said, relieved. He needs rest, Merlin noted, but her brows furrowed as she scanned him with magic. Although there's something else. What is it, Lady Merlin? His whisker marks are gone. Archeria's shoulders drooped a little. She had grown fond of those strange marks. They gave him a certain charm she would never admit liking out loud. And, Merlin continued, he's developed a mana system, a full magical network. You mean like a mage? Archeria asked, using one of many interchangeable terms for magic users, as no singular system was universally recognized. Yes and no, he has a mage's capabilities, but this is more than that. His magical signature is divine, almost angelic in nature. You mean like the angels of the heavens? Merlin nodded. We need to get him somewhere safe. He'll need time to recover. Wait, you're not going to leave me here, are you? Came a playful voice. A striking red-haired woman with 9 swaying tails stepped forward. Archeria instantly drew her blade. Who are you? State your intent. Merlin summoned Alden, her sacred crystal. The energy from this new arrival was powerful, demonic in origin. Though Merlin could overpower her, Naruto's unconscious body made things delicate. Really now? That hurts. Naruto mentioned me earlier, didn't he? Who else could this lovely redhead possibly be? She said with a mischievous grin. A pause passed. Kurama. Both Merlin and Archeria blurted. Bingo tilde Kurama chimed, twirling like a child showing off her dress, though it was more her a hum figure on display than anything else. How did you escape? Weren't you sealed inside him forever? Merlin asked, lowering her relic. Archeria followed suit, slowly lowering her blade. No clue. I assume it had something to do with the golden sword, she said, pointing at Caliburn. And then, unexpectedly, of course it was me, came a voice from the sword itself. All 3 women widened their eyes in shock. You can talk? Naturally. What did you expect from a weapon made by the divine herself? Sentience is the least of my traits. Only my chosen wielder, or those he allows, may handle me. I detected Naruto's desire to see Kurama freed, so I adjusted his magical core to support her release. There was a brief pause as they all processed this. The mana circuits I gave him are special, personally crafted by God. With training, he will become an extraordinary mage. I apologize for acting without explanation. After all, lying dormant for 1,000 years tends to leave one a bit groggy. Kurama was too busy enjoying her freedom to care. She danced in delight. I suppose it's acceptable, Archeria said, still unsure of how to process a talking sword or a friendly demon fox. If it helps our cause in the long run, I can accept it, Merlin agreed. Naruto was taken to Archeria's home to rest. Meanwhile, Kurama and Merlin chatted, and Caliburn rested in her sheath. Later that day, within the quiet of Archeria's home, hello, Caliburn's voice rang out again. You all know the legend, yes, she waited for their nods. Then you understand what this means. Naruto will need to accept his destiny to unify the land. Kurama nodded. She had known Naruto the longest. She knew this was something he'd embrace. But to succeed, Caliburn continued, he must grow stronger. I recommend he start by earning the aid of the twin heavenly dragons. What, those beasts only bring destruction? Archeria protested immediately. That's true, Merlin admitted. Albion and Dedrag have done much harm, but they were sent by the divine alongside Caliburn. If he wields her, they will answer to him, though they may test his strength first. Everyone nodded solemnly. 4 days later, ugh, Naruto groaned as he stirred. What the hell happened? He looked around, confused, then saw the sword. Master, you're awake, Caliburn said cheerfully. Naruto blinked. Nope. Still dreaming. He pulled the covers over his head. Rude, I'm quite real. Swords don't talk. I was crafted by the divine, exception made, Naruto sighed. All right, you're real, what do I call you? Caliburn is fine, master. Oh, I may have modified you a little. You what? He exclaimed. You were weak, she admitted bluntly. The words hit Naruto like a hammer. A frail human with no power, utterly unprepared for this world. Each phrase drove him to his knees. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, master. There were benefits, too. Is anything else different? He whispered. Your eyes, one is still blue, the other red, a reflection of your new magic. Awesome. I always wanted to stand out. He smiled a little. Oh, and your mana source, crafted by God. You can now access the Vault of Legends, a realm containing every weapon ever created. A gift from the divine to her chosen heir. Naruto's jaw dropped. Wait, you're saying I can summon any weapon, even Eastern ones? Absolutely. Hell yeah, that's the coolest thing ever. Kurama, did you hear that? Wait, Kurama, no reply. Oh right, Caliburn answered. Your new mana circuits allowed me to safely unbind Lady Kurama. She's with Lady Archeria and Lady Merlin. Lady Merlin left to reform the 7 sacred knights. 7 sacred, what war is coming? The Unity War. You are destined to unite the land, remember. That destiny starts now. Naruto fell silent. A war? I can't do that. I'm not strong enough. You are now, and you will grow stronger still. Kurama told us of your dream to bring peace to all races. If you keep pushing forward, that dream will come true. Pulling me from the stone means you're chosen, and I'm glad you are. A determined light ignited in Naruto's eyes. All right, I'm in. What's the plan? First, sword training, with me and Lady Archeria. She's quite fond of you, by the way. Time skip 3 years later. 3 years had passed since Naruto drew the sacred blade from the stone, 3 long years of intense preparation, alongside his companions for the journey ahead. During this period, Naruto honed his swordsmanship to masterful levels, achieving near perfection with the blade now known as Caliburn. His connection to the sword deepened so profoundly that he could summon holy energy capable of overpowering even top-tier demonic entities. But his growth wasn't limited to the battlefield. Naruto also spent those years forming bonds, particularly with Archeria, whose stoic demeanor slowly melted away in his presence. Their closeness grew undeniable, although neither had the courage to voice the feelings that lingered between them. Around this time, Naruto also began his training in magecraft under the guidance of Rin Tosaka. The sharp-tongued girl in crimson was relentless in her methods, often pushing Naruto past his limits. Despite her brilliance, she had a notorious dislike for modern gadgets, once incinerating a perfectly working radio during a call. Through all the chaos, Naruto and Rin developed a strong friendship. Hidden beneath her fiery insults and punches, Rin developed romantic feelings for him, though her tsundere nature made any confession feel impossible. Archeria and Rin both knew of each other's feelings for Naruto. Rather than allowing jealousy to drive a wedge between them, they reached an understanding. If any woman were to genuinely love Naruto as they did, she would be welcome. Thus began the foundation of Naruto's harem. Even so, he made it clear that Archeria would always be his first and truest love, a sentiment Rin accepted, despite the occasional blow to her pride. Around this time, Merlin reappeared with news. She had found another one of the 7 sins. Eskener, the embodiment of pride, whose dual nature between daylight arrogance and nighttime meekness made him a perfect fit. While incredibly powerful, Eskener wasn't destined to lead. That role belonged to someone else. As Merlin continued her search, fate took an unexpected turn. She encountered the goddess of Avalon, Lady Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. Knowing the legend surrounding Naruto's rise, she chose to support him directly. She summoned him to Avalon and bestowed upon him a holy relic, the Sword of Promised Victory. This sword, born of the hopes and dreams of all life, crafted by fairies and tempered by the planet's will, was meant solely for Naruto. Alongside the blade came its legendary sheath Avalon, a divine scabbard with defensive properties so powerful, it could nullify nearly all harm and even stave off the effects of time. It granted Naruto and his companions prolonged vitality and unparalleled healing, greater than any Jinchuriki regeneration. Grateful beyond words, Naruto passed Caliburn to Archeria. Though she initially resisted the gift, he explained how much strength it would give her, and how much it symbolized her importance as the first person he truly loved. Touched by his sincerity, Archeria accepted the sword she had once dreamed of as a child. Her gratitude was overwhelming, and Naruto didn't get much sleep that night. Rin's wrath the next morning was, predictably, volcanic. Even after mastering Excalibur, Naruto continued to rely on the Gate of Babylon. He refined his use of its treasures, learning to wield ancient weapons like Gibalg, and Enkidu. While the gate was mostly used for launching a barrage of projectiles, Rin observed something curious during her analysis. Naruto wasn't channeling magic through an external link. Rather, he was the direct connection to the treasury itself. This discovery left her with countless questions about Naruto's identity and power. Naruto also developed his own countermeasure for overwhelming attacks, a technique he named Banishing Shift. This ability could nullify and erase any incoming assault, magical or physical, by reducing it to a zero-dimensional state. Despite its terrifying potential, Naruto rarely used it, preferring the thrill of true combat. Only when absolutely necessary, or when bored, would he unleash it. Once their training was complete, Naruto and his companions approached the barrier dividing the realms. Standing tall in obsidian-black armor that resembled a berserker knight's, A.N. Lancelot's armor from Fate/Zero, Naruto prepared for the next phase. Archeria wore her battle gear, while Rin stayed true to her style, red turtleneck, black skirt, thigh-high socks and brown flats. Kurama, ever the slothful kitsune now that she was no longer sealed, dozed within Naruto's soul, her former prison transformed into a luxurious inner sanctum. "We're really going back to your old world, huh?" Rin asked, a mix of curiosity and doubt in her voice. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "Won't they recognize you?" Archeria asked, clearly concerned. "Doubt it. My eyes are different now, 2 colors, and the whisker marks are gone. Plus, I've got this." He lifted his helmet, trying to reassure her. Though Archeria pouted, missing his old features, she smiled at the thought of a puppy he once brought home, how she had squealed and played with it all day. Rin and Naruto still teased her about it. Don't worry, master. No one will lay a finger on you while I'm here, came a voice from Excalibur at his side. Voice based on Sora from Trinity 7. I may serve Lady Archeria now, Caliburn chimed in, but I will always fight at your side. So why visit the other side at all? Rin asked. Isn't it a weaker realm compared to ours? Not that I mind seeing it. Naruto gave her a soft smile. There are people I need to see, maybe for the last time. Archeria stepped in and hugged him. Whatever happens in the war, we'll face it together. Thanks, he whispered, returning the embrace. All right, enough mushy stuff, Rin interrupted. Let's see this other world already. Naruto reached out to the wall and infused it with Kurama's chakra. A spiral portal opened. As they stepped through into Naruto's world, the first thing that hit them was, "It's hot," both girls muttered flatly. We're in a desert, Naruto said. Rin, got anything to deal with the heat? I feel like a roasted boar in this armor. I've got just the thing, she said, handing them each a small blue jewel, enchantment stones to keep them cool. Much better, Naruto exclaimed with relief, stretching his limbs. Wearing a full suit of knightly armor under the hot sun had been a terrible decision. First stop, Sunagakure, he declared, pointing toward the distant desert village. With a flash of chakra, he summoned Byakko once more, and the massive beast gave them a swift ride across the sands. It only took a few hours to arrive, but the scene that greeted them was grim. Blood stained the sand, rubble was scattered near the entrance, and corpses of shinobi and guards lay lifeless. Only one figure stood at the gate, Temari, waiting anxiously. What the hell happened here? Naruto shouted, his voice muffled under his helmet. Rin and Archeria stayed back, allowing him to approach. Halt, state your business, Temari barked, fan raised in caution. She couldn't risk trusting strangers after what had just occurred. You seriously don't recognize me, Naruto sighed, shaking his head. Guess the armor did its job. He lifted the helmet, revealing wild blonde hair and one bright blue eye. The other, however, was red, unfamiliar to her. Naruto, she asked hesitantly, unsure due to the lack of whisker marks and the odd eye color. In the shinobi world, an eye transplant wasn't unheard of. So you do remember me, he grinned. I'm here for Gaara, what happened? Wait, Naruto, you're alive, we all thought you were dead after no one could find you. Temari threw her arms around him. Gaara's been taken. Please, we need your help. What, where? I'll bring him back, Naruto said, voice filled with concern. Come with me. Kankuro and I were just about to go after him. Naruto and his companions followed without hesitation. As they traveled, Temari filled him in. A criminal organization known as the Akatsuki had begun collecting the tailed beasts for an unknown plan. Gaara was their first target. Naruto explained his own story, that he had left the continent, crossing the great ocean to live in the distant west. Temari didn't believe it at first, but Rin and Archeria vouched for him. Besides, the legendary swords Excalibur and Caliburn had a way of convincing even the most skeptical. She was shocked to learn Naruto was considered a king in the western lands, something beyond imagination. Temari continued, explaining the fallout of his banishment. Word had spread of the injustice, and the Leaf Village suffered heavily. Treaties with the Land of Waves, Land of Spring, formerly Snow, Waterfall, and even the sand had been severed. The entire Land of Fire plunged into economic decline. The Fire Daimyo himself stormed into Konoha and publicly berated the council, cutting their annual budget by nearly a third. He even issued a command to bring Naruto Namikaze back and lifted the banishment. Unfortunately, that person didn't exist. Naruto had never been acknowledged by either the Namikaze or Uzumaki clans. During his trial, Minato had referred to him only as Naruto. Giving him a surname now was meaningless. Jiraiya tried to track him using his spy network, but he'd vanished without a trace. Everyone assumed he had died. Thankfully, his helmet ensured his true identity remained hidden even from the Akatsuki. But for now, saving Gaara came first. Sounds rough. Wouldn't want to be a leaf shinobi right now, Naruto muttered. Sounds rough, Temari echoed, confused. Just an expression from the West, kind of stuck with me. That explains your weird accent. It's nothing like what we hear here, she noted. I think it suits you, Archeria smiled. I call it blending in, Rin added. Naruto had adapted to Western life without much issue, even with the strict travel laws caused by the ongoing war. Life was different over there, less about endless battle, more about people just living. The sight of children playing in the streets instead of training for war had been refreshing. In the shinobi world, peace had only ever come after massive death tolls. The shinobi system, while designed to end chaos, had only prolonged it. Lord Naruto, Caliburn suddenly spoke in his mind, I sense a similar presence ahead. That must be Gaara, Naruto said, approaching a river partially blocked by a massive boulder, just before they ran into another group. What are you doing here, Leaf Ninja? Temari snarled upon seeing Kakashi, Guy, Maito, Sakura, Neji, Lee, Tenten, and the emotionless Sai. Relax, we're here to help, Kakashi said with a friendly wave. His eye narrowed at the armored figure. Though I'm more concerned about your companion, he doesn't seem strong. That comment made Rin and Archeria scowl. Kankuro rolled his eyes. And who even wears a full suit of armor? Only samurai do that. It was common for shinobi to believe themselves superior to samurai, but the reality was different. Samurai trained intensely. One skilled samurai could rival a seasoned chunin. Rumors said one even survived an encounter with Hanzo the Salamander, a feat most shinobi couldn't claim. This isn't the time to argue, Naruto said sternly. We're allies of the sand, but your timing is too perfect. The Akatsuki moved fast. Too fast for you to already be here. That means this was planned. What's wrong with us helping? Maito asked, though she wasn't completely on board with the mission either. It had been her father's orders. It is a problem, Kankuro growled. We don't trust Konoha anymore. For all we know, you're here to take Gaara's beast or use him as leverage. The Leaf Ninja tensed at the accusation. Rumors had spread that Maito struggled to control the Ninetales chakra. Many suspected the leaf might target another village's Jinchuriki. Unyouthful words. We came in peace, Guy protested. Master, Excalibur's voice echoed, surprising the Leaf group and catching Tenten's attention in particular. His signal is gone. Gaara, Naruto, Temari, and Kankuro cried out. Enough, Archeria barked. Rin and I will watch the Leaf shinobi. Saber, you'll go with the sand and retrieve Gaara. It had been agreed that Naruto would go by Saber when in public, especially around potential enemies. Revealing his identity could result in being dragged back to Konoha. Naruto nodded. Excalibur, get ready. We're breaking that rock and whoever's hiding inside. With a flash of light, he drew the legendary sword from Avalon. The overwhelming energy radiating from it stunned the Leaf Ninjas, making them uneasy and curious. Naruto raised the blade, and in one powerful swing sliced the boulder clean in half. It's useless. That blade of yours can't break through the seal placed by the Akatsuki, Kakashi said with a smug smile beneath his mask, his eye curving upward. A few Konoha shinobi chuckled, until their laughter died abruptly. With a swift swing, Saber cleaved the massive boulder in half like slicing butter, unveiling the hidden entrance. Everyone leaped down, leaving the Leaf shinobi frozen in disbelief at what they'd just witnessed. A weapon like that, it could be valuable to the village. And it talks. That sword might hold secrets we could use, Kakashi thought, already plotting to claim Excalibur for the Leaf. He dismissed Naruto as a non-threat, judging by his heavy armor and the apparent lack of chakra from the girls accompanying him. Even a newborn emits more chakra than those three, he scoffed inwardly. Well, look at what we have here. The Ninetales host finally shows up, Deidara said with a sneer, seated atop Gaara's unconscious form. Get off him, you bastard, Naruto roared, gripping Excalibur. And who's going to make me? Deidara mocked, narrowing his eyes at the armored figure. Suddenly, golden portals shimmered into existence behind Saber. From them emerged countless weapons, swords, spears, axes, floating with divine menace. The Konoha shinobi arrived just in time to witness the display, eyes wide with confusion and fear. What is this? Thought everyone, save for Rin and Archeria, who exchanged knowing smirks. Let me show you what happens to those who hurt my comrades. Naruto launched one of the spectral weapons with impossible speed, forcing Deidara to dodge frantically. What the hell is that? Deidara yelled, startled by the massive crater left in the weapon's wake. No ordinary sword could do that. Ha ha ha, witness the might of a true king, Naruto shouted, sending more projectiles toward the Akatsuki. Deidara scrambled onto his clay bird, and Sasori's prized puppet was obliterated. You'll pay for that, king or not, Sasori growled, withdrawing another puppet in fury. Rin, can you stabilize Gaara? Naruto asked. She nodded, consider it done. Good, bring him back. It'll be nice to see an old friend again, Naruto said calmly. Archeria, Kankuro, Temari, watch the Leaf shinobi and protect Rin. She brought me back once, she can do the same for Gaara. The three nodded. Rin had indeed revived Naruto once before, using a powerful jewel after he was slain by Eskener. He'd never forgotten that lesson, especially about respecting Eskener under the sun. You're insane, you can't fight the Akatsuki alone, Maito shouted. Do not question me, girl, Naruto said sharply. I am a king. They are nothing to me. Like hell we are, Deidara snarled, charging. He had been ordered to capture the Ninetales host, but Naruto's attitude had pushed him over the edge. Kakashi, however, motioned for his team to stand down. He wanted to see more of this so-called king's abilities. And he still hoped Naruto would fall, leaving the enchanted sword up for grabs. The leaf's dwindling power meant seizing such artifacts was becoming necessary. Naruto's barrage tore Deidara's bird apart. Sasori summoned the third Kazekage puppet, but even the iron sand proved ineffective. Naruto's weapons overwhelmed it, smashing it to pieces. "You'll regret that, that puppet was irreplaceable," Sasori bellowed. "Your anger means nothing to me," Naruto replied coldly. Deidara unleashed a clay dragon, while Sasori revealed his true form, a puppet himself. Spectators could only gape at the battle's intensity. "I've got a pulse," Rin said calmly. "He's going to be okay, there are no injuries left that I haven't healed." "Thank you," Temari cried, embracing her. "Yeah, thanks," Kankuro said, kneeling beside Gaara in relief. "I only did it for that idiot up there," Rin muttered, shaking her head at Naruto's flashy battle style. "Excuse me, miss," Sakura said, curious. "You revived him without a resurrection jutsu. Name's Rin Tosaka, or in your terms, Tosaka Rin. M's Tosaka, how did you bring him back? I examined him." Gaara's heart had stopped. "That's not your concern." "It's a technique passed down through my family," Rin replied firmly. "That's impossible. No known bloodline can reverse death like that," Sakura argued. "I never said bloodline," Rin countered. "I said family technique." Boom. An explosion echoed as Naruto switched tactics, closing his gate of Babylon and drawing Enkidu and Excalibur. With the chains of heaven, he lassoed the clay dragon and dragged it into the path of Sasori's flamethrower. "This guy's unstoppable," Deidara shouted. "I've had enough," Sasori snapped. He summoned a scroll and out came 100 puppets. Deidara fled, realizing the battle was already lost. "You really think an army will stop me?" Naruto said arrogantly, raising Excalibur as it glowed with golden light. "Prepare yourself," he whispered to the sword, which pulsed in response. "I've wiped out entire villages with this technique," Sasori boasted. "You're no different." Naruto lifted his blade as the room began to shimmer with divine light. Golden droplets hung in the air, then the voices came. Kakashi stared at Excalibur, mesmerized. In the glow, he saw an older version of himself, no mask, looking at him with disappointment. A single tear fell. Guy saw a man who looked just like him, bearded and smiling. "I'm proud of you," the man said, giving a thumbs up. Guy sobbed openly, tears of youth and pride. Neji saw his father, who smiled warmly at him. Neji couldn't hold back his tears. Even Sasori, ready to launch his final assault, froze. "Mother, father," he whispered. His puppet eyes could not shed tears, but he felt them. His parents appeared in the light, smiling gently. "No matter what," his father said, wrapping him in a hug. "We love you," his mother whispered. And in that moment, even the heartless puppet remembered what it meant to feel. Then the apparitions vanished. What was that?" Maito stammered, pointing at the gleaming sword in Naruto's hand. The others were equally stunned by the vision of the departed spirits. "While there are blades forged with more finesse or elegance, this one is different, something beyond mere craftsmanship. Calling it beautiful would only tarnish its true nature," Archeria said softly, her voice brimming with reverence. She continued, her tone calm but powerful. "It is a construct born of humanity's imagination, legends shaped by pure hope. A manifestation of dreams, purified and sharpened into form. This is the highest form of fantasy, born from the collective yearning of mankind. It stands as a monument to their prayers, their grief, their longings, and their forgotten dreams, memories stained with blood and glory. It is what every warrior from the past to the future has wished for, to rise above and be remembered." She raised her chin proudly, her words echoing like a vow. "Its name surpasses every limitation, be it time, space, nation, or creed. This is X," Naruto shouted, raising the sacred sword high, his voice shaking the battlefield. Sasori, snapping out of his trance at seeing his long-lost parents, launched all his puppets in a desperate counterattack. "Calibur," Naruto roared, bringing the blade down in a radiant arc. A golden flash engulfed the field, erasing every puppet and Sasori with divine force. The red-haired shinobi smiled as the holy light claimed him. "I'm coming, mother, father," he thought peacefully. Naruto noticed the serene expression on his face. "May you find peace in that distant paradise," Naruto murmured, a quiet blessing for a fallen foe. "Thank you, my king," Sasori whispered, finally acknowledging Naruto as a ruler before being consumed by the light. A gaping hole was left where the mountain wall once stood. With the fight over, Naruto moved toward Gaara. Kakashi approached, but Rin stepped in first. "Would you consider joining the Hidden Leaf?" Kakashi asked, trying to sway a powerful force to their side. "Ha, as if I'd abandon my family for that village." I know exactly what kind of reputation you uphold, and it's nothing noble, Rin sneered, eyes sharp. We stick together. Unlike you, we don't turn our backs on our own. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. I asked nicely. Don't make me force you, he said, drawing his kunai. The Leaf Shinobi followed suit. Temari and Kankuro readied themselves for battle. Naruto, meanwhile, was gently lifting Gaara. But Archeria had already moved into position. Her blade, Caliburn, rested dangerously close to Mito's neck. I wouldn't recommend that, she said coldly. You know how much the Hokage's daughter is worth on the bounty circuit. Naruto told us, your system doesn't work like a proper government. It's a guild of hired killers. How didn't we sense her? Both Kakashi and Neji thought in alarm. Neither of their advanced perception abilities picked up on her presence. This is your one warning, Archeria said calmly. Withdraw, or we'll treat this as an act of war. You sent 2 teams to handle 2 Akatsuki members. We only needed 1 person. Do you really think you stand a chance? The silence was suffocating, until Kakashi finally made a decision. We're returning to the village, he said flatly. The squad stared in disbelief. The mission was vital, yet he was ordering retreat. What? We can't leave. The Akatsuki are dangerous, and these new people have unbelievable powers. If we just, Mito protested, but she faltered mid-sentence, realizing that the needs of the many outweighed her personal grudge. If you push this, you'll spark a war with the sand, Temari snapped. They're our allies, and we made a pact to support each other. We're not going to betray them now. Her conviction was firm. She believed backing Naruto would yield long-term benefits. We're not risking a war over a few individuals. Everyone withdraw, Kakashi commanded. And just like that, the Leaf Ninja turned and disappeared into the trees. In a clearing near the sand village, what is that pain? Gaara thought groggily, blinking through the dull ache. Didn't I die? The soreness in his body suggested otherwise, like someone had been kicking him. Hey, rise and shine, sleepyhead. Your friends and family were getting worried. A voice rang in his ear. Gaara's eyes cracked open slowly, greeted by the sight of a figure clad in dark armor. Who are you? Gaara asked, still disoriented from the Akatsuki's kidnapping. Gaara, Temari cried, rushing into her brother's arms. Temari, he muttered in shock. What happened? You were rescued, the armored man answered casually. Although credit mostly goes to her, he added, motioning toward Rin. Can I ask the name of the one who saved me? Gaara asked politely. I figured you wouldn't recognize me, especially in this getup, the figure chuckled. The armor doesn't exactly help. You can call me Saber when I'm in battle gear. But, he removed his helmet, revealing golden hair and mismatched red and blue eyes. Naruto will do just fine, Gaara's eyes widened. I thought you were dead, Naruto grinned and extended his hand. Let's keep that rumor going, makes things easier. Come on, you've always been full of surprises, my friend, Gaara said warmly, accepting the help up. 3 days later, Hokage office, Hidden Leaf inside the Hokage Tower, Minato stood with Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kushina, awaiting the return of Team Kakashi and Team Guy. Jiraiya had gathered intelligence about Gaara's abduction by the Akatsuki. Minato was already crafting a plan to rescue the Kazekage and force the Sand Village into a trade agreement, one that would benefit only the Leaf. With Konoha's influence waning and its economy faltering, power and resources were desperately needed. Report, Kakashi, Minato said firmly. The absence of Gaara in the group set off alarm bells. You're not going to like it, Sensei, Kakashi sighed. Everyone except Kakashi, Guy and Mito is dismissed, Minato ordered. After a full debrief, so let me get this straight, Minato began. This Saber went toe-to-toe with 2 high-level Akatsuki members, killed one, maimed the other, and uses some strange power that manifests golden portals from which he launches legendary weapons, Kakashi nodded. And he's got allies. One girl can supposedly bring the dead back without any version of Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu, and another nearly assassinated Mito undetected. Another nod. Mito looked down, ashamed. She prided herself on being a top shinobi, yet a reanimated corpse nearly ended her life. Despite all her training, the Kyuubi's chakra still made her unstable. No matter the seals or techniques applied, the chakra remained pure chaos without the beast's soul. Jiraiya had long theorized that without its soul, the chakra was impossible to control. Then there was that sword, capable of summoning spirits. That intrigued all 4 of them. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had all lost loved ones. A blade that could revive the dead was a prize worth coveting. And none of them show chakra, Minato pressed. Not a trace, Kakashi said. Even with my Sharingan, Neji confirmed it too, it's like they're ghosts. That's not possible, Tsunade snapped. You need chakra to live. Kakashi sighed. Believe me, I'm just as confused. What else do we know about them? Minato asked. Their weapons speak, and judging by the power of one, the other must be just as dangerous, Kakashi explained. They seem more like freelancers, Guy chimed in. They've got no headbands and act like old comrades. My guess, they're mercenaries. After some silence and thought, I can't have them running loose. I'm listing them as missing nin in the bingo book, Minato announced. Kakashi, Guy, and Mito were stunned. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged weary looks. They saw this coming. Kushina silently agreed. Dad, that's illegal. They're not even leaf shinobi, Mito objected. You can't do this, sir, Guy added. They've committed no crimes. This is wrong. Minato's tone hardened. They possess power that belongs under Konoha's command. For the good of the village, I'll fabricate their backgrounds, say they stole those weapons and deserted. That's enough for a capture order. Mito fell silent. Like most shinobi, she had been raised to prioritize the village above all. Even she couldn't argue against that conditioning. Sensei, Kakashi warned, the other nations already mistrust us. No one will buy this story. Worse, they might try to recruit them themselves. Then we'll go to war, Minato replied coldly. Any nation that challenges us over them will be dealt with. Power belongs to the leaf. He's changed, Kakashi thought grimly. If this continues, the whole continent might burn. Back in the sand village, Keisuke's office. This is a lot, Gaara muttered, absorbing Naruto's story. On their way back from the land of rivers, Naruto had told him everything. He spoke of the world beyond the wall, a vast barrier that split the elemental nations from the western lands. For generations, shinobi tried to reach the other side, but the wall crumbled any structure near it. No jutsu, no tech, no trick had ever worked, and yet Naruto had passed through. He'd told Gaara about magic and chi, about civilizations far beyond their comprehension. In the West, chakra was considered weak, primitive. There were entire races stronger than humans, and even among humans, only 40% had the ability to wield true energy. Gaara, whose land bordered the West, could only tremble at the thought of invasion. Thank the heavens for the wall, he muttered. As much as I want to help, I can't put my village at risk. We'd be obliterated in the first wave. Naruto smiled. I understand. I never came here to ask for help. I just wanted to see you guys one more time. Gaara nodded slowly. All I ask is that you keep my identity hidden, until I choose to reveal it, Naruto said solemnly. You have my word, Gaara replied. You're not dying on us again, Rin said, scolding him. And if you do, I'll just drag you back again. Still, I owe you my life, Gaara said gratefully. Well, there is one thing, Naruto trailed off awkwardly. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Shin facepalmed and Kurama laughed heartily from within Naruto. Hunger is a foe we all must conquer, Archeria said seriously, hands on her stomach. So, can we eat now? Naruto asked sheepishly. Temari chuckled. Kankuro snorted, Gaara smiled. Of course, Gaara said, rising from his chair. Let's get something to eat. 4 months later, Waterfall Country, after their time in the Sand Village, Naruto and his group continued their journey across the nations. Gaara had promised to watch for signs of change, and expressed openness to forming an alliance when Naruto eventually claimed his throne. Their next stop was the Land of Waves, where they visited Tazuna and Inari. The old bridge builder and his grandson were overjoyed to see the blonde troublemaker alive and thriving. Following that, the group traveled to the Land of Snow, where Naruto met with Koyuki. Their reunion was eventful. Naruto walked away with a few unexpected bruises after Koyuki pulled him into a fiery, heartfelt kiss upon hearing his dreams for the future. I'll wait, she said, cryptically walking away. Naruto was left stunned, much to the frustration of Rin and Archeria, who were exasperated by his obliviousness. Later, Kurama informed the group about a surviving demon in the east, Moroyo. Naruto wished to offer him a chance to return to the west. Like most demons, Moroyo likely still lived, immune to time, and human shinobi would struggle to oppose him. They traveled to the land of demons and offered their protection to the priestess, Shin. Shin, headstrong and brash, often clashed with Naruto. Archeria volunteered to guard her personally. As the group approached the temple, Archeria and Rin held off enemy forces, while Naruto accompanied Shin to confront and seal Moroyo. But instead of sealing him, Naruto chose to extend an offer of peace and return. Moroyo, consumed by hatred, rejected the proposal and declared vengeance, not on the sage who had once sealed him, but on his descendants. Shin, in despair, prepared to sacrifice herself to complete the seal. But Naruto, combining Excalibur and the priestess's sacred bell, defeated the demon. Shin, deeply moved, declared her feelings and asked Naruto to receive her gift. He agreed, clueless to her deeper meaning, which led to yet another scolding from Rin. During his training in a remote location, Naruto was approached by two women, Shizuka and Takiwa. Observing his terrifying strength during sword and magic training, they introduced themselves, seeking a powerful man to challenge and potentially marry Shizuka. Unsurprisingly, Shizuka lost. Naruto, honing his reflexes by fending off his own noble phantasms via the Gate of Babylon, overwhelmed her. She accepted him as her future husband without shame. After hearing his story, on the condition they tell no one, they were shocked to learn of his lineage and ties to a mysterious western land. Shizuka, impressed and intrigued, promised to wait for him too. That's when Naruto finally understood what Kayuki had meant. Still, he forgot to mention this new development to the others, something that would make for an interesting confrontation later. The group also visited the Hidden Star Village, liberating it from a corrupt leader who had forced children into life-threatening training using the village's meteorite. And in the skies above the Land of the Sky, Naruto slew the Zero Tails while aiding Amaru. He also supported Haruna, the new daimyo of the Land of Vegetables. Their path wasn't without conflict. Leaf Hunter Nin targeted them relentlessly, under strict orders to bring them in. When Naruto and his companions found themselves listed in the Leaf's bingo book, framed with false charges, they were livid. The first squad was spared. The rest returned in body bags. Branded criminals, they decided to live up to the title, committing petty crimes across the Fire Country, thievery, destruction, dine-and-dash antics, and even assassinating Leaf Shinobi. The Fire Daimyo, overwhelmed with complaints, suspected Minato's old hand in the mess. Still, aware of the injustice at play, he allowed Konoha's ninjas to handle it alone. By the time the group reached Waterfall Country, Konoha had lost 3/4 of its Hunter Nin, a quarter of its ANBU, and many skilled ninja from other ranks. Konoha's influence plummeted. The new rankings of the 5 great nations shifted. Cloud stood first, followed by Stone, Sand boosted by Naruto's allies, Mist recovering from civil war, with Mangetsu now one of the 7 swordsmen, and the Leaf dead last. Jiraiya resorted to donating proceeds from his book sales to keep the village afloat. The Uzumaki fortune, once vast, had been drained by Kushina to support Konoha's decline. Now our trio found themselves in the Land of Waterfalls. So this is the last stop? Archeria asked. Yeah, I want to see Shibuki again. He's a good man, Naruto replied. How much further? Rin groaned, clearly weary from the journey. Only about an hour more, boom. What was that? Archeria said, drawing Caliburn. No idea, but we better check it out, Naruto said, donning his helmet. Naru-chan, hurry. I sense Chomai nearby, Kurama warned, alarmed for her sibling after recent Akatsuki attacks. The group had already intercepted several such missions and had only allowed the One-Tails to be taken. When Yujito was attacked, Naruto had been there to save her. Kakuzu and Hidden had barely escaped with their lives. Damn it, they're going after the Seven-Tails, Naruto growled as they raced toward the noise. They arrived unseen, hiding in the trees above a clearing where the infamous duo fought a green-haired, tan-skinned girl who was clearly on her last legs. Give up, Jinchuriki. You're not escaping this time, Kakuzu warned coldly. Keep struggling, Jashin-sama demands your blood, Hidden howled. I can't, Fu thought, ready to accept her fate. I don't think so, came a calm male voice, grabbing everyone's attention. You, both Akatsuki growled, recognizing the man who had nearly ended them before. Who are you? Fu asked hesitantly. A king, the armored man replied, summoning a dozen golden portals behind him. Fu's eyes widened. The Akatsuki stared shaken, she was in awe. So, are we fighting today or will you run again like before? Naruto taunted, daring them. No, only Leader-sama can deal with him, Kakuzu thought, sweat beading. You may have crushed Sasori's puppet, but you won't defeat us. Hidden roared, only to be held back by Kakuzu's threads. Stop, we'll die here if we fight him. We must report this to Leader-sama. Damn it, Hidden cursed, backing off. The pair fled toward the Rain Village. Rin quickly healed Fu. Thank you so much, Fu said with a deep bow. No thanks needed, you're a ninja of this land. Shibuki wouldn't want to see you fall, the armored man said. You know Shibuki? Yeah, we're old friends, he replied with a hidden smile. We should head to the village, it's not safe out here, Rin urged. Agreed, the Akatsuki or the Leaf might still be tracking us, Archeria added, startling Fu. Oh, before we go, can I know the names of my rescuers? I'm Rin Tosaka. Archeria Britain. I'll tell you mine when we meet Shibuki, Naruto said. I still need to hide who I am. Fu nodded, satisfied. When they reached the village, Shibuki welcomed them personally. After hearing what happened and seeing the man behind the helmet, everything changed. Please, Naruto, take Fu with you, Shibuki begged, dropping to his knees. We now find our newcomer, Fu, joining the group. After her encounter with the Akatsuki, Shibuki offered her the opportunity to travel with her hero to an entirely new world, one that she was completely unfamiliar with. After a tearful farewell between Shibuki and Fu, they headed toward the village hidden in the sand. Sand village, damn, the sun's going to fry me, Fu complained. How do you three stand this heat? She accused her new companions. Didn't Rin tell you? Naruto asked her. Tell me what? She asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Rin stepped forward, gathering attention. I have a spell that can keep you cool in the hottest of temperatures, she said with a big grin, causing Fu's jaw to drop. You, how come you didn't tell me that? An angry Fu shouted. Well, you needed a little welcome gift. I thought you'd appreciate my genius talents, Rin said smugly. It would have been much better if you cast that spell on me, Fu huffed. Rin ignored her and continued toward the village's gate. Why you? Get back here, Fu screamed and chased her, demanding that she cool her off. I feel like those two are going to get along just fine, Naruto commented. Not unless Fu kills her first, Archeria said with a smile. They do have an interesting dynamic. Time skip, in the village hidden in the sand, Naruto and Gaara devised a plan to deal with the box of unlimited bliss. The idea was for Naruto to attempt an assassination on Gaara, after which he would be captured and sent to the blood prison. Under a fake identity as Tatsumi, Naruto would act as if he were trying to assassinate Gaara to weaken the Sand Village. Naruto claimed he was hired by the Leaf Village for this mission, though they denied it, even though their reputations suggested otherwise. In truth, it was one of Minato's plans to bring power to the Leaf by weakening the other villages. Of course, Naruto couldn't say that, and there was no real evidence to prove it. The trial was held in the Land of Iron, with all 5 cages present because the prison, Hazuki Castle, needed their approval for Naruto's incarceration. Naruto only mentioned that the Leaf had hired him to sow doubt about the Leaf among everyone, except for Gaara, who began to question them after hearing about a plan to rescue him from the Akatsuki. Naruto was sent for punishment. He still had his chakra coils, and with Kurama's help, he made it appear that Tatsumi was on par with a cage, hoping to lure out the real perpetrators. He entered the prison to fulfill his role, only to be confronted by Mui, the head of the prison, who intended to use him as an offering for the box. However, Naruto managed to escape from Mui and his men. The fire release. Heavenly Seal had no effect on Naruto, as he didn't use chakra to break free. Instead, he summoned one of his noble phantasms to fight his opponents, though he didn't escape without taking a few hits. He ran and hid in a cave near the prison, where he rested until another prisoner confronted him. This prisoner was Ryuzetsu, who came to heal him and talk about her own purpose there. They formed a bond and agreed to work together to kill Mui and destroy the box of unlimited bliss. The problem, however, was finding the box. They decided to wait for Mui to make the first move. Tired of searching for Naruto, Mui began harvesting the other prisoners' chakra for the box. Eventually, Mui came face to face with his son, Muku, who was actually Satori, the demon inside the box. Muku, wearing his skin, was about to escape the box. Just as Muku was about to strike Mui, Naruto and Ryuzetsu intervened. Naruto used Enkidu, the chains of heaven, to restrain Muku and save Mui. Muku transformed into Satori's true form and battled Naruto, who was the only one capable of defeating him. Naruto summoned Durandal and fought fiercely against Satori. Naruto struggled to overcome Satori, and as prisoners and guards perished in the chaos, Naruto could no longer hold back. He summoned and, after an intense battle, ultimately slain the demon, saving everyone. Mui was deeply grateful to Naruto and Ryuzetsu for ending the nightmare of the box of unlimited bliss. He allowed them to leave the prison, understanding the reasons for their incarceration. With nowhere else to go, Ryuzetsu didn't want to return to the village hidden in the grass, so she chose to follow Naruto. The two had grown close during their time in the blood prison, and they agreed that the other side of the wall offered a better chance for a new beginning. This would later cause some headaches for Naruto and his companions. After introducing Ryuzetsu to the group, they continued their journey west. Tosaka's manor, west on their journey to Rin's home, which was being used as a base, Fu and Ryuzetsu were in disbelief at the state of the west. They had witnessed a lot of death. Naruto and the girls led them through various war zones, showing them how brutal the west could be. They saw many dead bodies and were forced to fight other races that wished to kill them. Of course, they were shocked at how powerful some of these races were. The ghouls were far stronger than most of the girls and gave them a hard time. The demons and devils were especially terrifying. They were merciless, and if not for Chomai Nanabi saving Fu, she would have died. Finally, they reached the safety of Camelot, where the humans relaxed at the Tosaka's manor. Some part of me regrets coming along, Fu said with a sheepish smile. Still, the West is fascinating. The culture is very different, and the food is pretty good, Ryuzetsu commented while eating some fish and chips that Rin made for the group. All the ninjas from the East agreed that it was delicious. The girls nodded in agreement after trying it. Thanks. Glad you like our cuisine, Rin said with a smile. The group spent the next few hours eating and enjoying their time at the manor, especially Archeria, who rarely got the chance to indulge in Rin's cooking. Now that the celebrations are over, we need to talk about what to do next, Archeria said seriously. True, we've finished your little vacation and now we're back in the West. What's next, Naruto? Rin asked, making everyone turn to the once and future king for guidance. The next step is getting more power. Even with all the weapons I can summon, we need more to take on every race. I'm thinking of something crazy. How crazy? Rin asked, knowing the look in his eyes. I plan on taking the power of the heavenly dragon. What? Rin and Archeria shouted, surprising the other girls who hadn't heard of the legend. That's insane, even for you, Rin exclaimed. Agreed. At least wait for Lady Merlin to return before you face them, Archeria said, concern evident in her voice. Excuse me, but can you guys explain what a heavenly dragon is? Fu asked, raising her hand. The heavenly dragon consists of two dragons who possess powers no one can challenge. In the past, the demon race confronted one of the two and lost their demon lord. The demons retreated to rebuild their forces. This allowed the devils to rise to power in the West. While demons are still stronger than devils, they are few in number. Back to the dragons, legend has it that they were sent to aid the once and future king, Rin explained, in lecture mode. So, why is it such a bad idea for Naruto to face them? He is the once and future king, Ryuzetsu asked, confused. The problem, Ryu, is that I wasn't born when they were sent to the West. They've been hunted down like the Biju back home, and they started to ignore their duty. They'll either test me or kill me. No one's been able to defeat them, and we believe they will kill me, Naruto explained, using the nickname he gave Ryuzetsu. Oh, Ryu said. Still, it's the right decision. I have to face them. We can't just sit around waiting for Merlin to return. He stood up. I'm doing this on my own, no arguments. This is my fate, and it's time I faced it. What fate are you talking about, Naruto? Ryu asked, as she and the others hadn't heard the full story. It's an ancient tale that predates the wall. It became a legend parents told their children to inspire hope for a world without war. The story goes, a child who can pull the golden sword of triumph from the stone will be granted power either to save or to destroy the world, Archeria explained, her voice filled with nostalgia. Fu listened intently and was reminded of something. This reminds me of, she began recounting a tale about the child of prophecy from Shibuki, a story often told by a summoner she knew. Interesting story, a voice suddenly spoke from nowhere, surprising Fu and Ryu. The other three immediately recognized the voice. Relax, everyone, it's Merlin, Naruto said, sipping his tea casually. Merlin emerged from the shadows, appearing before them. You really need to stop doing that. Sneaking up without me sensing you is unnerving, Excalibur remarked, clearly displeased by the sudden appearance. Oh, come on. I thought it was funny, Kurama chimed in from the kitchen holding a bag of chips. At least someone appreciates it, Merlin said, grinning. So, I'm Merlin, you should know who I am by now. She received a nod from the others. Good. Now, Fu, that tale you're mentioning isn't all that surprising. After talking to Lord Byako himself, I discovered that all the summoner elders know of our legend about the sword in the stone. Even the White Tiger elder recalled parts of it, though his memory was patchy. He likely passed on bits of the legend as a prophecy, but it only applies to the West. Your world is constantly at war, unlike ours. You ninjas are rather selfish, aren't you? Why did the summoner elder pass it off as prophecy? He claimed it came from a vision, Fu asked. You just answered your own question, Merlin said. He's an elder. And like most elders, he suffers from memory loss due to their long lifespans. Fu nodded, realizing Merlin was right. The elders of the summon races were infamous for their forgetfulness, which could have been the cause of Naruto's unnecessary suffering, especially if the Toad Elder had misjudged the prophecy. All right, enough of that. Naruto, Merlin said seriously, her expression changing. You are right. The girls in the room exclaimed in shock, leaving Naruto stunned and Kurama laughing. I said you're right. It's time to confront them, Merlin continued. Albion will likely come along if you show him Caliburn, but D-Drake will want to fight. Be prepared for that. Timeskip Naruto requested Caliburn back, preparing to use it against the heavenly duo. Archeria handed it to him with a kiss. Rin also gave him a kiss, threatening to kill him if he didn't return. Ryu and Fu made him promise to come back safely. Then, Naruto set off toward MT. Heaven, the mountain range where the heavenly dragons lived. Man, Naruto muttered as he surveyed the destruction around the mountain. Who dares enter our domain? A powerful voice boomed from above, followed by the appearance of two massive dragons, one red, the other white. Who dares enter our home? The red one demanded. Look, Albion, a human has come to challenge us, the red dragon said. I've never seen a human here before. This will be interesting, Albion remarked, both dragons laughing. Hey, don't underestimate me, Naruto yelled, angry at being looked down upon. Prove yourself human, D-Drake challenged. Naruto grinned, drawing Caliburn and letting its light shine brightly before the two dragons. I am possible, D-Drake shouted wide-eyed. Finally, Albion said, grinning, our master is here. That's right, I am the once and future king. I come to request your help to unite the land. I am honored to assist, Albion said, showing his respect, the more dutiful of the two. Not me, if you want my help you need to beat me first, D-Drake barked. What are you saying, D-Drake? He's the one we were born to serve. Will you deny our purpose? Albion asked. Damn right. He needs to prove he's worthy of my power, D-Drake retorted. How dare you, Albion began but was cut off. I'll fight, Naruto declared. But Albion tried to protest. No buts, my whole life I never asked for anything. Everything I've earned, except Caliburn and a few other things I've worked for. I won't stop now. If you want to fight, then let's do this. Naruto unsheathed Excalibur as he prepared for the battle. We're with you, Master my king, Excalibur and Caliburn said, standing ready. Albion sighed, conceding, You've earned some respect, human, I hope you're ready. Our mother promised me that her chosen king will be strong. Bring it on, Naruto, Caliburn and Excalibur declared. Naruto charged at D-Drake, while Albion observed from the sidelines. Naruto slashed at D-Drake's scales, but it proved ineffective. Damn, his scales are tough. Switching tactics, Naruto leaped back after a powerful fire attack and summoned a dozen noble phantasms from the Gate of Babylon, sending them at D-Drake. So you know about the gate. Interesting, Albion remarked with a grin. You think those weak weapons will break my scales? D-Drake roared. Master, there's a weak spot showing, Excalibur alerted. There's a weakness. It's at the base of his tail, Caliburn added. This won't be easy. Naruto pressed on with slashes using his twin holy swords, aiming for D-Drake's stomach. Suddenly, D-Drake began glowing with intense energy. Impossible, Naruto thought, jumping back to avoid the impending attack. I wonder if you can survive this, D-Drake shouted, launching a massive green beam of energy at him. Longinus Smasher. Damn it, Naruto thought as the beam closed in. He planted Excalibur into the ground and drew on prana to channel through Caliburn. Banishing Shift, Naruto shouted as he swung Caliburn, deflecting the attack into the zero dimension, surprising both dragons. How do you like that? Naruto taunted. That's an interesting technique, Albion mused. What was that? D-Drake yelled, stunned that his powerful attack had been so easily countered. Oh, that was a form of the gate, Naruto said, grinning. The Gate of Babylon is essentially dimensional magic. I experimented with it and tapped into other dimensions. Banishing Shift is a counterspell that sends attacks to the zero dimension, where everything becomes nothing. Why you? D-Drake growled as he swiped at him with his claw. He smiled, thinking he had struck, until, poof, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke, allowing Caliburn to drop to the ground. What? D-Drake shouted, both angry and confused. He couldn't understand how that was possible, not realizing that it was a technique from the East. Ninjutsu may be weaker compared to magecraft, but it certainly had its uses. That was my shadow clone technique. I'll explain it later, Naruto's voice called out from behind D-Drake. The dragon felt a surge of prana from behind him, a presence he hadn't noticed earlier due to the distraction of the clone. Meanwhile, the real Naruto quietly grabbed Excalibur and crept up behind the dragon. With Excalibur raised high, he gathered power to unleash its ultimate attack. Excalibur, Naruto shouted, swinging the sword down with all his might, aiming for the base of D-Drake's tail. The impact caused an explosion of light and energy, dealing significant damage. Once the light dissipated, ha, this is the most damage I've taken since my battle with Albion, D-Drake laughed, still standing strong. Naruto stood in shock, unable to believe that D-Drake had taken that attack so easily, only sustaining minimal damage. Human, no king, I accept you as the one our mother sent us to aid. D-Drag grinned widely. Yada. I did it, Naruto cheered, jumping in excitement. Time skip Tosaka's manor. I hope he's okay, Ryu said, lying on the couch and watching TV. She and Fu were still adjusting to the technology of the West. They were fascinated by how magic could be used to create devices for everyday life, not just combat. The West had low-tech cars, Naruto's favorite motorcycle, kitchen appliances, and medical equipment, all much more advanced than the gadgets found in the land of snow. Of course that idiot is fine, Rin replied, unimpressed. Hey Rin, I don't get it, why don't you like all this cool stuff? Fu asked, eyeing the technology in the manor. I just don't like it, Rin muttered. It's confusing. I'm a magus, and tradition is everything. I was raised to do things the old way. Archeria and Naruto are the ones who brought all this technology. She grumbled, not pleased with the modern world. No matter how much they taught her, she couldn't shake her discomfort with it. Roar the loud roar echoed outside, and the group quickly rushed out to see what it was. What they saw left them dumbfounded, a red and white dragon flying toward them, with a blonde figure riding atop the white one. They stood frozen in disbelief, especially Archeria and Rin. Their entire lives, they'd been told how dangerous these dragons were, and yet now Naruto was riding one like it was nothing. They had expected Naruto to be defeated by the dragon, but this was a surprise. Hey guys, Naruto called out cheerfully as the pair of dragons landed in front of the manor. He jumped down and ran over to hug the girls. Who is making that noise? Kurama shouted, stepping out of the house, nursing a pounding headache from a night of drinking. One long introduction and explanation later. So, you see, I don't want you two doing the fighting, Naruto said, addressing the heavenly duo. The two dragons looked at their master with newfound respect. They could have easily conquered the entire West on his behalf, but Naruto insisted on doing it himself. If I don't unite the West on my own, I won't consider myself a true king. I need to do this my way. Do you have any way to give me power? He asked. I can give you a unique ability, Albion offered. By sharing a portion of my soul with you, you'll gain Divine Dividing, a pair of white dragon wings. This power lets you have anyone's power and absorb it. Chakra Prana, Kai any attack. The more you grow stronger, the more powerful Divine Dividing becomes. Turning to his brother, D-Drag added, I can grant you my blessing, which will either enhance your magic circuits or improve them depending on the situation. However, the soul division only applies to you. Would it be okay if I take Divine Dividing and have the girls receive your blessing? Naruto asked, looking between the dragons. D-Drag nodded. He granted his blessing to Fu, Ryu, Rin, Archeria, and Merlin, enhancing their magic circuits while maintaining their chakra networks. Fu and Ryu now possessed magic circuits, enabling Chomai's release from Fu's sealed form. This was something her sister Kurama was thrilled to see. Ryu was excited to grow stronger for Naruto. Thank you for your gifts, Naruto said, bowing to both dragons. He showed everyone his new Divine Dividing wings. I'll call on you when I need your help. The two dragons nodded and flew off. Well, this is great, Merlin said, looking at the newly empowered group. We have incredible power, but some of you still need training. She turned to Archeria, Fu, and Ryu. 4 new magi are great, but, her gaze shifted to Rin. You need to teach them. What, why me again? Rin protested. You or Naruto could help them. I know, Merlin smirked. But I'm taking Naruto on a year-long trip. What? Everyone gasped in unison. Yup. It's time to rebuild the 7 deadly sins. I've had no luck finding new members, so I hope Naruto can help. This will also allow him to build relations with various people and races I know. She got nods from everyone, understanding the need for the legendary group and forming connections with others. Rin, you're in charge of training them for the next year. Understood. Fine, Rin grumbled, reluctantly agreeing. Naruto, this will be your last night with your girlfriends. Go spend it with them. Okay, Naruto nodded, and he and the girls headed into the house to enjoy their final day together before the year-long journey. It was a steamy night for Naruto, Rin, and Archeria, and the next morning, they said their goodbyes. Naruto, Fu and Ryu said, their voices soft. Promise to come back. We'll have something to talk about, the 2 girls said, giving him hopeful smiles. All right, Naruto replied, giving each of them a kiss on the cheek. Goodbye, Chomai, I wish we could have spent more time together. Take care of your big sister, she always gets into trouble, Naruto said, giving the green-haired girl a hug. Hey, Kurama protested at that comment. Caliburn, take care of Archeria for me, Naruto said, gazing at the sword resting by Archeria's side. You're a great sword and I was lucky to have you. I will, my king. Promise to return safely, Caliburn replied. Of course, Naruto smiled. Naruto, it's time to go, Merlin called. Goodbye, he shouted, and with that the journey began. Somewhere in the west, so Naruto, how was your trip back to the east? Merlin inquired as they continued their travels, seeking potential recruits for their cause. For the most part, it went well. However, flashback during Naruto's short vacation in the elemental nations, not everything went smoothly. Initially, it seemed like a simple visit to reconnect with friends and lend a hand to those in need. But soon, it escalated into a manhunt targeting him and his companions. It was a wise decision to wear full-body knight armor during his reunion, but it also made him an easy target for identification. Not only did the Hidden Leaf Village send operatives to capture them, but other factions showed interest as well. Well, what do we have here? A voice echoed toward the trio at their campsite. Naruto, Archeria, and Rin immediately readied their weapons, prepared for whoever was approaching. To their surprise, it was a pair wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds and their signature hats. What does the Akatsuki want with 3 random strangers? Naruto asked, addressing the leader of the duo. We're here to recruit you 3, the lead figure replied. Considering how easily you handled our leader has high hopes for you joining us. The 2 removed their hats, revealing their identities. Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hashigaki, Rin remarked, recognizing them from the bingo book she had taken from one of the fallen leaf hunter nin. We have no intention of joining your organization, Archeria declared, her Caliburn sword at the ready. That's unfortunate, Kasame smirked. In that case we'll take you by force. He charged forward with his blade, Samehada ready to strike. Do not kill them, Kasame, Itachi ordered, his gaze never leaving the armored man. Archeria, if you need support, fall back. Rin, keep your distance. I'll handle this one, Naruto commanded, a sense of calm authority in his voice. Rin nodded and stepped back. Archeria easily deflected Kasame's first strike. You're pretty strong for a woman, Kasame remarked with a grin. This only seemed to fuel Archeria's determination. She pushed him back with surprising strength. Don't assume a woman can't defeat a man, she shouted, forcing Kasame into retreat. He noticed a cut along his cheek. Ha, looks like I underestimated you. Next time I won't make the same mistake, Kasame said, charging again. Caliburn began to radiate prana, and when their blades collided, Samehada struggled to absorb the energy. What's going on? My sword should be able to devour the chakra and break through, Kasame muttered in confusion. The trio shared a knowing smirk. Itachi immediately recognized something was off. It's not chakra. How can your sword overpower mine if it can only consume chakra? Archeria pressed, once again pushing Samehada back. She prepared for another strike, charging toward Kasame. Water style. Exploding water colliding wave. Kasame called, quickly forming hand signs. A massive tidal wave surged toward Archeria. Caliburn, Archeria shouted. Understood, Caliburn responded as Archeria plunged the sword into the ground. With a surge of prana, the blade released a powerful pulse, caving in the ground in front of her, draining the wave's momentum. Itachi and Kasame were shocked by the display. This technique is different from anything we've seen before, Itachi murmured, analyzing the situation. This battle will take too long, Itachi decided, forming hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix Sage Fire. Several fireballs launched toward Archeria, but Naruto intercepted them. Dozens of golden weapons emerged from ripples behind him, shattering the fireballs with perfect precision. Archeria nodded in acknowledgement, before returning to her fight with Kasame. Rin remained a passive observer. This is their fight. Don't interfere, Naruto ordered, crossing his arms and staring down Itachi with intensity. The weapons behind him were poised, ready for action. Is there any chance we can convince you to join the Akatsuki, King? Itachi inquired once more. No, Naruto replied simply. So be it, Itachi said coldly. Fire style. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. He hurled fire-imbued shurikens at Naruto. With deft precision, Naruto sent his noble phantasms to intercept, destroying all of them. He then charged at Itachi with Excalibur, aiming for his head. Fast, I can't dodge this or substitute in time, Itachi thought, quickly activating his trump card. A red chakra rib cage surrounded him, manifesting into the infamous Susanoo. Interesting, Naruto remarked, drawing another weapon from the gate, Khalidbalg, the rainbow sword. Let's see if the Uchiha's ultimate defense can withstand not one, but 2 legendary weapons. Itachi eyed the swords carefully, noting their unfamiliar appearance. He deduced they were likely lost to time, but Naruto's calm demeanor only heightened his suspicion. With a flash, Naruto charged toward Susanoo, infusing his blades with prana. Take this! he shouted as both swords collided with the ribcage, shattering it into pieces. This isn't good. That was too much power, Itachi thought, realizing his defense had been broken. Kasame, he called, attempting to regain control of the situation. Kasame, now witnessing Suzanu's vulnerability, realized the battle was slipping from their grasp. We're not going to win this. Let's retreat. Go ahead and leave, Archeria said with a smirk. I've seen enough to know that I can hold my own against the best in this nation. Kasame's attention was drawn to her comment. She hadn't said village or country, but specifically nation, referring to the elemental nation. That was something he'd need to bring up with his partner later. End of flashback. So, the Akatsuki were interested in recruiting you three. At least we now know they're not as dangerous as they seem, Merlin remarked, listening intently. True, but they were persistent, Naruto sighed. We ran into Hidden and Kakuzu, the so-called zombie duo. They were after the two-tailed Jinchuriki. We managed to stop them, but we encountered them again, and they continued trying to either kill us or recruit us. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village didn't give up on their attempts to capture us. How did they persist? Merlin asked, intrigued. Flashback, damn it. Minato slammed his fist onto his desk in frustration. How are they defeating all the huntermen I've sent? Minato, calm down. We knew they were powerful enough to take on the Akatsuki. Don't expect us to capture them easily, Jiraiya advised his student. Weeks had passed since Minato had manipulated the records, falsely labeling Rin, Archeria, and Saber as rogue Leaf Nin. Despite countless attempts to capture them, every operation had ended in failure. The bodies of the fallen hunters were returned in body bags, shocking both civilians and ninjas alike. Even Jiraiya's spies had been vanishing without a trace. I can't keep searching for them. Whoever they are, they're taking out too many ninjas, and my spies are disappearing. We'll need every able-bodied shinobi for the Akatsuki and Orochimaru, Jiraiya warned. Fine, gather a team and capture them, Minato ordered, his voice firm. Fine, but I'm telling you, it won't end well, Jiraiya sighed, already sensing the outcome. You're a Sannin. That should be enough to handle them, Minato said, dismissing Jiraiya's concerns. Damn it, Minato, they defeated Akatsuki members. One of them took on two of them at once. It's safe to assume the others are just as strong. We can't afford to lose any more shinobi. Jiraiya shot back, his frustration mounting. You have your orders, Minato said coldly, dismissing the argument. As Jiraiya left to prepare for the mission, Kushina approached Minato. Are you sure this is the right call? She asked softly. Are you questioning me? Minato shot back, his eyes narrowing. No, but nothing. This is for the Leaf, he said curtly, ending the conversation. Kushina left, returning home to check on Mito. Jiraiya assembled a team of the Leaf's finest. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma. Despite their strength, Jiraiya's grim face warned them of the dangers ahead. He briefed them on their target. Asuma and Kurenai had no idea who the rogue ninjas were, while Kakashi and Guy exchanged somber glances. Guy made his usual remarks about how unyouthful this mission was. The team managed to track them to a region near the Lightning Country. The trio had just completed their mission of rescuing the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and they had moved far enough from the border to avoid detection by any Cloud Nin. As the retrieval team emerged before them, Jiraiya declared their mission. Hold it right there. By order of the Hokage, you're to be returned to the Leaf, Rin, Archeria, and Saber, Jiraiya announced. They're still at it, Archeria muttered under her breath. They don't even know our full names, Rin remarked. I bet they don't even know Saber is just a name I made up, Naruto added with a chuckle. Their comments only left Asuma and Kurenai more confused. They didn't recognize their supposed traitors, but they had their orders. Rin, Archeria, I'll deal with the one with the big white hair. You two handle the rest, Naruto directed. Naruto versus Jiraiya, why won't you guys leave us alone? We haven't done anything wrong to your village, Naruto asked. Apologies, Saber, but you're too powerful to be left unchecked. The Leaf needs your strength, Jiraiya replied. You don't even know who we are or our true names. And still, you branded us as rogue ninjas from your village. That's pathetic, Naruto said, as he began preparing to summon his gate and unleash a barrage of noble phantasms. Jiraiya flinched at his words. He always believed that the Leaf was the greatest and above any petty actions, but now, he found himself facing the reality of their desperation. Just surrender, Jiraiya commanded. A dozen noble phantasms shot out towards Jiraiya. He wasn't spared. His right arm was severed instantly by the barrage of weapons. I'm tired of your village. You see yourselves as gods, but you're far from it. The closest thing to a god here is me. I am the once and future king, Naruto declared. Even in agony, Jiraiya took notice of his words. Once and future king. What does that even mean? Jirya thought, deciding to investigate it later. Give up, I've already taken your arm, you won't be able to perform your jutsu without it. You're so weak, Naruto taunted. Jirya lunged at him with a Rasengan, only to have Naruto block it effortlessly with Excalibur. This is boring. You can't fight me anymore, just like the others, Naruto said coldly, kicking Jirya into a wall, knocking him out. This man is merciless, Jirya thought, losing consciousness. Archeria and Rin versus Asuma, Kakashi, Guy and Kurenai. Surrender, you're outnumbered. Asuma yelled at the two girls. True but, Rin began and Archeria finished, we've each fought members of the Akatsuki alone. Can you say the same? Archeria smirked, making all of them flinch. They all knew how powerful the Akatsuki were, and hearing that these two could defeat them solo dropped their morale. It doesn't matter. We'll capture you all, Kakashi responded. Archeria, this isn't a fair fight. Maybe you should drop the code of chivalry for now, Rin suggested, pulling out multiple jewels. Only this once, Archeria agreed, drawing Caliburn. I'll take on the one in green and the one-eyed one. They're close combat specialists, probably as strong as Kasame. Too bad we never finished our fight. This statement surprised the Leaf Ninjas. Kasame was one of the Akatsuki's strongest fighters. Archeria moved towards her opponents. Archeria vs Kakashi and Guy. I hope you're better than Kasame. He was strong, but my swordsmanship is far superior, Archeria said, preparing for battle. Guy, we can't afford to hold back, Kakashi said, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. All right, gate of opening, Guy exclaimed as chakra surged from his body. Caliburn, any advice? She asked her sword. I'll set up countermeasures. Just be prepared to react, Caliburn replied as it began to glow. Guy charged in with a kick, but Archeria instinctively dodged, then spun around, slashing at him. Her speed is incredible, Guy thought as he tried to counter her movements. Kakashi leaped in to intercept, blocking her strike with a kunai. He could have attacked, but didn't want to risk injuring his friend. The two quickly retreated after countering. Kakashi, she's too fast. We won't win without taking hits, Guy said. Agreed, keep pressuring her and I'll look for an opening, Kakashi replied. Gate of healing. Gate of life, Guy shouted, charging back in. Guy unleashed a flurry of attacks. Archeria could only block them, and then Guy leaped above her. Archeria noticed Kakashi sending a fireball at her. She struck it with enough prana to split it in half, narrowly avoiding the flames. Guy attacked from behind, knocking her away, but her armor absorbed most of the damage. This guy hits hard, Archeria thought, feeling the pain in her back. Are you ready, Caliburn? She asked. Strike the ugly one, it will disrupt his life force. I can interfere with it, Caliburn answered, glowing a golden color. She turned her attention to Kakashi, attacking him with multiple slashes to keep him in close combat. Guy attempted to strike her from behind, but this time, she was ready. She used the blade to block his attack, leaving a deep cut on his leg. He suddenly coughed up blood as the gates he opened began to forcefully close. Guy, Kakashi shouted in panic, rushing to his partner's side. What did you do? Kakashi growled at Archeria. I forced him to close all his chakra points, causing his body to break down from the uncontrolled chakra flow. He's dying, Caliburn explained. You can save him by leaving now, or stay and watch him perish. Damn it, I need to capture them but, Kakashi thought, those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. He remembered his father's teachings. With no choice, Kakashi grabbed Guy and fled the battlefield, desperately seeking help. Why didn't we bring a medic? He cursed inwardly. Rin versus Asuma and Kurenai, do you really think you can capture us? Rin asked as blue lines began to form along her arms and legs. Even if you defeated an Akatsuki member, you're still outnumbered, Kurenai said, performing hand signs for a genjutsu. You do realize that each Akatsuki member can take out squads of elite ninjas, right? Rin replied. What's going on? You should be caught in my genjutsu, Kurenai exclaimed in shock. Genjutsu only affects those with a chakra network, right? Rin responded, surprising both Leaf Ninjas. The fact that she didn't have a chakra network was hard to believe. Without it, she was far more powerful than they'd imagined. Rin charged at Kurenai, landing a punch that sent her flying. Kurenai, Asuma shouted, watching helplessly. You should keep your eyes on your opponent, Rin whispered, landing a punch on Asuma. He blocked it with his arm but still felt the immense force. Her punches are as strong as Tsunade-sama's, Asuma thought, his arm broken from the blow. Come on, the Akatsuki managed to avoid any damage during the first minute, Rin taunted Asuma. Asuma channeled wind chakra into his trench knife and tried to slash her. Rin responded by throwing one of her jewels at him, causing a massive explosion that forced him back with burns. I can and will kill you if you keep going, Don't you have someone to go back to? Rin asked, giving him a chance to retreat. Kurenai, Konohamaru, Asuma thought. He didn't want to die here, not with so much left undone. He rushed to help Kurenai, leaving the battlefield. Naruto's thoughts. That was too easy, Naruto remarked as he emerged from the bushes. The legendary Toad Sage, one wave of noble phantasms and he's out. Days later, the Leaf Ninjas managed to return home. Jiraiya, Kurenai, and Guy were all placed into intensive care. Losing an arm and suffering severe blood loss wasn't something to recover from quickly. Guy's chakra network was severely damaged, but he would eventually heal. Kurenai had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, but all three would survive, except for Jiraiya's arm. A new problem, Minato, we have a problem, Jiraiya said as he stood outside the window, having just recovered from the ICU. He'd gone to check on his spies and search for Tsunade. The worst came when Naruto mentioned her, and Jiraiya was now tasked with finding her. What is it? Minato asked, pausing his paperwork. I checked with my spies. They lost track of the three of them, and too many died searching. They've refused to continue the search, Jiraiya said, his expression grim. That's not good, Minato muttered. Even worse, Tsunade and Shizune are gone, Jiraiya added. What? Minato exclaimed. When I fought King, he mentioned Tsunade. After I recovered, I went to find her. My spies couldn't locate her. I fear she's either left or been captured. This is bad. We can't afford to lose another Sannin, not to these unknowns. I think she left. She took both the Scroll of Seals and all the Uzumaki scrolls. Damn it, Minato shouted in frustration. She left the country with all of the Leaf secrets. End of flashback. Well, they don't sound like a future problem. They'll be easy to handle if they show up again, Merlin said to the group. Who should we go after first? Naruto asked, turning to Merlin. We're looking for the leader of the 10 Commandments, the demon race's leader, Merlin said seriously, surprising Naruto with their choice of target. Don't worry. He's been having issues with his race, and this might be our best chance to bring a powerful ally to our side. Besides, he might become the new leader of the 7 deadly sins, Merlin added. Somewhere in the west in demon territory, I still think this is a terrible idea, Naruto shouted, clearly unhappy. Stop whining, Naruto, Merlin responded casually. All the demons we encountered tried to attack me, and you just stood there watching, Naruto yelled, pointing at Merlin in frustration. Hey, at least I got you a new outfit. I could have left you in that ruined armor, but I'm generous enough to get you something better. Plus, it looks good with your girlfriend's armor, she said with a light-hearted clap. During their journey through demon lands, they had been attacked by demons repeatedly. Their relentless assault had damaged Naruto's armor, rendering it ineffective. Merlin designed a blue set of armor for him, similar in design to Archeria's armor, from Fate Extra Saber Gawain's armor. Fine, I'll stop complaining. But where is this guy? Meliodas. His name is Meliodas, don't underestimate him. He was handpicked to lead the 10 Commandments and is the eldest son of the Demon King, Merlin explained. Why are we looking for someone like that? Naruto asked, sounding a bit fearful. Because things have changed. After the Demon King's death, he's been different. He's started changing. Recently, he left the 10 Commandments. He has leadership skills and immense power, a strong candidate for the Sin of Wrath. Merlin continued, referring to the leader of the 7 deadly sins. All right, but how do we find him? Naruto asked once more. Why not look behind you? Came a voice from nowhere. Naruto instantly drew his sword, Excalibur, and spun around. Merlin remained calm and unfazed, turning slowly rather than rushing. To her surprise, a kid with messy blonde hair and emerald green eyes stood before them. Who are you, kid? Naruto asked, sheathing Excalibur, clearly not seeing any threat in a child. Besides, Excalibur hadn't reacted to the newcomer, and it would warn him if there was danger. Who am I? Who are you? The kid responded. Oh, right, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Naruto, and this is Merlin, he said, pointing to her. She didn't seem at all surprised by the child's appearance. I know Merlin, but who are you? The kid asked again. I already told you I'm Naruto, Naruto answered, a little irritated. He won't get it. Just introduce yourself before nightfall, Merlin suggested, giving Naruto a puzzled look. Okay then, the kid replied. I'm Meliodas, former leader of the 10 Commandments. Nice to meet you, Meliodas said with a grin startling Naruto. After a few moments of shock, Naruto finally said, I thought you'd be older. Rude. I'm over 3,000 years old, Meliodas retorted, causing Naruto to faint from the revelation. He fainted. Are you going to tell me who he really is, Merlin? Meliodas asked, prodding Naruto with a stick. He's the one who can pull the sword out of the stone, Merlin said with a sly smile. That sword he's carrying isn't Caliburn, Meliodas pointed out. That's true, Lord Meliodas. Caliburn was given to Master's lover. She always dreamed of pulling it out as a child. When Master received me from Lady Vivian, there was no need for him to carry two holy swords. My name is Excalibur, the sword of promise victory, and I protect my master, who is my sheath, Avalon, Excalibur explained. Avalon started glowing as if to say hello. Oh, then that's fine. So why are you looking for me, Merlin? I want to recruit you for the 7 deadly sins. Why should I join? Naruto wants to unite the world, bringing peace to all races. I want his dream to come true, but he can't do it alone. He's too young and inexperienced in the West. He came from the East, Merlin explained, surprising Meliodas. This was the first time he'd heard of anything coming from the East. He didn't like how things were there, so he decided to come here. Even though he's been here for over 3 years, he's made a few friends. Several humans, including his lover, and even a ghoul. He even offered to let her feed on him to survive, but she rejected the offer. This shocked Meliodas even more, as humans often killed ghouls on sight to avoid being eaten. The kid seems like he could make a great leader, but he's still got a lot to learn. I'm hoping you can teach him and help rebuild the 7 deadly sins, Merlin finished. Let me test him first. Then we'll see, Meliodas said, intrigued by Naruto. Most people wouldn't think to do half the things Naruto had. Merlin snapped her fingers, splashing water onto Naruto's face. Ahhh, he screamed, immediately drawing Excalibur and swinging it around like a madman. He then stopped when he saw Meliodas and Merlin staring at him. What do you mean you're over 3,000 years old? Naruto shouted, pointing Excalibur at Meliodas. Meliodas rushed in with a punch to the face, but Naruto blocked it with Excalibur, getting knocked several feet away. What the hell? Just fight him, Naruto. This is a test, Merlin encouraged. Meliodas followed up with another punch, landing one to Naruto's gut and knocking him down. Fine. If you want to test me like this, I'll return the favor, Naruto shouted, summoning several weapons from the Gate of Babylon. He launched them all at Meliodas, who easily blocked them with his sword, Lostfane. So wasteful, Meliodas muttered as Naruto charged forward, summoning more noble phantasms while carefully aiming them to avoid hitting himself. Not bad, but you could do better, Meliodas commented, meeting Naruto's attacks in a deadlock. He easily overpowered Naruto, pushing him back with a series of slashes. Naruto blocked half of them, but not all. Good. You blocked the ones that would have been fatal. You've got good instincts. But is that all you can do? Meliodas asked. Of course not. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto summoned 7 clones, each wielding a noble phantasm. Nice. I can do the same, Meliodas said, creating 7 copies of himself, each with a Lostfane sword. The clones clashed in a chaotic battle, with Meliodas' clones ultimately coming out on top. Damn it. It's not over yet, Naruto shouted as he pulled out Durandal from the gate, focusing its holy energy along with Excalibur in an X shape. A bright orb began to form between the two swords. Wolf whistle that looks like it can cause some damage, Meliodas commented. But it won't be enough to beat me. Holy flash bang, Naruto shouted, releasing the orb of holy energy at Meliodas. It was a technique inspired by Kurama's tailed beast bomb, where energy was concentrated and then unleashed in a massive explosion. Naruto used holy energy instead of chakra or prana, as holy energy was easier for him to control, considering the holy swords he wielded and his bond with God herself. Full counter, Meliodas swung his sword, sending the orb back toward Naruto. Shit, Naruto thought as he braced for impact, but to his surprise, Merlin intervened with a powerful barrier to block the attack. You did pretty well for a kid, Meliodas said, walking over to him after the barrier dropped. That last attack could have killed me, considering I'm a demon. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, offering a weak laugh. Turning to Merlin, Meliodas added, All right, I'll join the sins, and I'll teach the kid a thing or two. A lesson? Naruto asked, puzzled. You're good, kid, but not good enough. You could make a decent soldier, but being a leader is something you'll need to learn. Who better to teach you than the one who was once in line to be the Demon King? Meliodas said with a smirk. After a moment of consideration, Naruto nodded. Fine deal, but what's with the 180? I heard you were once a ruthless killer, feared by demons and other races. What happened to you? Oh, things happened, Meliodas replied with his usual carefree tone. Naruto figured he wouldn't get an answer, and decided to be content that Meliodas was the way he was now. Nearly a year has passed since Meliodas joined the 7 deadly sins, and during that time, he had been helping Naruto in his quest to unite the entire Western continent. Throughout the year, he trained Naruto in swordsmanship, much to the latter's disappointment. Naruto had expected to learn some cool techniques, but he didn't fully understand the immense power within him as the once and future king. While Naruto wielded a few weapons from the Gate of Babylon and used powerful techniques he had learned, they didn't give him the edge he needed. To his frustration, these abilities alone weren't enough. Meliodas took it upon himself to teach Naruto how to better utilize his gate in combat. Slowly but surely, Naruto started using it in more creative ways, discovering new strategies to enhance his fighting capabilities. With the lessons completed, the group continued their travels across the continent, searching for members to join the 7 deadly sins. By the time they set out, only 3 of the 7 deadly sins were filled: the boar's sin of gluttony, Merlin; the lion's sin of pride, Escanor; and the dragon's sin of wrath, Meliodas. Despite this, Merlin was determined to revive the group. During their journey, they heard rumors of an immortal wandering the countryside, which piqued Meliodas' curiosity. He went off on his own to investigate and returned a few weeks later with Ban, undead Ban, now known as the fox's sin of greed. Since Ban's arrival, he and Meliodas had become close friends. A few months later, Naruto decided to part ways temporarily to focus on mastering his new power, divine dividing. The wings, white and blue in color, were awe-inspiring, especially with the ability to fly. Even more intriguing was his power to have an opponent's strength every 10 seconds. According to Albion, if Naruto trained using these wings, he would unlock a far greater power. So he ventured to the fairies' forest, a peaceful place where he could train in peace. Unfortunately, peace was short-lived. As Naruto explored, he stumbled upon a battlefield where demons and devils were clashing. Caught in the chaos were the remaining fairies, struggling to defend their home. The forest had already been attacked, and many of their kind had perished in the onslaught. With their protector gone, the fairies were forced to fight on their own for the first time. Naruto tried to stop the battle between the demons and devils, but failed, forcing him to take matters into his own hands. In the midst of the fighting, his desire to protect the fairies unlocked what Albion referred to as the Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. This new power manifested as scale mail armor, granting Naruto the protection of dragon scales, increased physical strength, and the ability to use his dividing abilities more effectively in short bursts. After dispatching the demons and devils, Naruto saved a significant number of fairies, about several dozen. To help the fairies rebuild, Naruto stayed and helped them create a barrier to protect their home. Using his experience sensing emotions from Kurama and his knowledge of barriers from Rin, Naruto designed a new barrier that would only allow those with good intentions to pass through. With the help of Byakko, he fine-tuned it to absorb nature energy, ensuring that it would continue to grow stronger over time. After weeks of training, Naruto decided it was time to leave. He was devastated to discover that the Fairy King, Harlequin, had been rejected by his people. The fairies refused to acknowledge him as their leader anymore. Nevertheless, King decided to repay Naruto for saving the fairies and started training him in aerial combat. Although Naruto was unable to achieve the balance breaker, he learned how to fight while using his divine dividing wings. King, feeling guilty for leaving his people behind, joined Naruto on his journey. Eventually, King would take on the title of the Grizzly's Sin of Sloth. The 7 deadly sins continued their quest to recruit new members. Eventually, they came across Diane, a giantess, who became the Serpent's Sin of Envy. The 7 deadly sins began to travel separately across the continent to understand what challenges lay ahead. Only Naruto, Ban, and Meliodas remained together, heading toward the Tosaka estate to meet with Naruto's old friends and discuss their next steps. Meanwhile, Fu and Ryu had been busy learning magecraft. Fu focused on aerial magic and elemental spells, hoping to regain the ability to fly like she once had with Chomai. She also learned lightning and water magic, which allowed her to perform long-range and close-quarter combat techniques, respectively. Ryu, on the other hand, specialized in stealth magic. She learned a technique that allowed her to distort light and become invisible, a skill that would serve her well in reconnaissance and as a spy. Archeria and Rin continued to refine their skills. Archeria's magic resistance was exceptionally high, so she focused on enhancing her swordsmanship. She developed a technique that infused magical energy into her weapon and body, allowing her to execute powerful movements and increase her physical capabilities in combat. Naruto arrived at the Tosaka estate, singing a cheerful greeting, and was warmly welcomed by Archeria and Fu. The reunion was full of joy, but Naruto noticed that some of their friends were still away. Fu explained that Chomai and Kurama had left to visit a place they hadn't seen in a while, and Rin and Ryu were out gathering supplies. Damn, we can't wait that long for them, Ban commented. We can manage with the 5 of us, Meliodas said. As the conversation continued, Fu asked who the 2 new arrivals were, prompting a reply from Naruto. A few introductions and travel stories later. If we strike Camelot in a few days, we'll be able to take down that scoundrel, Nobunaga, and take control of their entire human territory. Ban explained their plan. On their way back, they learned that Camelot would be under heavy guard during the upcoming tax collection, a process that was typically unpredictable, but now could be timed. Nobunaga was planning to collect taxes from the entire territory, forcefully taking supplies and money from every human, even those living in towns that didn't receive his protection from other races. If we do this, how do we know that no one will turn on us? Archeria asked, aware that getting rid of Nobunaga was necessary but still cautious. It's simple. This, Meliodas said, tossing a slip of paper with a list of names. Archeria and Fu looked at the note. These are the names of people who back Nobunaga and fill their pockets with his corruption. If we eliminate Nobunaga and those supporters, we'll gain the trust of the army and the majority of the human population. Many people dislike him and his rule. We'll also need to deal with corrupt officers, either eliminate or change them. Once that's done, we'll have an army and a base of operations. That still leaves one problem. Who's going to kill Nobunaga? I heard he's not someone to be taken lightly, Fu asked. It should be the strongest among us. Sir Meliodas should, Archeria began but was interrupted. No. I will take him down, Naruto declared. Meliodas merely smiled while the others looked concerned. He understands what it means to be a leader. Leading by example is the best way to gain respect, Meliodas thought. In the West, many leaders had generals fighting in their stead, sitting on thrones and making decisions. Those leaders, however, weren't respected and often met an untimely end, replaced by others. Naruto. It's too dangerous, Archeria and Fu protested. While they didn't doubt his abilities, Nobunaga was a master at fighting and had led humanity, the weakest race in the West, against all the other races for years. His strength and leadership were not to be underestimated, despite the disdain for his rule. No, it has to be me, Naruto insisted. If I'm going to unite the West, I can't hide behind others while they fight my battles. People won't respect me, and they'll doubt my leadership if I let others do the hard work. This fight is for me, not humanity. It's to prove I'm worthy of being the once and future king. You remember my fight with D-Drag. He didn't listen to me because he didn't think I was worthy to be king. Others would think the same, and only a few, like Albion, would acknowledge my rule based solely on Caliburn. I won't accept that. My right to rule will come from the blood and sweat of the battlefield. All right, Archeria said reluctantly. I'll let you fight him alone. Good, now Fu and Ban will take out the targets on the list. Their skills are best suited for assassinations. Meliodas and Archeria will draw the attention of the guards, keeping them focused on you too. Try to kill as few as possible. These soldiers have families too, Naruto instructed. Meliodas nodded proudly at the plan. The goal was to eliminate the corruption and danger without unnecessary bloodshed, showing that they weren't after power for its own sake, but instead seeking to save and unite. Hopefully, the other races would understand it that way, rather than seeing it as another human power struggle. I'll take care of Nobunaga, Naruto concluded. Right, the group affirmed, ready for the mission. Good. The operation begins in 4 days at dawn. Rest up and prepare yourselves. 4 days later, the group left the Tosaka estate and made their way to Camelot, the capital of the human territory. The plan was straightforward. Fu and Ban would eliminate the corrupt officials and Nobunaga's supporters, clearing the territory of its oppression. Meanwhile, Naruto would confront Nobunaga directly. The challenge, however, was that Nobunaga wielded a powerful sword, the Minomurakumo no Tsurugi, or as Naruto called it, the Kusanagi, distinct from the one Orochimaru wielded. Orochimaru's Kusanagi was a blade created by a snake summon, sturdy and coated with the poison of the snake clan. It was based on the original Kusanagi, which had come from the body of the legendary serpent Yamato no Orochi. This sword was said to have the power to control snakes and command great destructive power. It was unclear how Nobunaga acquired it, but few dared to ask after seeing its destructive potential. Meliodas and Archeria, both renowned swordsmen, were tasked with holding off the majority of the guards and drawing their attention away from the others. Facing Nobunaga directly was considered suicide without backup, but with only about 50 powerhouses in the West, rumors were all they had about who was truly strong. Using his shinobi training, Naruto infiltrated the castle quietly, making his way to Nobunaga's chambers. He was about to kill him when he made a rash decision. "Nobunaga!" Naruto shouted from behind. Nobunaga spun around, drawing his blade in surprise. "I'm here for a battle to the death," Naruto declared, pointing Excalibur at him. Master is sometimes an idiot, Caliburn thought, sweat dropping. He could have killed him right there and finished the mission. Before the confrontation, Naruto had asked Archeria to trade blades with him. Caliburn and Excalibur shared similar abilities, but Excalibur was the superior holy sword. Naruto had confided in her that he intended to challenge Nobunaga like a true knight and king, as the once and future king. "Who are you, boy?" Nobunaga demanded. "I'm Naruto," he raised Caliburn, its light reflecting brightly. "I'm the one who pulled the sword from the stone. I'm the once and future king, and I will unite the West." Once and future king. Ha, Nobunaga laughed maniacally. "The legendary sword, Caliburn in the hands of a boy. I'll kill you and take that sword for myself." He charged at Naruto, only to clash with him. "Impossible," Nobunaga shouted, realizing his blade was being overpowered by the aura of Caliburn. Naruto pushed him back, sending him tumbling out into the courtyard. "Looks like the sword lives up to its legend," Nobunaga thought. "I'll enjoy wielding that sword," Nobunaga declared, biting his thumb and smearing blood on the Kusanagi. "Kusanagi, snake belly." The sword seemed to grow an additional blade. "Snake lance." He swung the blade, creating a zigzag shockwave of energy that crashed toward Naruto. Naruto blocked it but still took some damage from the wide-ranging attack. "Damn," Naruto muttered, spitting out blood. "That sword really lives up to its legend." "Of course it does. It may not be as powerful as me, but its abilities are more versatile than mine," Caliburn remarked solemnly. Naruto summoned a noble phantasm, using it in a way he never had before. He grabbed the handle as it flew toward him, propelling himself at Nobunaga with great speed. "Ah!" He slashed at Nobunaga's chest. The strike was so fast that Nobunaga didn't react in time, coughing up blood from the wound. The noble phantasm had been fired like a bullet, faster than any physical speed, and even Meliodas couldn't have defended against it. "That damn brat, how dare he do this to me?" Nobunaga thought, enraged. He bit his finger again and smeared blood on the Kusanagi. "Kusanagi, snake form." The blade transformed into a larger weapon with 4 additional blades. "White serpent." The energy shot out like jagged lines, splitting into multiple snakes that coiled around Naruto. "That doesn't look good," Naruto thought, channeling prana into Caliburn. "Banishing shift," he shouted, intending to counter the attack, but the snakes exploded around him in a massive burst of energy. Archeria, still outside the city, was fighting alongside Meliodas against the approaching soldiers. The explosion from the castle rang through the air, and she could only stare at the smoke. "Naruto," she whispered, her worry growing. "Focus. I'm sure Naruto is fine," Meliodas said, trying to calm her. "Have faith." Nobunaga laughed, watching as the smoke began to clear. "The golden sword of Victorious is mine," he cheered, stepping forward to claim his victory. But just as he did, a gust of wind blew the smoke away, revealing a white-armored figure standing tall, still holding Caliburn. "Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. V Vanishing Dragon, as in Albion the Vanishing Dragon. One of the heavenly dragons," he demanded, voice trembling with disbelief. The Welsh dragon and Vanishing Dragon were often referred to together as the 2 heavenly dragons. "This is the power bestowed upon me by my friend Albion. The divine dividing. It grants me the ability to have my opponent's power every 10 seconds. But in this balance breaker form, I can use it as much as my body can endure, and I can handle quite a lot of power," Naruto declared, his voice steady. Being a Jinchuriki, albeit of a soul, and an Uzumaki, he was naturally capable of wielding enormous amounts of energy. It was one of the few things he didn't mind about being born to Kushina Namikaze. "Impossible," Nobunaga roared, disbelief still clear in his tone. He lunged at Naruto with all the prana he could muster, channeling it into the Kusanagi. But before he could land a blow, Naruto seized the sword mid-swing. "Divide, divide, divide, divide." Naruto absorbed the prana in the sword and within Nobunaga's magic circuits, draining him completely. The sword slipped from Nobunaga's grasp, and Naruto swiftly took Caliburn, plunging it deep into his abdomen. Blood poured from him in torrents, his body weakening with every passing second. "So, this is where it ends," Nobunaga murmured, his body sinking against Naruto's armored chest. "This is the end, Nobunaga. You may have been a monster to many, but I hope you find peace in your next life," Naruto said softly, his voice carrying the weight of his words. "Forgiving a monster like me," maybe you are the once and future king. Tell me your full name so I can know who will lead my people and unite the West, he rasped, struggling to stay conscious. Naruto, just Naruto, the young king replied, answering the dying man's request. Heh. Fish cakes, no, Maelstrom, that fits you, but you need a proper legacy name, Nobunaga mused faintly, his breathing growing weaker. After a moment's thought, he added, Pendragon, Naruto Pendragon. The man who wields the power of a dragon. He chuckled weakly. Naruto gently laid him down, his laughter trailing off as he died. A man should always smile when he dies, Naruto muttered. It shows he has no regrets. You may have been a monster to your people, but you had the heart of a warrior. Rest in peace. With that, the battle came to a close. The targets had been defeated. The balance was beginning to be restored. Weeks later, the rest of Naruto's allies returned, only to find the capital of Camelot under new leadership. Many of the former soldiers of Nobunaga's army pledged their allegiance to the new king, seeing in him a ruler they could respect. When Naruto stepped forward to address the people, he held both Caliburn and Kusanagi aloft, signaling to the masses that he was their new king. The sight of the two legendary swords was all it took for many to accept him. They saw the mighty king who had not only claimed Caliburn, but also wielded the golden sword of Victorious with unmatched skill. Stories of Excalibur's creation, born from the collective wishes and hopes of those who desired peace, spread far and wide. Merlin returned, just in time to see Naruto's coronation. She stood tall, proud of all he had accomplished. His friends and family were by his side, though the girls couldn't help but reprimand him for his reckless actions. Naruto, injured from the battle, was left in bed to recover. Word of the once and future king spread quickly across the land. The majority of Nobunaga's former soldiers accepted Naruto as their new leader. The common folk, too, had heard of his actions and his attempts to help all races. Many hailed him as the new king, ready to unite the broken world. The day came when Merlin, with the 7 deadly sins standing at her side, gathered the people of Camelot for a monumental announcement. I present to you the once and future king, Naruto Pendragon, Merlin declared, her voice ringing out across the crowd. The people erupted into applause as Naruto stood tall, his blue armor gleaming in the light. I, Naruto Pendragon, am the one who pulled Caliburn, the golden sword of Victorious, he shouted, drawing the legendary blade and raising it high into the sky. I swear, I will unite the entire West. I desire peace, not just for humans but for all beings. Angels, demons, ghouls, fairies, every race. We will stand together as one and fight for one cause. I know it won't be easy to reconcile with those who once hunted you, but I have faith in all of you. We will find peace. We will secure our happy ending. Together. The applause was deafening as his words resonated through the crowd, inspiring many who had once given up hope. I will lead us into a golden age, Naruto continued. No one will stop me from uniting the land and ensuring peace for all. Long live the king, Meliodas shouted, raising his voice above the crowd. Long live the king. Long live the king. Long live the king. The people chanted, their voices carrying the promise of a new era. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he basked in the overwhelming support of his new kingdom. 1 month later, Camelot deep-breath Naruto slowly woke up, his eyes scanning the room. He found himself lying next to Rin and Archeria, both equally unclad. The memories from the previous night flooded back to him. A night I didn't quite expect, Naruto mused inwardly. A bit too much celebrating, and then those two dragged me into bed. He smirked. Guess it's not just men who are the perverts. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, leaving behind a clone to stay with the girls. Dressing quickly in black pants and a red shirt, he prepared himself to fulfill his duties as the newly crowned king. A week had passed since Naruto's coronation as the ruler of humanity, and his reign was progressing far better than expected. He had swiftly united most of the human territories, meeting little resistance. Surprisingly, it seemed that the title of the once and future king held more weight than he had imagined. While there were still some rogue elements, they were no match for his power. The corrupted families who had previously supported his predecessor were swiftly dealt with. Among the families he had toppled was the infamous Madu family, notorious for their cruelty and dark practices. What truly caught his attention, however, was the family's next heir, Sakura Madu, once known as Sakura Tosaka. This particular case weighed heavily on Naruto's mind. The Madu clan had initially refused to acknowledge his rule, leaving him with 2 choices: let them remain a threat for the future or eliminate them now. After much deliberation, Naruto chose the latter. While many members of the family were beyond redemption, there were still a few worth saving. Sakura was one of them. Through a rescue operation, Naruto managed to free several members of the Madu family, including Sakura, and ended the lives of the most dangerous ones, Zouken, Shinji, and the rest. But Sakura was still in deep pain. The crest worms implanted inside her by the Madu were gone, thanks to Merlin's magic, but the trauma remained. Over the past few weeks, Naruto had taken it upon himself to personally visit Sakura, offering her comfort and slowly helping her reclaim her humanity. He had sent his clone to handle his royal duties so that he could focus on Sakura's well-being, especially since she was Rin's sister, a family bond that made her even more important to him. Sakura had made remarkable progress. Once a lifeless shell, she had begun to show signs of kindness and shyness. It wasn't much, but it was significant progress. She had become quite attached to Naruto and developed romantic feelings for him, calling him her shining knight. Sakura had also worn a pink ribbon in her hair, a gift from Rin when they were still together. She treasured it, believing it symbolized the hope that Rin would one day rescue her. While there were moments where she would become overwhelmed by darkness due to her past, she quickly snapped out of it. Today was a special day, a day Naruto hoped would mark the beginning of Sakura's healing. "Knock knock, Sakura, it's me," Naruto called as he knocked on her door. "Naruto," she responded, unlocking the door. "Come in, please." Her voice was bright, filled with excitement. Naruto entered and took a seat at the table across from her. "How are you feeling?" "I feel a lot better now," she answered with a smile. "Good, you've been through a lot, Sakura. You deserve to be happy." "Thank you. Today, I'm going to take you out. I know you don't go out much, but it's time to see what life has to offer. We're going on a date." Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected to go on a date with Naruto, especially someone she had developed feelings for. She was thrilled. "Okay, let me change first," she said with enthusiasm. Naruto grinned, watching her eagerly run to her room to change. He couldn't help but smile. In a way, it reminded him of the simple joys of youth. He reflected on his own past, realizing that he had grown up with too much responsibility, far beyond his years. But here, in this world, Sakura had a chance to live a different life, one free from the suffering she had known. That was why he had taken it upon himself to help her find happiness. After a pleasant walk through the local park, Naruto and Sakura shared a breakfast at a family-run restaurant. It was the first time Sakura had experienced such normalcy in years, and she seemed to be adjusting well. It was clear that she was ready to rejoin the world outside her painful past. As they walked back to Camelot Castle, Naruto turned to her and asked, "Do you think you're ready to meet your sister?" At the mention of Rin's name, Sakura's body tensed, and tears started to form in her eyes. I'm afraid. What if she doesn't accept me?" Sakura's voice trembled. Naruto smiled gently and wiped away her tears. "Rin isn't like that. I've spent a lot of time with her, and I can tell you she isn't cruel. She might be loud, bossy, and a little bit rude, but she's not heartless. She's been thinking about you, even if she hasn't said it outright. This is your chance to let her be the sister she's always wanted to be." Sakura wiped her eyes and nodded, determination slowly replacing her fear. "Thank you," she whispered, leaning in to give Naruto a quick kiss on the lips before heading to the room where she would wait for the reunion. Naruto chuckled softly to himself. "You're definitely Rin's sister," he muttered, before heading off to find Rin. In his search, he bumped into Fu, who greeted him with a bright smile. "Naruto-sama, how many times have I told you to drop the honorific Fu?" he asked with a sigh. "A lot," she responded cheerfully. Naruto shook his head. "Have you seen Rin?" "Yeah, she's at the library. Said something about looking for something," Fu answered. "Thanks," Naruto said, walking off toward the library. When he arrived, he found Rin hunched over several documents in a corner. It was clear she had been going through private files, ones that were not supposed to be available to just anyone. He had made sure of that. Naruto crossed the room, opened a locked cabinet, and found the file on Sakura that he had prepared. He noticed Rin had already been looking through it. "I guess she's already been investigating," he thought, pocketing the documents as he approached her. Rin didn't look up as he dropped the file on the table in front of her. "Rin, we need to talk about Sakura Madu." The mention of Sakura's name froze Rin in place. She looked at the file and began to read, her expression changing as she learned more of her sister's tragic past. Naruto calmly summarized the situation for her. "Sakura, formerly Sakura Tosaka, was the heir of the Madu family. I dealt with them, ended their reign of terror. But Sakura was saved. I had no choice but to act." Rin's face drained of color. She stumbled back, horrified by what she was reading. Did you really?" "Yes, I killed the Madu family. They were a threat," Naruto stated firmly. Bam! Rin jumped up and grabbed him in a fit of rage, though she lacked the strength to harm him. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out. Why did you do this? Naruto remained calm. He needed to let her express her feelings. Because they were dangerous. And now Sakura is free. As Rin collapsed into his arms, overwhelmed by emotion, a soft voice interrupted them. Big sister. Rin's heart skipped a beat. She turned to see Sakura standing there, tears in her eyes but a smile on her face. Rin ran to her and embraced her tightly, the reunion between the long-lost sisters filled with overwhelming emotion. Naruto smiled softly to himself. He left them alone to catch up, knowing this moment was one they would cherish forever. Yane. Next day, midnight, Naruto let the two sisters have their time to reconnect after years apart. He didn't need to witness the emotional reunion, knowing how important it was for them. Besides, he understood that Rin never meant to harm him when she tricked him into revealing her feelings for Sakura. Rin was a tough woman who didn't easily open up to others, which explained her public facade of a fake smile. Down in the castle's underground, Naruto was finishing packing his things. He wore a dark blue V-neck shirt under a high-collared black leather jacket. Burgundy jeans hung loosely around his waist, with a silver chain drooping over them. His black leather chaps were adorned with 3 bands around his right calf, and his black shoes had buckles. A backpack of supplies sat beside him, and Excalibur and Avalon were strapped to his side. Are you going to tell me what you're doing, or do I have to force it out of you? A woman's voice called from behind. Naruto froze, caught in the act of sneaking away. He turned to find a pale-skinned woman with waist-length white hair, her gray eyes observing him intently. Aryuzetsu, Naruto stammered, nervously meeting her gaze. She remained stoic, waiting for his explanation. You caught me, I'm leaving, Naruto said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Why are you leaving? Ryu, how much do you know about the West? She pondered for a moment, wondering where this conversation was heading. I know about the races, magic, and territories. Why? There's more to the West than that. I've heard of the wildlife, the conflicts between races, and something called Du-Chi. All I ever hear about is magic, but I rarely hear about this Du-Chi. I can't learn all that I need to by staying here. But you're the king now. Leaving could put your life in danger. Maybe, but I have to go. How can I be a king if I don't face challenges myself? I need to meet the leaders of each faction, learn from them, and understand what it means to rule. Nobunaga was driven by greed but was also a warrior. The Demon King rules by fear, and the cages are guided by counsels. There are many ways to rule, Ryu, and I need to see them all so I can become the king I want to be. You're an idiot. Ryu walked up to him. Slap OWWW. Before he could react further, Ryu pulled him into a deep kiss. After a moment of recovery, Naruto kissed her back, their lips meeting passionately. After a minute, she pulled away slightly. Promise me you'll come back alive, she whispered softly, her voice tinged with concern. Of course, Naruto whispered back. I can never leave you girls like that. They broke apart, and Naruto reached into his cloak, handing her a letter. I need you to give this to Archeria. Merlin and Meliodas know what I'm planning. The letter says Archeria will be in charge when I'm gone. Merlin and Meliodas will help her keep the peace. Ryu accepted the letter. What if there's a problem we can't handle without you? Naruto paused, then bit his thumb, swiping it across his palm. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto, do you know it's late? Why are you calling me at this hour? A small white tiger appeared, yawning. Sorry, Felix, I need a favor. Felix, the tiger and son of the great Byako, looked at Naruto sleepily. What is it? I need you to accept Ryu as a summoner, Naruto said, surprising both the tiger and Ryu. You want me to accept someone who hasn't passed the test? Felix asked, clearly skeptical. Yes, I know her. She's lost people and fought hard. I believe in her, trust me on this. Felix stared at Naruto, seeing no doubt in his eyes. Fine, but you owe me. He disappeared to fetch the contract scroll. Ryu was still in shock. What did you just do? I just made you a summoner of the fabled white tigers. Be proud. We're the only 2 summoners now. Ryu's shock gave way to a blush, but she quickly recovered. I didn't mean that. Why did you do that? Because you deserve it. You've been through so much and stuck by me, even through all the hardships. You'll need to work harder here in the West, and this way we can keep in touch. But no one else needs to know about this. Naruto winked, causing her to smile faintly. 1 week later, a week passed since Naruto had left the castle. His journey through the West had yielded little progress, as he assisted various towns under his kingdom's rule, dealing with issues like bandits and corruption from the previous regime. However, the more he traveled, the more he felt Archeria's watchful presence over him, as Camelot's knights and guards were sent to fetch him each time. Man, she must be pissed, Naruto mused as he walked through the forest, heading beyond the borders of his kingdom. Dropping all that responsibility on her suddenly, chuckles, but I have faith in her. Your Majesty, a voice called mockingly from the trees. Naruto quickly drew Excalibur, scanning the area until his eyes landed on a young man, around 20 years old. The man wore blue clothing with silver armor, and a wolf's head amulet hanging from his neck. His blue hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his most notable weapon was a dangerous-looking red spear. Who the hell are you, Ponytail? Naruto asked, giving the man an immediate nickname. The man scowled at the nickname. What did you just call me? He leaped down from the tree, his spear aimed at Naruto. What have you heard about me? Naruto inquired, holding Excalibur at the ready. The man grinned. I heard you're the youngest king and that you killed Nobunaga. Most importantly, you're the once and future king. I wanted to test my strength against you. So you believe the legends, Naruto said with a hint of amusement. I don't exactly believe them, I just seek out strong opponents. If you think a fake Gibalg is enough to beat me, you've greatly underestimated me, Naruto said, smirking. The man laughed. You know this spear's a fake, he grinned wider. My master Scathach gave it to me as a reward for being her student. It's not the real Gibalg, but it's still a challenge for anyone. Naruto sized him up. I'll take you on then. Let's see how good you really are. With that, the two faced each other, the battlefield becoming silent as they prepared to clash. The moment they moved, it was a blur of speed and power, swords and spears clashing in midair as each sought to land a solid blow. Run, you son of a bitch, run! Naruto yelled at his new companion, Kuchulain, also known as Satanta. After their initial clash, Naruto quickly accepted him as a friend, and in return, Satanta pledged his loyalty. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Satanta snapped back. The two were desperately trying to escape a horde of magical beasts. Naruto had simply wanted to observe the creatures, but things took a turn for the worse. They could have fought back, but they weren't here to hunt, they were just exploring. We're running out of ground, Satanta shouted as he noticed a cliff ahead. Jump, Naruto ordered. Without hesitation, Satanta followed suit, leaping after Naruto. Both landed in the lake below the cliff. They swam to the shore and took a moment to catch their breath. I hope you're happy now, Satanta grumbled. How was I supposed to know they'd attack us that fast? Naruto retorted. I told you they were territorial, they don't like strangers. Satanta shot back. Yeah, Naruto muttered, realizing this whole plan of observing wildlife in the magical beast forest wasn't the best idea. The two decided to set up camp in a cave behind a waterfall. Fighting the beasts in large numbers wasn't a smart move. Night fell, and the two were enjoying a large, roasted fish. So then I said, Kaya, Satanta was telling Naruto a story from his past when a sudden scream interrupted him. Who the hell is out there at this time of night? Satanta demanded. Sai, let's go, Naruto said as he unsheathed Excalibur. He was ready to help whoever needed it. Satanta merely shrugged before grabbing his spear. Split up. The two went their separate ways, searching for the source of the scream. While they weren't exactly the most cautious, their power made them capable of handling whatever came their way. Naruto eventually discovered the cause of the scream. A swarm of blood-sucking demon bats attacking a woman. She was unconscious in the middle of the swarm, with long pale blue hair, purple eyes, a symbol on her forehead, and a sword at her side. Damn it, Naruto muttered, and with no other option, he leaped into the swarm to rescue her. Get out of here, bats are a pain in the ass. Satanta shouted as he followed suit, jumping into the swarm to cut down as many bats as possible. His goal was to buy enough time for Naruto to get the woman to safety. You better get back to the cave alive, idiot! Naruto yelled as he flew off with the woman in his arms. A few hours later, Naruto brought the woman back to the cave and healed her. The bat bites were venomous, but Avalon could easily heal such minor poisonings. All he needed was to let Avalon be close to her. Satanta's going to need Avalon too, Naruto muttered. You're damn right I do, Satanta exclaimed as he stumbled into the cave, covered in blood and bites. Naruto gestured for him to sit next to the unconscious woman. Noticing Satanta's irritation from the battle, Naruto pulled out a bottle of fine wine. He needed a drink. Before summoning goblets, Satanta grabbed the bottle and began chugging it, earning a chuckle from Naruto. Know anything about this woman? Naruto asked. It took a moment, but then Satanta's eyes widened. How the hell did she get taken down by those weak creatures? I take it you know her, Naruto inquired. Yeah, I know her. Her name's Yun Yun. She's the leader of the Yun Land sect. What really bothers me is how she got beaten by those bats. You mean Du Chi? Naruto asked, recalling his research on Du Chi, a physical energy used for martial arts. Satanta nodded, explaining that Du Chi had multiple ranks, with practitioners starting from low levels and advancing to godlike power. Compared to magicians, Du-Chi users were considered more dangerous and stronger in combat. I never heard of the Yunlan sect, Naruto admitted. Really, they're officially the strongest Du-Chi sect. They're based in the Jai Ma Empire, Satanta explained. While Satanta had heard of the sect's power, he knew there were many hidden factions beyond the official rankings. Of course, they're based in the heart of the hot zone, Naruto said with a weary sigh. The deep lands were a battlefield of endless war, the very place where the Sage of Six Paths had once erected the wall to keep dangerous forces at bay. Despite Camelot's strength, the Jaima Empire had more veteran warriors, though the two were quite evenly matched. What's your plan with her? Satanta asked, his tone turning serious. Naruto now had to think about what was best for his country. Killing Yun Yun would weaken the Yunlan sect, but forcing her to join his cause could also turn the tables. Naruto smiled. I'll let her rest. She'll wake up tomorrow. The two decided to relax for the night. The next morning they were outside fishing. I'll never understand how fishing is fun, Naruto grumbled, but Satanta only chuckled. It's peaceful and takes patience. Someone as energetic as you would never appreciate the beauty of it, Satanta said with a grin. Just then, they heard a splash from the waterfall. It was Yun Yun, and she didn't look angry, but rather indifferent as she stared at the two. Look who's awake, Satanta teased. Good morning, sleeping beauty, Naruto greeted, his attention already on his fishing pole as he felt a tug. Ah, another one, he cheered. What the hell? That's the seventh fish and you hate fishing, Satanta complained. He was starting to question Naruto's insane luck. Who are you? Yun Yun demanded, pointing her sword at Naruto's neck. He didn't flinch, but Satanta immediately drew his spear, ready to act if necessary. Let's all just lower our weapons, Naruto suggested calmly, but Yun Yun didn't back down until she got some answers. Naruto released a small portion of his power, sending waves of energy through the area. Yun Yun trembled briefly before composing herself. Leader of the Yunlan sect. You can't show fear, she reminded herself, but inwardly she realized she couldn't match his strength. After a tense moment, she lowered her weapon. Satanta followed suit but remained alert. Now let's all enjoy some roast fish, Naruto said, gesturing to the fish they'd caught. Before Yun Yun could object, her stomach growled loudly, betraying her hunger. She hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The trio sat together, enjoying the meal. Naruto broke the silence. So, why did a beautiful woman like you fall victim to some weak bats? He asked, making her blush. His bluntness was enough to make her feel a little self-conscious. Come on, say something, Satanta encouraged with a grin. I'm afraid of bats, she finally yelled, no longer able to hide her embarrassment. Both Naruto and Satanta burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. Yun Yun was furious, but there was little she could do as they laughed at her expense. She felt humiliated but could only huff in frustration. Bam. Owa, both Naruto and Satanta yelped, rubbing their heads. Yun Yun had hit them in retaliation. After a moment of recovering from the pain, Satanta continued, So, what brings you here exactly? Yun Yun, still a little embarrassed, looked at them both. You never told me your names, I know who you are but I don't know you. Right, Satanta said, grinning. I'm Ku Chulin. The Child of Light? Yun Yun asked, surprised. Satanta nodded proudly. Naruto cleared his throat. Naruto Pendragon, King of Camelot, the once and future king. Yun Yun didn't believe it at first, dismissing it as a rumor. But the recent changes in Camelot had caught her attention, and she now feared him. He was the man who had slain Nobunaga, the one who had spared her life. What brings you to the magical beast forest? Naruto asked, his kingly tone returning. Yun Yun hesitated before answering honestly. There's a magical beast awakening soon. I need to slay it to gain its power. Why? Naruto asked, his tone soft but firm. I need to protect my people, she admitted, her voice full of determination. Naruto considered this for a moment before signaling Satanta to prepare the necessary supplies. He could easily take what she sought, but that wasn't the right way. One last question, Naruto said, offering her his hand with a smile. Would you allow me to help? Yun Yun was stunned, unsure how to respond, but she couldn't deny the sincerity in his eyes. Perhaps, just maybe, this was the help she needed. Tajir Desert, it's blazing hot, Satanta commented. Damn it. That's it, Naruto roared in frustration, and lunged at his companion. The two were engulfed in a whirlwind of fists and kicks. After a short but intense clash, Naruto stood victorious, leaving Satanta sprawled on the ground, groaning. The duo had ventured into the Tajir Desert after helping Yun Yun defeat a formidable magical creature. After the beast's defeat and Yun Yun absorbing its essence, she told them about her homeland and other territories in the war-torn region. She mentioned the Tajir Desert, which caught Naruto's attention due to the presence of a powerful foe, the Snakemen tribe, sworn enemies of the Gyama Empire. The Snakemen were known for their formidable Duchi warriors. These beings were humanoid, but with snake-like lower bodies. They were physically superior to humans, devils, and angels, with only ghouls and demons considered their physical equals, though these rarely ventured beyond their own realms unless for war. Naruto's interest in visiting the Snakemen was not only because of their reputation, but because of the Kusanagi sword he had claimed after slaying a powerful foe. The sword originally belonged to the Snakemen, and Naruto planned to return it. Though his treasury already held one, he didn't mind having a second. His collection was excessive after all. Quit whining. We're almost there, Excalibur urged Satanta, who muttered a few grumbles about the unbearable heat and Naruto's persistent chivalry, which reminded him of Archeria. The two finally arrived at the heart of the Snakemen's territory to seek an audience with their queen and return the Kusanagi sword. Satanta had warned Naruto that it was a risky move, as the Snakemen might attack on sight. Naruto, however, wasn't concerned with the possible consequences. All that mattered was doing the right thing. "Get out, humans!" bellowed a towering Snakeman, his body rippling with muscle as he launched a Duchi-infused attack. Satanta swiftly dodged, but Naruto stood firm in the path, letting the attack hit him. Naruto braced himself, barely flinching. That wasn't too bad, he mused, feeling the energy of the Duchi strike. This was his first encounter with the technique, and it was more powerful than he had expected. Satanta rejoined Naruto's side, raising his spear. "We seek an audience with your queen," he announced. "You think a lowly human like you is worthy of seeing our queen?" The Snakeman sneered. "Don't insult my king." Satanta snapped back, his voice dripping with anger. He pointed at Naruto. "This is the once and future king. He deserves to meet with anyone he wishes." "Ha, the once and future king. Don't make me laugh," the Snakeman mocked, scrutinizing Naruto and dismissing him as nothing more than a legend. Before the situation escalated, a strikingly beautiful snake woman with blonde hair descended from the sky, drawing the attention of the aggressive Snakeman. "Those wings. Not as impressive as my divine dividing, but they're clearly the mark of power. A Du King's power," Naruto noted. "Mobasi, we have trouble," the woman called out to the large Snakeman. "Who's attacking Uemei?" Mobasi demanded. "Humans," Uemei responded darkly, her gaze shifting to the pair of intruders. "Don't even say it," Naruto muttered to Satanta, his face palming in frustration. "I told you so," Satanta grinned, clearly pleased to be proven right. "Scum!" Mobasi screamed in rage, unleashing another Duchi wave. This time, both Naruto and Satanta narrowly avoided the blast. "Relax. We're not here to fight, we just want to meet the queen," Naruto called out as they leaped back. "The same excuse the last group of humans used before they attacked me," Uemei retorted. "Hey, we came here alone. I don't know who you're talking about," Satanta shot back. "Shut up, human filth." Mobasi launched a powerful Duchi-enhanced punch, but before it could strike Naruto and Satanta, it collided with a teal magical dragon-like beast that landed between them. The blast smoke cleared to reveal 4 new arrivals. A rugged, blonde man with a wild look, another man with white hair and glasses, a bearded elderly figure, and a cloaked woman, all of whom were Duchi practitioners. "Who are you?" Naruto asked bluntly, eyeing the newcomers suspiciously. The wild man stepped forward. "Who are you to be here?" Not pleased with his attitude, Satanta stepped in front of Naruto. "Don't get cocky, Duchi user," he growled, his spear glowing with magical energy. "I've already slain many like you, show some respect to my king." Seeing the tension rise, the white-haired man intervened. "Everyone, calm down. We're not here to start a fight, we seek an audience with your queen." Naruto's tone shifted from casual to commanding. "Get in line, pal, I came to speak with the queen too. But judging by what I can sense, it looks like you and your group attacked one of the Snakemen. If you're really here for peace, stand down." His voice resonated with authority, and for a moment everyone paused, taken aback by his regal tone. "My apologies, your majesty," the white-haired man bowed, taking Naruto's words seriously. "I'm Guhi, commonly known as the Pill King within the Gyama Empire. I'm also affiliated with the Yunlan sect." Yun, Naruto thought, remembering the connection. "I'm Naruto Pendragon, the once and future king of Camelot," Naruto declared, causing a stir among the newcomers. Even Uemei appeared surprised, while Mobasi dismissed him with a scoff. "Tell me, why are you attacking those you claim to seek?" Naruto asked, his tone cold and commanding. He assessed him, unsure whether Naruto was lying or telling the truth. The rumors of the once and future king had been circulating, But now that Naruto was in front of him, it was hard to dismiss him. "We seek the essence flame," Guhi admitted, his eyes gleaming with desire. "Essence flame," Naruto repeated, piecing together what he knew. "That's a fire created from the essence of the world itself, a dangerous power, but it doesn't give you the right to attack others." Naruto drew Excalibur, its blade shining brightly. "As a king, I won't let such acts of aggression go unpunished." Before Guhi could respond, the wild man lunged at Naruto with a mighty punch, but it was intercepted by Satanta, who charged into battle. Naruto raised Excalibur, prepared for the fight. But then, a familiar presence made itself known. Yun Yun, now fully armed, lunged at him with a sword of her own. Their blades clashed, and Naruto pushed her back effortlessly. "You don't understand," she gritted, struggling against him. "The Snake Men are a ruthless race, they don't deserve any better." Naruto's voice was firm as he pushed forward. "No one's beyond redemption. I won't allow you to destroy them." He struck hard, forcing her to retreat. The old man caught her and she glared at him in frustration. "Though their past is dark," Naruto continued, "that doesn't mean their future can't be better." With those words, he charged forward once more, intent on stopping the chaos. "Undisclosed location, are you clear on the mission?" A cold voice inquired. A photo of Naruto Pendragon was presented to the mysterious figure. "Terminate." The only response that came was as a slash marked across the photo. "You will terminate Pendragon once our agent begins his strike." "Understood. Holy Jiama City, Jiama Empire's capital, I told you this was a terrible idea." Satanta shouted at Naruto, delivering a punch to his face. After returning the queen of the snake tribe, Naruto retrieved the Kusanagi sword and gave it back to them. However, the tribe was not fond of human outsiders being on their territory. Though they were grateful for saving their queen, they reluctantly allowed the trio to stay. Problems arose when Yun Yun and the Jiama Empire's forces attacked. They sought vengeance, but Naruto stood his ground. He warned them once that any harm to Yun Yun would make him their enemy. Naruto thought that would settle things, but he was wrong. They launched an assault on him, Satanta and Yun Yun. The two were about to engage in battle, but Naruto grabbed both of them by their collars and yelled, "Let's go!" The three were chased for hours before Naruto managed to fly them out of the Tajir Desert. Yun Yun was grateful and offered them refuge in the Jiama Empire to allow them time to recover and plan their next move. After being struck by Satanta, Naruto slowly stood up. Satanta had opposed Naruto's decision to come to the Empire, and now they were in the heart of enemy territory. "This is literally the enemy's capital," he yelled. "How reckless can you be? Traveling is one thing, but entering the heart of enemy lands. They'll kill you for sure." Satanta usually maintained a laid-back demeanor, enjoying a good fight, but he took his duty to Naruto seriously. His patience was wearing thin as Naruto continued to risk his life without considering the consequences. What began as an adventure was turning into a reckless game with no boundaries. "Come on, Yun Yun promised we'd be safe here," Naruto replied, trying to calm his friend. "Plus, this place is gorgeous. I've never seen anything like it in Camelot." He walked to the hotel window Yun Yun had arranged for them to stay in. Looking out, he admired the floating island above the city. That island was the home of the Yun Lan sect, the strongest faction in the region. "They're going to try and kill you, at least capture you," Satanta warned, his tone grim. "We'll be fine," Naruto said confidently. He grabbed Excalibur and strapped it to his waist. "I'm going out to explore, don't wait up." Without waiting for a response, he jumped out of the window. Satanta rushed to the window to stop him, but by the time he looked outside, Naruto had vanished into the crowd. "Why is he always such a pain?" Satanta grumbled. Streets of the holy Jiama city. Naruto wandered through the city, marveling at the surroundings. The pristine white buildings and bustling streets were unlike anything he had seen before. The floating island in the center, home to the Yun Lan sect, added to the city's mystique. It was a serene environment, considering the empire was technically at war with neighboring nations. It's incredible that they've kept everything so beautiful amidst all the surrounding conflict. Even Camelot can't compare to this. "No wonder they call it Holy Jiama City," Naruto remarked, impressed. "It's a miracle, but it has cost many lives to maintain this," a soft voice answered from behind. Naruto turned to find Yun Yun approaching, smiling gently. "I visited your hotel room earlier, but I found your bodyguard asleep," she added with a knowing look, expecting some kind of explanation. Unlike before, she no longer feared him, though there was a lingering sense of unease when he spoke. There are two sides to him: the carefree, welcoming Naruto, and the terrifying king who commands respect just by being present, she thought. I wanted to see the city, and Satanta didn't want us coming here, Naruto answered, hands behind his head, grinning. He was right to warn you. You're technically the leader of an enemy nation, Yun Yun pointed out. True, but who said I'm a good leader? Naruto replied, his grin widening as he continued to stroll through the city. Let me ask you something, as one leader to another, he began, catching her full attention. What do you think it means to be a leader? Yun Yun paused, thinking for a moment before answering. A leader is someone who leads their people and ensures they thrive under their care. Naruto snorted at her answer, causing her to raise an eyebrow. What's wrong with that? She asked, a little irritated. Naruto continued walking, leading her into a nearby alleyway. That may be true by definition, but is that the real essence of leadership? He asked, pointing toward the alley. Yun Yun's gaze followed his finger, and her heart sank as she took in the sight. The alley was filled with dirty, starving children digging through trash cans. The sight shocked her, and as she moved to help, the children scattered in fear. Wait, Yun Yun called after them, confused as to why they feared her. Naruto stood beside her, his voice calm. If leadership is about ensuring your people prosper, then why are there children living on the streets? He asked, eyes narrowing. The alley's grim reality was a stark contrast to the city's otherwise pristine image. Yun Yun stood frozen, her thoughts torn. Naruto continued, I saw the same thing in Camelot. The world's a cruel place. The strong survive and the weak suffer. I rejected that reality, and that's why I became strong. Yun Yun, deeply moved by his words, finally asked, so what does it mean to be a leader then? Naruto sat her down on a nearby park bench. A leader should understand their people, he said, his voice resolute. I left Camelot not because I wasn't a king, but because I didn't understand my people. The world is full of suffering, and I can't protect everyone until I understand them better. That's why I'm traveling, to learn, so I can be the kind of leader my people deserve. My role is to offer them hope, to give them a reason to follow me. Yun Yun listened intently, feeling inspired. She looked into his eyes and saw a depth she hadn't noticed before. She felt drawn to him in a way she hadn't expected, and for a moment she lost herself in his gaze. Yun Yun, are you okay? Naruto asked, concerned. He could sense her emotions shifting. Though he recognized the feelings growing within her, he wasn't one to act hastily. He already had a bond with Archeria, and she was okay with him having a harem. He saw Yun Yun as a friend, and was content to let things unfold naturally. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yun recomposed herself and handed Naruto a letter. This is an invitation to the upcoming Receptoriers competition that the Empire holds to promote peace among nations. You mentioned wanting to learn more about Duchi, and being a Receptorier is like being an alchemist for mages. It's a bit biased since I'm a Duchi fighter myself, but I believe Receptoriers are superior. Naruto took the invitation with a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Yun Yun. He flashed a brilliant smile, and Yun Yun smiled back, feeling the warmth of the sun behind him. Timeskip Receptorier Tournament Naruto and Satanta arrived at the competition and were assigned seats in the same area as Yun Yun. Naruto. I'm glad you could make it, Yun Yun greeted, gesturing to a young girl with long pink hair, hazel eyes, and a slender frame. This is my apprentice and the future leader of the Yun Lan sect, Na Lan Yan Ran. She looked to be no older than 4 years old. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness, Yan Ran said respectfully, bowing deeply. Naruto gave her a long, thoughtful look, which made Yan Ran visibly uneasy. It seems your mind isn't entirely on the task at hand today, little one, he observed, surprising Yun Yun and causing Satanta to smirk. Satanta could see why Naruto was called the king, even if he acted like a carefree child. Their playful nature was strikingly similar, almost like brothers. The remark seemed to weigh heavily on Yan Ran. Her gaze dropped and she appeared deep in thought. Yun Yun gently moved to comfort her. She's worried about her grandfather, Yun Yun explained. He's afflicted by the branded poison, a deadly toxin that can only be cured with an essence flame. His condition has been deteriorating recently. Yan Ran's tears welled up as she thought of losing him. Don't cry, little one, Satanta reassured her. There's always hope as long as you don't give up. Then he turned to Naruto, his tone serious. Besides, I'm sure my king here will be more than willing to assist. Yun Yun's eyes widened at the mention of Naruto's title. Naruto's status as the king of Camelot was known to a select few, and Yun Yun had made sure to mention it, seeing him as her personal guest. Naruto closed his eyes, contemplating the situation. Avalon, is there a way you can heal the branded poison? He asked his sentient sheath. Avalon's voice echoed in his mind. Is this a serious question? Poison is nothing for me. I can stop aging, regenerate limbs, and heal hearts, A simple poison like this is a mere inconvenience. The golden light of Avalon flickered as she continued. The problem lies with the poison itself. It drains the victim's qi, weakening their body. Its severity depends on the person's resistance and how much they fight back. Yan Ran clutched Naruto's shirt, desperation in her eyes. Can you really save him? Please, I need to know. Naruto knelt, embracing her warmly. I will save your grandfather, that's a promise. Tears of relief filled Yan Ran's eyes as she cried into his shoulder, grateful for his assurance. Yun Yun watched quietly, moved by the tender moment. She didn't want to interrupt, but she had to explain that they couldn't leave the competition. As a leader of the Yun Lan sect, her responsibilities were still important. Yan Ran reluctantly understood, but she wasn't happy to be separated from Naruto. Naruto and Yun Yun stepped over to a ledge, gazing at the other competitors. Satanta kept Yan Ran occupied, knowing how to entertain children. I have to ask you, Na Lanjai, Yun Yun said softly. Yan Ran's grandfather is a renowned general of the Jia Empire. Are you truly going to heal an enemy of your kingdom? Naruto didn't hesitate in his response. I will. I made a promise and I'll keep it. Yun Yun was confused. She understood Naruto's compassion, but helping someone like Na Lanjai, a person responsible for countless lives lost, didn't sit well with her. It's simple, Naruto said, his voice firm. I'm tired of hate. It's easy to hate, it's tempting, but it doesn't solve anything. It just spreads more pain. Hate can consume you, drive you to destruction. If one person can help, show kindness and move forward, it's possible to change things. War, hatred, it all builds on these cycles. But if someone chooses to step out of it, to show that there's still hope for the future, it can make a difference. That's why I want to help. Yun Yun was silent for a while, reflecting on his words. But have you ever hated anyone? She asked quietly. For a brief moment, his eyes glowed with a deep, unsettling red. Yes, I hated my parents. I hated where I was born. Yun Yun's expression softened, though she was still confused. How can you talk of kindness and moving on if you still harbor that hate? Naruto met her gaze without flinching. I never said I forgave them. Forgiveness takes work, it's earned. Hate doesn't control me anymore, though. I can't forgive them, but I won't let that stop me from doing what's right. I can say I hate them, but I won't let it halt my progress. That's why I move forward. Move forward? Yun Yun repeated, still not quite understanding. Forgiveness is earned. Moving forward means we push toward a better future. If we can all work together for our children, for the future, we can create a world where hatred doesn't exist. A world where forgiveness isn't needed because the pain won't exist anymore. We work to make sure our kids don't inherit our battles. They'll lead a better world. Yun Yun looked to the side, watching Yan Ran playing with Satanta. The children, she said softly. Yes, Naruto said, his voice carrying an almost prophetic weight. They're the future, we must work for them. If we all do our part, the next generation will live in peace. They'll have no reason to fight, and if we can help them build a better world, they will. Yun Yun stood in stunned silence. She didn't expect such a deep answer from Naruto, especially not one so personal. She had heard of his wisdom, but to hear it in person, it made her reconsider everything she thought she knew. Could he really bring about peace in a world this broken? The tournament began, and Naruto found himself entranced by the skill on display. The receptors were more impressive than he anticipated, remarkably skilled, each more than capable of handling the advanced healing techniques they demonstrated. It reminded him of the Chunin exams, but here it was for a noble cause, not a bloodbath. Yet he could still sense the competition's true nature. It wasn't about collaboration, but dominance. As the final round approached, tensions mounted. A representative from the Sontaran Empire and Jia Ma's own competitor, Gu He, faced off. Gu He was a student of the Pill King, and Naruto remembered the time he stopped him from stealing the essence flame. The tension was palpable as the two battled it out, but soon explosions rang out. What's happening? Yun Yun shouted in confusion. Smoke began rising throughout the city. It's poison, Master Fa Ma shouted. Don't breathe it in. As chaos ensued, Naruto watched in horror as an assassin charged at him, a woman dressed in red and wielding a katana. Without hesitation, Naruto drew Excalibur, ready to defend. Undisclosed location, do you understand the task? A low, ominous voice inquired. An image of Naruto Pendragon was handed to the mysterious figure by the voice. Eliminate, this was the single word uttered by the figure, a slash crossing the picture. You will eliminate Pendragon once our agent initiates his assault. Understood. Holy Jia City, capital of Jia Empire, I told you this was a terrible idea. Satanta shouted at Naruto, landing a punch across his face. After returning the queen of the snake people, Naruto had given back the Kusanagi, but not everyone was thrilled. The tribe, grateful for their queen's rescue, allowed them to stay despite the humans on their land. Then the conflict with Yun Yun and the people of Jia Ma Empire erupted. They came for retribution, but Naruto made it clear he wouldn't tolerate an attack on Yun Yun. He issued a warning: any assault would make him their enemy. Naruto had hoped that would end it, but he was mistaken. They attacked him, Satanta and Yun Yun. As the situation grew tense, Naruto grabbed both their collars and barked, "Run!" The chase lasted for hours, until Naruto finally managed to fly them out of the desert. Grateful for their help, Yun Yun offered them refuge within the Jia Ma Empire to rest and recover, allowing time to decide on their next move. Naruto shook off the punch from his friend, Satanta, who was still grumbling. Satanta hadn't wanted to come to the Empire, and now they were in the heart of the capital. "This is literally the center of enemy territory," Satanta yelled. "How reckless can you be, traveling to an enemy's heart, much less their capital? They'll kill you." He usually kept his cool, but this time he couldn't hold back. Satanta had sworn to protect Naruto, but his constant recklessness was pushing him to his limits. He had fun with the adventures at first, but this felt like one risk too many. "Yun Yun promised us safety here," Naruto tried to assure him. "Besides, this city is stunning. I've never seen anything like this back in Camelot." He walked over to the window in their hotel room, where Yun Yun had arranged their stay. Looking out at the floating island above the city, he spoke again. "The Yun land sect, huh? That's impressive. Listen to me, they're going to try and kill you or at least capture you," Satanta insisted. "We'll be fine," Naruto replied confidently. He attached Excalibur to his waist. "I'm heading out to explore. Don't wait up for me." He jumped out of the window before Satanta could stop him. "That guy's a real pain," Satanta muttered as he watched Naruto disappear into the bustling streets below. Streets of the holy Jiama city. Naruto wandered through the city, wide-eyed in awe. The pristine white buildings and the bustling streets around him felt like a paradise, especially with the floating island at the heart of the city. It was truly beautiful. It's amazing how they keep it all together with everything going on around them. Camelot doesn't have anything like this, Naruto mused with a whistle. "It came at a great cost to many," a voice responded. Naruto turned to find Yun Yun, the woman with the snowy white hair, standing behind him with a gentle smile. "I came to your hotel earlier, but your bodyguard was asleep," she teased. "He said we shouldn't have come here," Naruto explained, hands behind his head. "He's right. You're technically the leader of a rival nation," she replied with a slight seriousness. "True, but who said I was any good at leadership?" Naruto said with a laugh. He then asked, "As one leader to another, though, what does it mean to be a leader?" Yun Yun paused for a moment, thinking it through. "A leader is someone who ensures their people thrive under their care. They guide them toward prosperity," Naruto snorted. "By definition, that's what a leader does, but is that really what it means to be one?" He pointed toward an alley. Yun Yun turned, her eyes widening in shock. "If a leader's job is to ensure their people thrive, why are there children living in the streets?" The alley was filled with children scavenging for food. As soon as they noticed Yun Yun, they scattered, clearly afraid of her. "Wait," she called after them, but the children were already gone. "Seems like the city's been cleaned up for the rich while the poor get forgotten." Naruto led her to a nearby park bench. "I saw the same thing back in Camelot. The world's cruel, the strong survive and the weak suffer and die. I didn't accept that. I refused to follow that law of nature." Yun Yun sat silently, contemplating his words. "What does it mean to be a leader then?" she asked quietly, her voice filled with uncertainty. Naruto leaned back on the bench, looking up at the sky. "I'm no great king. I didn't understand my people or my enemies. That's why I left Camelot. I need to understand the world better to protect my people, not just shield them from danger. A leader's job is to understand those they lead, to offer them a reason to follow, not just command them blindly." Yun Yun's heart felt heavy. She had always believed she was doing the right thing, protecting her people as the head of the Yun land sect. But seeing those children in the street shattered her beliefs. She had fought to ensure peace, but had she been blind to the suffering around her? She finally met his gaze. "I promise to bring peace, not just to Camelot, but to everyone in this land," Naruto declared, his words full of conviction. "I'll travel and learn so I can return and truly lead my people. I won't be a king until I understand what it truly means to protect." His words resonated deeply with her, and for the first time, she felt she could understand him. There was a warmth in his eyes, and she couldn't help but feel drawn to him. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked when he noticed her flushed face. He saw right through her, understanding her growing feelings for him, though his heart already belonged to Archeria. Still, he treated Yun Yun as a friend and had no intention of hurting her emotionally. After a moment, Yun Yun regained her composure and handed him an envelope. This is an invitation to the Receptoriers competition. It's an event the Empire holds to promote peace with other nations. You mentioned wanting to learn more about Duchi. A Receptorier is like an alchemist for mages. I'm biased since I'm a Duchi user, but I think being a Receptorier might be better. Naruto smiled, accepting the invitation. Thanks, Yun Yun, I'm looking forward to it. She smiled back, the light from the setting sun casting a soft glow behind him. The Hidden Leaf Village 15 years later, the village had seen better days. Inside the Hawkage Tower, the fourth Hawkage, his frustration palpable, slammed his fist on the desk. You need to calm down, Minato. Tsunade shouted at her leader as Minato smashed his desk in sheer frustration. Don't act like you're any different, Tsunade-heim, Jiraiya commented, only for her to shoot him a glare. He raised his hands in surrender. But she's right, Minato. I know the war isn't going in our favor, but you're the Hawkage. You're supposed to stay composed and level-headed in times like this. Minato took a deep breath before sitting behind his shattered desk. I know, but the war is wearing me down. Even with my Flying Thunder God technique, I can't be everywhere at once. We're losing so much ground. There hasn't been any major conflict in the Land of Fire since the First Shinobi World War. We can't help that, Tsunade replied, biting her fingernail. She understood just how dire their situation had become. We're up against multiple enemies, and we don't have any trained Jinchuriki to counter them. Kushina and Mito might have the Kyuubi's chakra, but they can't control it. Even with the most powerful Biju on our side, we're struggling because they're more of a ticking time bomb than proper Jinchuriki. I don't get it. Did you forget? The soul of the Kyuubi is key to controlling its power, Jiraiya reminded them. Without it, they're using the chakra's full force all at once instead of it being absorbed into their coils. He turned to Minato. Did you create a strong enough seal to help Mito and Kushina control it? He shook his head sadly. No, I guess not. Neither the seals I created, nor the ones Kushina tried were enough to contain the Kyuubi's chakra. Every time we attempted to control it, we failed. I think it's pointless to train them to control it. It might be better to send them on solo missions to fight the enemy, Minato said grimly. You can't, Tsunade argued immediately. Not only are they family, but that plan would backfire. Any shinobi with sealing knowledge could capture and contain them after a battle. Plus, they're from the Uzumaki clan. They're too valuable to be sent out on their own. Any village would want them as Jinchuriki. Tsunade understood the grim reality. Sending them alone might save lives, but it would also leave them vulnerable to capture. And with their bloodline, they'd become targets for breeding experiments. A fate Tsunade wouldn't wish on anyone. She's right, Minato, Jiraiya added in agreement. We can't just rely on them to win this war. The Fourth Shinobi World War, Minato muttered, his voice heavy with sorrow. It had been 10 years since the war began, 10 years of hell. All of it could be traced back to one person, Sasuke Uchiha, the rogue leaf shinobi who became a hero. After his defection, Konoha had no choice but to label him a traitor. His actions after leaving the village would change everything. He trained under Orochimaru and eventually killed him, then went after his brother, Itachi Uchiha, and killed him. After avenging his family, Sasuke returned to Konoha as a hero. It may seem like just another shinobi's tale, but the deaths of Itachi and Orochimaru sparked a chain of events that led to the war. First, Itachi's death forced the Akatsuki to speed up their plans. Without a couple of Jinchuriki, they couldn't begin harvesting the Biju. But with Itachi gone, they began the hunt. Villages started losing their Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki. However, the pursuit halted on the 7th Biju. The Akatsuki needed all the Biju, in order, and the 7th and 9th were still unaccounted for. This upset the balance of power and led to heightened military tensions across the nations. Orochimaru, however, was far from gone. He reincarnated himself through his cursed marks, and seeing the chaos unfolding, took advantage of it. He militarized his nation, the village hidden in the sound, and formed alliances with smaller nations to increase his influence. With all this power shifting, it was inevitable that war would break out. Everyone was preparing for it. It was just a matter of time. Konoha, lacking the economic infrastructure to sustain a proper war machine, resorted to an invasion of the Land of Waves, a vital trading hub. In response, Suna and Kiri came to the aid of Waves, while Orochimaru's allies, Kumo and Iwa, attacked Konoha's borders. The reason for this was simple. The Land of Waves had been neutral, and its economy was too important for any of the great nations to allow its neutrality to stand. After the failed invasion, the Fourth Shinobi World War officially began. The Land of Waves survived the assault, but it remained neutral, disappointing both Suna and Kiri. Kiri, recovering from a civil war, wasn't strong enough to participate, and Suna saw no reason to involve themselves when their survival depended on their harsh desert home. Both nations focused on providing support to smaller countries that had been drawn into the war due to the fighting on their borders. The main powers in the war were Konoha, Iwa, Kumo, and Orochimaru's Sound. They fought each other, driven by personal conflicts and territorial disputes. Orochimaru attempted to convince the Reikage and Tsuchikage to join forces against Konoha, but the lack of trust between Iwa and Kumo made it difficult to unify them. It was a small blessing for Konoha, but they still faced battles on multiple fronts. "Sensei, what do you know about the Kingdom of Albion?" Minato asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya was not surprised by the question. Albion had been the topic of discussion for the last 5 years. Everyone was curious. "Not as much as I'd like," Jiraiya replied, frustration evident in his voice. 5 years ago, a portion of the Great Wall, built by the Sage of the Six Paths, came down. To the shinobi world, this was unfathomable. They had always believed the wall to be indestructible. The section that fell was in the Land of Winds, and soon after, Suna secured an alliance with the newly established Kingdom of Albion. Shockingly, the western side of the wall was teeming with life, many of which were non-human, sparking fear and intrigue across the continent. Few learned the truth. After Suna cemented the alliance, a black fortress was constructed to monitor the border, making communication between the east and west extremely difficult. The only way to reach Albion was through Suna, or one of the other smaller nations that had joined the kingdom. The only known fact about Albion was that they had been in an endless war for longer than the shinobi world's history. It had only recently ended with the fulfillment of a prophecy about the once and future king. A prophecy that made many shinobi rethink their own futures. Several smaller nations had given up their sovereignty to join Albion, including the Land of Waves, the Land of Spring, the Land of Demons, and the Land of Vegetables. Some lesser-known shinobi villages also joined Albion, such as the remnants of the Land of Sky and Neidshiko, the village of Konoha. These villages relocated west, receiving new territories in Albion. The last shinobi village to join was the village hidden in the waterfall, along with the village hidden in the stars. The only villages left in the elemental nations were Konoha, Iwa, Kumo, and Suna. The king of Albion was a kind and just ruler, allowing these nations to govern themselves, though they still had to send an ambassador to Camelot, the kingdom's capital. Many shinobi villages were unnerved by the growing power in the west, especially when they saw how Albion supplied troops and advanced technology to each nation and village that allied with them. The protection offered by the king's forces was there to safeguard the kingdom, not to serve in the shinobi forces. They were a military force meant to defend civilians, not to be subservient to others. Iwa viewed Albion as a new and ambitious nation seeking dominance, so they launched an attack on the Land of Vegetables. The Tsuchikage, along with the rest of the world, soon learned of the Western Kingdom's might. The magic that the shinobi had long dismissed as mere fantasy proved to be far superior to their jutsu. Additionally, the new methods of warfare, like airship stew, revolutionized battle strategies. Airstrikes from magical cannons on those ships were devastating, and the shinobi were powerless against them, unable to retaliate from such a distance. From that day forward, Albion was both feared and respected by the world. However, this didn't stop the shinobi from attempting to infiltrate the West. Most of these attempts failed, and even the successful ones led to technology that they couldn't decipher or use. They simply couldn't comprehend the difference between prana and chakra. "Nearly all my spies that tried to get into Albion failed. That damn ghost suppression Fortress 3, Jiraiya growled, slamming his fist against the wall. The Black Fortress, positioned between the Land of Wind and Albion, was a fortress unlike any other, preventing any unauthorized access to Albion. Rumors claimed it was named the Ghost Suppression Fortress because it blocked the passage of spirits, though Jiraiya, being skeptical of such things, dismissed that idea. Still, there was clearly something more to the structure than met the eye, and when my spies do manage to come back, they don't even recognize me. This took Minato and Tsunade by surprise. Did Albion use memory seals on them to erase their memories? Minato asked, his voice calm but inquisitive, as he was familiar with this type of technique. No, Jiraiya replied, frustration evident in his voice. I've checked. There are no seals, I think it's their magic. He spat, his disdain for magic apparent. He always thought of it as nonsense and something the people simply didn't understand. But it seemed he had been wrong. All I've heard are stories from my spies in allied nations to the west. Like the Akatsuki? Tsunade asked, a serious expression crossing her face. She held the Akatsuki responsible for the beginning of the war, largely due to their insatiable desire to gather the tailed beasts. No, Jirya shook his head. I've heard they call themselves ONI. Demon, Minato translated, raising an eyebrow. Yes, but I don't think it's what the name suggests, Jirya replied. It's more likely a counterintelligence organization. So they eliminate spies? Tsunade asked, a grim understanding forming in her mind. It was a common tactic to ensure that enemy information couldn't be passed on. Yes and no. I think they do more than just kill spies. From what I've gathered, they not only serve as Albion's intelligence network, but they also ensure that no one can learn anything about them. I've received reports from my spies that returned from the west, but they never came back, Jirya explained, his voice low and heavy with concern. The gravity of the situation wasn't lost on Minato or Tsunade. It was clear that ONI could either bribe or brainwash their spies, neither of which were comforting thoughts. It only further confirmed how dangerous the Kingdom of Albion was. Even if they are a threat, they might be our only chance to win this war, Minato said, his tone serious. We both know securing an alliance is nearly impossible, Minato, Tsunade snapped. They won't even speak to most of the elemental nations. That may be true, but they're still our best shot. Plus, the Chunin exam is coming up, and Suna is hosting it. Albion is invited to attend the event, Jirya offered, raising their hopes. Under international law, the Chunin exam is considered a ceasefire, so we'll have a chance to gather intel. Every nation will want to participate. The King and Queen of Albion will be there, and it'll be the first time the other cages will meet the Western rulers. I've heard rumors about the King, not much, but enough to know he's incredibly powerful. So, we gather our best genin for the exam and try to impress the King. I'll convince him to help us, Minato said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Be careful, Minato, Tsunade warned. Every cage will have the same idea. Minato nodded, understanding the delicate situation. So, who should we send? She asked. We need to send our best. I can demote some shinobi from the Konoha 12 to make them eligible. They may not like it, but it'll be treated as an S-rank mission. Minato responded. He knew he needed the best available. With most of Konoha's genin either fresh out of the academy or dead, this was their best option. I pray this works, even if the prophecy turns out to be a lie, he said grimly. Jirya nodded, both men putting their trust in the hope that the so-called once and future king prophecy wasn't just a mistake, that the savior they had hoped for wouldn't be the one they expected. Camelot, Kingdom of Albion, the capital city of Camelot, looked majestic as the dawn broke. Towering monolithic skyscrapers stretched into the sky, and the streets bustled with vehicles and airships, technologies unheard of in the elemental nations. The city's design was so unique it might as well have been from another dimension. Amongst all the grandeur, one building stood out, a fusion of a towering skyscraper and a regal castle. This was the royal palace, known as the Citadel. At the top of the citadel, in a luxurious bedroom that exuded wealth and power, lay a young man with striking eyes, one red, one blue. This was Naruto Pendragon, the once and future king of Albion. Beside him was Archeria Pendragon, the queen of Albion, who lay peacefully asleep, her beauty unmatched. Naruto's eyes lingered on her for a moment before he quietly rose and dressed himself in simple yet elegant clothing, a pair of black pants, a blue-collared shirt and boots. He stepped out of the room, where he was greeted by a tall, beautiful young woman with short white hair, tanned skin, and golden-green eyes. She wore a black-maid dress, which did little to hide her stunning figure. Morning, Zest, Naruto said affectionately, leaning in to kiss her. Zest smiled and curtsied. Good morning, Your Highness. Some might wonder why a married king would kiss a mere maid, but the answer was simple. Zest was one of his many wives. Throughout his life, Naruto had fallen in love with many women. Archeria, his queen, had allowed him to have a harem, and Naruto married each of them. Archeria was the first to show him love, which is why she was crowned queen. Zest had once been a demon servant, created by a demon general named Zalgir. Naruto had freed her, and over time, she had chosen to stay by his side, loyal to the man who had saved her. Are the children up yet? Naruto asked as Zest walked beside him. Mordred left with Yan ran already. They're going to band practice, Zest replied. Mordred Pendragon, the firstborn of Naruto and Archeria, had inherited her mother's appearance but Naruto's free-spirited nature. At 15, she was already carving her own path, even as she struggled to meet the expectations of being a princess knight. Also, Mikoto left with her mother for their training session, Zest added. Mikoto Pendragon, the second princess of Albion, was a fiery spirit, much like her father. She had inherited the Tosaka bloodline's magic and could control electricity with terrifying precision. She and her older sister Mordred had different strengths, but shared a fierce determination. These two half-sisters were born in the same week, as they were conceived on the same night. Mordred followed in the footsteps of her parents and became a knight. While her magical prowess was limited, she was far from weak. She was skilled with the holy sword, Clarent, which was gifted to her by her father. She also inherited her mother's magical techniques. On the other hand, Mikoto honed her mastery of electricity, a power she inherited from her mother, Rin. Her control over electricity rivaled that of those who wielded Slayer magic, perhaps even surpassing them. Mikoto earned the nickname Railgun for her signature technique, using electricity to launch a metal projectile at unimaginable speeds, causing devastating damage. This move was perfected with help from Azazel of the Fallen Angels. The Fallen Angels, those once pure beings who fell and had their white wings turned black, were a faction that had played a pivotal role in the Endless and Unity Wars. Azazel was one of the first to join Naruto's faction once Naruto proved himself worthy of leadership. Naruto chuckled after receiving the information from Zest. "Thanks, they're definitely growing up," he said with a smirk. Zest smiled knowingly. "They are, but don't worry," she added, grabbing his collar and pulling him in for a deep kiss. "There are still many of us who love you, and not all of us have children yet. We're just waiting for you, Naruto," she said in a seductive whisper, before leaving with a graceful sway of her hips. Naruto was momentarily mesmerized. He laughed softly, shaking his head. What a woman. He made his way toward the elevator, deciding to head up to the roof. Upon reaching the balcony, he gazed out over his city. "It's hard to believe this was once a wasteland," he muttered. "To understand what Naruto meant, we need to go back to the beginning, 15 years ago." The history books referred to it as the Unity War, a name Naruto could agree with. After all, he was there from the very first battle, the battle against Ichnologia, the world's most feared creature. Ichnologia launched an attack on the holy Geama city, and Naruto, alongside the city's defenders, fought bravely. The battle was considered a victory but a Pyrrhic one. The city was destroyed and many lives were lost. However, the survivors made it out alive, a feat never before seen. Following the battle, the survivors sought refuge in Camelot, where they were welcomed, and Naruto returned to take control of his kingdom. Word of their survival spread, and it only fueled Naruto's growing reputation as the once and future king. After all, no one had ever survived an encounter with Ichnologia, period. This miraculous survival caught the attention of the entire Western world. The Black Dragon, who had terrorized the globe, had been unable to destroy a city. This was unprecedented. The only time something similar occurred was when Ichnologia fought the heavenly dragons, D-Drake and Albion. He was able to match one of them, but not both. Surviving Ichnologia was a sign of immense power that now made everyone focus on Naruto Pendragon and Camelot. Naruto began to mobilize his forces to protect Camelot and the territories that joined him. But before any large-scale battles could unfold, something unexpected occurred. Well, expected if you were Camelot's court mage, Merlin. The Angel faction arrived and offered their full support to Naruto. As the once and future king, they believed he was the hero chosen by God to lead humanity. The angels were unique beings, created by God to serve him. At one point, God separated their spirits and bodies, sending their bodies to the mortal world while keeping their spirits in the afterlife. Sent to live amongst mortals, they still held a deep love for God and were moved by his prophecy, which made their allegiance to Naruto all the more meaningful. This alliance gave Naruto a powerful army, but also forged lasting friendships. The first major battle, aside from the Battle of Holy Geama City, was against the Devil faction. These devils were once angels who had fallen from grace, becoming more twisted and darker as a result. Lucifer, the first fallen angel, led this faction. Despite their vast power, the devils were inferior to demons, creatures of pure darkness. The devils were consumed by their own sins, making them weaker in comparison. Naruto's united army triumphed in this battle, forcing the devils to retreat to their underworld. The next battle, however, was a loss. The demon clan launched a massive invasion. Despite suffering heavy losses, the demons were ultimately victorious and claimed more territory. After regrouping, Naruto and his generals faced another threat when General Esdeath of the Sontaran Empire attacked the weakened Camelot. Esdeath was a brilliant general, but she was no match for Naruto, Archangel Michael, and the seven deadly sins. They forced her army to retreat, and from that day forward, Esdeath developed a deep admiration for Naruto. She swore to make him hers. Despite the constant danger, several factions rallied to Naruto's cause, including Azazel's fallen angels. Though they had fallen, the fallen angels still maintained some semblance of loyalty to God, and many were weary of the endless wars. Their joining Naruto's cause brought hope that the conflict might one day end. Other factions, like the fairies, also joined the effort, and territories once belonging to the Geama Empire began to rally under Naruto's banner. With new allies, Naruto and his forces launched a series of campaigns against both the demon and devil factions. Utilizing light magic, a magic common to angels and fallen angels, they struck at their enemies' weaknesses. Naruto successfully reclaimed much of the Geama Empire's former territory, defeating the Sontaran Empire in the process. During this campaign, he encountered Akame, the former assassin from the holy Geama city. She had once been the Empire's deadliest assassin, wielding the cursed sword, Murasame, which could kill with a single cut. Naruto changed her heart, and she fought for him, eventually falling in love with him due to his strength and ability to save her sister. In the final battle against the Sontaran Empire, Naruto defeated Esdeath in single combat, imprisoning her as a prisoner of war. After the Empire's downfall, more factions joined Naruto, including the Yokai and even an old friend, Tauka Kirishima, the first ghoul Naruto had ever met. She had become the leader of a large group of reformist ghouls. The war against the ancient Duchi clans soon followed. These clans, holding the blood of the first Dudai, a rank signifying near-godlike power, launched an attack. Led by Xiao Yan and his wife, Zun the battle was fierce. But with the help of Yun Yun, Naruto's forces managed to repel the invaders. Over time, Naruto convinced Xiao Yan and Zun to join his cause. Rather than continuing the old ways, they saw that change was inevitable, and they chose to stand with Naruto. As the battle continued, Naruto, Xiao Yan, and Satanta became known as the Three Idiots by their friends, but to the public, they were hailed as the Three Stars of Camelot. And so, the wars raged on battle after battle, loss after loss. The war dragged on for years. Many had lost hope, believing the endless war would never end. Eventually, Naruto came to reconsider their prisoner situation. He successfully convinced many of the former enemies, including Esdeath, to join his cause. With their help, Naruto's army finally triumphed over the remaining factions, including the Devils and the Demon Clan. The Devils themselves fell into a civil war when their people, tired of endless conflict, desired peace and unity under Naruto's banner. The old Satan faction resisted, but with Naruto's intervention, the new Satan faction emerged victorious. New leaders, including Lucifer, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Beelzebub, assumed their roles and united with Naruto's forces. These four were Surzech Lucifer, once Gremory, a powerful devil known as a super devil. His strength could level entire countries, and he became one of Naruto's closest allies. Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly Astaroth, another super devil whose intellect was his true strength. Along with Azazel, he revolutionized technology in Camelot, including creating synthetic human flesh for ghouls, which offered a wide variety of flavors. He became a leading scientist in Naruto's scientific division, which helped establish a comprehensive education system. This system required children to attend school from the age of 4, offering subjects like math, science, and history, before allowing them to specialize at age 11. Falbium Asmodeus, once Glacial Bolas, not a super devil, but a strategic genius whose plans secured numerous victories for the new Satan faction and later the United Army. Seraphal Leviathan, once Citri, the most powerful female devil and a master of ice magic. After becoming head of foreign affairs, she eventually fell in love with Naruto and married him, taking the name Seraphal Pendragon. Surzech's wife later inherited the title of Leviathan, officially marking her as a formidable force. The final challenge came from the Demon Clan, which launched a final assault on Camelot. The Demon King led the charge, but despite the destruction of Camelot, the united army emerged victorious. Meliodas, having slain his father, became the new Demon King and helped usher in a more moderate faction of demons. Though Naruto managed to save many, Camelot itself was lost. Forced to relocate the survivors to the surrounding villages, disaster struck when Acknowledge arrived. Naruto knew that facing Acknowledge alone was a necessary sacrifice. Despite protests from his friends, and even Albion and D-Drake, the two heavenly dragons, He insisted on confronting Acknowledge by himself. The battle raged for weeks, but Naruto ultimately succeeded in awakening the lost hero within Acknowledge. With his memories restored, Acknowledge ceased his rampage and joined Naruto's cause, determined to rebuild a better world. The war was finally over. Over 1,000 years of conflict had come to an end. The nightmare was over. The Kingdom of Albion was born. Naruto, alongside his allies, led a massive rebuilding campaign, starting with the ruins of Camelot. With the help of powerful wizards like Zest, who used terrain magic to restore the land, they rebuilt Camelot stronger than before. As they completed the restoration, a ceremony was held where Naruto was crowned King of Albion. He named the kingdom after Albion, the vanishing dragon who had empowered him to fulfill his dream. D-Drake's power became the symbol of the kingdom, and red was chosen as the color for its knights. It's been one hell of a journey, Naruto mused, reflecting on the long, bloody past. Naruto, a voice called out. It was Akame Pendragon, dressed in a sleek black trench coat and a dark sleeveless mini dress, the co-director of ONI, Naruto's intelligence agency. ONI operated in the shadows, gathering intelligence for Naruto and protecting his kingdom from threats. Even with the end of the Endless War, Naruto knew that future conflicts would arise, especially from the east, where the elemental nations posed a potential danger. ONI was his safeguard, ensuring that no threat could take root without his knowing. Naruto pulled Akame into a kiss. It's been too long, you work too much, I hardly get to spend time with you, she smiled. I know, but I won't let anyone harm you. Not on my watch. Just make sure you come back in one piece. He smiled back. Akame nodded and reported, my agents have learned that the shinobi are growing more desperate. Some are attempting to infiltrate our territories in the east, bypassing the ghost suppression fortress. Damn warmongers, Naruto growled. The Chunin exam is coming up soon, and Gaara invited us. I plan to deal with them there. Akame walked closer, a mischievous smile on her lips. It's been a long time since I had any quality time with you, she purred, placing her hand on his crotch. Naruto laughed softly, unbothered by the open nature of their interaction. He had long since stopped caring about propriety, especially with those he trusted. Kazekage Tower, Suna damn that man, Gaara, the Kazekage, muttered under his breath while buried behind mountains of paperwork. Kankuro, standing in the corner of the room, couldn't help but chuckle at his younger brother's predicament. Ever since the alliance with Albion began, Gaara had been swamped with paperwork. The new trade agreements, the reforms, and the upcoming Chunin exams were all adding to the pile. It's not all bad, Gaara. I mean, just look at our village now. Kankuro gestured toward the window behind him. The view outside was a stark contrast to what one would expect from a desert village. There were patches of green trees, plants, and even a small lake inside the village. The new green initiatives had transformed the once barren land into something more livable. Suna had expanded tremendously, and now it was less of a village and more of a thriving city, the largest in the entire shinobi world. It might not be as grand as Camelot, but it was certainly a far cry from the old Suna. Gaara merely scoffed at Kankuro's comment. I know it's thanks to Naruto that our village has grown like this, he said, looking out the window with his brother. His mages were able to alter not just our home, but the entire country. A desert nation that once relied on trade to survive now has the means to thrive on its own. And don't even get me started on the trade with Albion and their advanced technology. I'm just thankful for the air conditioning, Kankuro said as he stood near the vent blowing cool air into the room, a sentiment Gaara fully agreed with. That magical barrier over the village is keeping the temperature at a pleasant 70 degrees F, a blessing when the average temperature here is usually above 100 degrees F. I'm more thankful for the forced changes to our culture, Gaara muttered, and Kankuro nodded in agreement. When Naruto had opened the door to diplomacy with Albion, Gaara had welcomed the idea, though he hadn't anticipated how much it would shake things up. After some discussions and a very long history lesson, they entered into an agreement to change their approach to warfare, specifically their treatment of children. The child soldier culture that had been a staple across the elemental nations was something Naruto couldn't tolerate. His first demand had been to pass a children's rights law, which would essentially end the practice of using children as soldiers. Suna's council had been divided on the matter, but ultimately Gaara, due to his own traumatic past, agreed with Naruto. Some of the older council members were reluctant, but Naruto had sweetened the deal by offering weapons, technology, and military support in return for the cultural change. They agreed, and the village now had advanced weaponry, healing pills, and airships, along with a military bolstered by Albion's technology. However, Naruto didn't dismantle everything about Suna's traditions. He proposed a new approach to the Shinobi Academy system. Children would now attend school for a longer period, focusing on both education and physical training, to ensure that they could enjoy their childhood while becoming strong. The new system saw children starting academy at 11 and graduating at 17, after which they could legally join the Shinobi Corps. The shift was difficult for the older generation to accept, but it quickly proved to be more effective than the old system. Many genin now rivaled the strength of other villages' chunin, and the new education system, inspired by Albion's, was proving to be much more humane and efficient. Parents were beginning to see the benefits. So who do we send to the chunin exams? Kankuro asked seriously. Akim called yesterday and said that other villages are sending in chunins and jonins that were demoted to genin just to show off their power to our allies. He used air quotes around demoted. Gaara closed his eyes and thought for a moment. I expected that, he said, walking toward his desk and placing his hand on a crystal ball. This wasn't just any crystal ball, it was a communication lacrima, a magical crystal infused with prana or magical energy. Thanks to the advancements from Albion, lacrima had been adapted into useful technology. Sir Aaron, could you come to the Kazekage Tower? Of course, came the reply from the lacrima. Aaron was the leader of the Albion soldiers stationed in Suna. Their primary role was to assist in protecting the village and help manage the advanced technologies that had been introduced. They weren't part of the main Shinobi Corps, but acted as a backup force in times of emergency. Aaron had been a recent graduate of Albion's Academy of Chivalry, a prestigious school that trained children to become knights. The academy had a high dropout rate, but those who succeeded were often sent to various branches of the Crownsguard, Albion's military. Aaron arrived a few minutes later and knelt before Gaara in the traditional knightly fashion. Lord Kazekage, thank you for coming. I'll get straight to the point, Gaara said. The chunin exams are approaching, and I'd like to know if it's possible to install a DDB in the arena. Aaron immediately understood. The DDB, or Damage Damper Barrier, was a magical shield designed to reduce the severity of all forms of attacks. They were commonly used in schools, military bases, and tournaments to prevent deadly injuries. Of course, Lord Kazekage, it will only take a few hours to set up. I'll just need to know the level of reduction you require. You're aware of the power of chakra? Gaara asked, hesitant for a moment. It was a sore subject for him, knowing that chakra could never compare to magic or do chi. Aaron nodded in understanding. Good. I need the barrier to be strong enough to mitigate high-level jutsus and reduce all weaponry to non-lethal levels, Gaara said. It will be done, Lord Kazekage. Aaron then dismissed himself to meet with the mages and begin setting up the barrier. As Gaara sat back down at his desk, he began to sort through the never-ending paperwork. I'll send in members of the Scorpion Unit, he said, surprising Kankuro. The Scorpion Unit? Kankuro asked, raising an eyebrow. They're just academy students. Sure, they have potential, but they're still students. Gaara looked at his brother. They're the best of the new generation. I have faith in them. We can't underestimate their strength. Kankuro still seemed uncertain. They'll be facing veterans from other villages, some of whom are war-hardened. That's why we're installing the DDB, Gaara replied calmly. But I have confidence in them. We can't ignore the fact that their strength is equal to, if not greater than, other villages' chunin. The new education system has produced warriors far stronger than before. The chunin exams are about showcasing the next generation's power, not the old guard. Kankuro sighed. I suppose you're right. Trust in the next generation to do what's right, like Naruto always says. Gaara nodded. Exactly, I'm trusting them to show the world what Suna has become. Kankuro chuckled. Well, you've got a lot of faith in your little academy students. Gaara gave him a small smile. I'm not concerned, the village has changed. It's only right that the next generation leads the way. Well, you're on a tight schedule, Kankuro teased. But just so you know, Naruto told me his secret for finishing all his paperwork so quickly. Gaara raised an eyebrow, already dreading the answer. What secret? Kankuro grinned mischievously. He uses the shadow clone jutsu. Apparently, clones do the paperwork, and then they just send back the memories to the original. So it's like doing it himself. A gust of sand whipped around Gaara in an instant. That bastard, Gaara muttered darkly. A few days later, the Konoha delegation was the first to arrive. The group consisted of Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Danzo, who insisted on accompanying them due to his root organization being a vital force that kept Konoha stable. They were also escorted by a group of Konoha shinobi to protect the high-ranking individuals. The genin chosen to participate in the exam included the Konoha 12, Maito, Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, Neji, Tent, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, and as an addition from Danzo, Sai. These genin had all been involved in the ongoing war. Compared to typical genin, they were significantly stronger, something that had been deliberately planned. Suna has really changed, Kushina remarked as the large group came into view of the hidden sand village. What kind of buildings are those? Kiba shouted, pointing toward a few skyscrapers. One, bearing the village's symbol, served as the Kazekage Tower. That thing is massive, you could touch the heavens from the top. Almost everyone nodded in agreement. Danzo simply tightened his grip on his cane, his mind dark with jealousy. Soon, Konoha will no longer be the weakest. We will be the strongest once we seize everything we can from this pitiful village, he thought grimly. He had plans for his time in Suna, and they involved exploiting every opportunity to his advantage. Can you sense that, Minato? Jiraiya whispered to a student. Yes, but I can't pinpoint what it is, Minato replied. I believe it's one of Albion's magical barriers. I've felt similar things in every other nation that joined that kingdom, Jiraiya explained, recalling his past failures to gather information on the West. They'll be watching us closely. Our early arrival is very unusual. Cages and other important figures typically come on the final day of the exam. True, but I believe other villages will follow our lead. If we failed to gather information on Albion, there's no doubt they did as well. We'll likely encounter others soon with the same objective as ours. Gathering information. Minato nodded in agreement. Eventually, the group arrived at the village gates. No longer was there just an opening in the wall, but a grand gate adorned with lush greenery to welcome visitors. Minato noticed the youngest Kazekage ever, Gaara, standing at the gate with a few other individuals. None of them appeared pleased to see the Konoha group. Kazekage-sama, I see your village has flourished under your leadership, Minato said, trying to flatter him. Don't try to avoid the question. Why is your entire group here? Gaara asked bluntly. We only expected the genin teams with their senseis, not this VIP group showing up before the exam even starts. I apologize, Kazekage-sama, for arriving early. I know we should have waited until the last day, but with the fourth great shinobi war ongoing, I couldn't risk the safety of my genin. Minato gestured to the genin. We're simply here to ensure their protection in case of any attacks. He offered a plausible excuse for their premature arrival. Such a protection detail wouldn't require a cage, Gaara countered. And certainly not your entire team of S-rank shinobi, only a few would suffice. True, Minato replied, but Konoha would never allow its own to be in danger. Kankuro scoffed. Then Naruto would still be here if that were true. The mention of Naruto caused Kushina, Maito, and Hinata to flinch. Naruto was a sensitive subject for them. Minato, however, saw Naruto's death as beneficial to Konoha and felt a strange sense of pride in the decision to have him banished and ultimately killed, even if only slightly. No one seemed convinced by Minato's explanation. Now that they've arrived, you and your escort can return home until the final Chunin exam day, which will be in a month, Gaara declared, making it clear they weren't welcome any earlier. Minato gave a nervous smile. I was hoping you would allow us to stay. Suna used to be an ally of Konoha. So did the Uzumaki clan, Gaara interrupted. The Uzumaki clan is still alive, Kushina shouted angrily, defending her heritage. I'm speaking of the clan that established its own village, Gaara clarified. The same village that was allied with Konoha and fell when Konoha refused to aid them in their greatest need. That's one of the reasons I severed our alliance. I and many others on the council felt we couldn't rely on Konoha when a much stronger village, one that had more to offer, failed to receive any help. This caused some of the Konoha group to hang their heads in shame. It was that fool, Hiruzen, who failed our allies, Danzo said, stepping in to speak. During the Second Shinobi War, he focused too much on the Land of Rain, ensuring the war didn't reach the Land of Fire. But the war did reach the Land of Whirlpools, and our forces were already stretched too thin on the other side of the continent. The Uzumaki clan's downfall was inevitable. Tsunade and Jiraiya were livid at the implications. They knew that while some of Danzo's words were true, he was also responsible for some of the betrayal. That may be true, Gaara replied, but I still don't see why you should be allowed to stay. As a cage, your schedule must be far more demanding than mine due to the war. It's only courteous that you let us stay, Danzo responded, stepping forward. Gaara raised an eyebrow at him. We're shinobi, he said flatly. Courtesy isn't part of being a shinobi. A tense silence followed. Danzo looked frustrated, but not at Gaara's words, at something else. However, the concept of being a shinobi is different in Suna now. We've evolved since the time of the first Hokage. We're better, Gaara said, making a subtle jab at Konoha. His words hit a nerve, and several members of the Konoha group were visibly angered. I'll allow your group to stay until the end of the exam. But now that you're here, your village will suffer without their leader. Minato looked relieved. Have no fear, Keisuke-sama. I have faith in my village. The will of fire is strong within them. The gates to the village opened, allowing the guests to enter. However, they were greeted by a man with long white hair, dressed in a simple but professional outfit. Dark dress pants, a white collared shirt, a blue tie, and a trench coat with a black symbol resembling a shield with a knight at its center. His expression was stern and professional. I object to this act of kindness, Keisuke-sama, the man said as he walked toward the group. The Konoha delegation didn't recognize his accent and suspected he was from the west. Invel, why do you object? Gaara asked. The man, now identified as Invel, approached them, and the Suna shinobi stiffened at his presence. He gave a slight bow toward Gaara, crossing one arm over his chest. I do not oppose your decision, but I do object to one of the individuals you are allowing entry. Are you referring to the Toad Sage? Gaara asked, sensing Jiraiya's tension. Invel shook his head. I speak of the Darkness Shinobi, he said, glaring at Danzo. The Konoha group tensed at his words. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Invel Yura, a member of the once and future King's Kingsclave and one of his personal advisors. This revelation shocked the Konoha group. Invel was a high-ranking member of Albion's government. After the surprise wore off, Jiraiya asked, Is the Kingsclave like the ANBU, a special force in the Crown's Guard? Invel shook his head again. The Kingsclave is an elite fighting force that serves the royal family. While we hold some influence in the Crown's Guard, their duty is to protect the kingdom. We serve the king and his family. Only the strongest are allowed to join. He walked closer to Danzo, still eyeing him with suspicion. If a sensory-type shinobi focused on Danzo, they'd notice a faint fluctuation of chakra in his bandaged eye. I understand your concern, Invel, Gaara said, his tone firm. But my decision stands. As you wish, Invel sighed in acknowledgement, then raised his hand. An ice collar appeared around Danzo's throat, causing the Konoha group to react quickly, thinking they were about to be attacked. Some of the guards lunged at Invel, but Gaara and the others made no move to stop him. In an instant, everyone felt the temperature drop dramatically, and the shinobi who had lunged at Invel were frozen midair. They crashed to the ground in shattered pieces. The Konoha shinobi, now visibly shaken, quickly formed a defensive perimeter around their VIPs. Invel didn't even glance at the fallen shinobi. He turned toward Gaara, his face unchanged. I apologize, Keisuke-sama, but I can only accept this course of action if the ice slave is placed on the Darkness shinobi. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Danzo fell to one knee, clutching his head with his remaining hand. Several shinobi hurried to his side, concerned. What is the meaning of this? Are we under attack, Keisuke? Minato shouted, ready to defend his village. A few of his allies stood by, preparing for a possible confrontation. Will you allow the death of my shinobi to go unpunished? This is a declaration of war. Gaara remained unfazed by the accusations. I apologize, Hokage Dono, but the blame lies with your shinobi. Invel acted only in self-defense. If you wish to drag my village into your conflict, know that it will also involve the Kingdom of Albion, our allies. This caused the room to fall silent. The memories of Iwa's battalion being wiped out were still fresh. While Minato could theoretically respond with his teleportation, the West's aerial capabilities would overwhelm him. They would obliterate the village from the sky without a second thought. My hands are tied. What are you talking about? You're the Keisuke. Sakura yelled in frustration, clearly not grasping the complexity of the situation. The man you speak of is not one of my shinobi, Gaara clarified. He's not even a part of Suna, and I have no jurisdiction over him. I can't act against him, not only because I lack the strength to do so, but because I agree with his actions. This revelation shocked everyone present. Kankuro stepped forward with a smug grin. You've clearly underestimated who you're dealing with. Invel is a member of the Kingsclave, the royal military. Even the weakest member of that group could wipe out an entire nation single-handedly. His words only deepened the unease. Invel is far stronger than most of them. Danzo struggled to stand, finally managing to speak, albeit in a strained voice. What did he do to me? His demand was laced with anger. Invel cast a spell called Ice Slave on you, Gaara explained. It suppresses one's free will, though it can be adjusted. In this case, Invel likely altered it so that any thought of harming my village or the West would erase your ability to think coherently. Gaara glanced at Danzo, who was seething but unable to act. I hope your stay in Suna will be uneventful. Any disturbance will prompt Invel to intervene. Kankuro chuckled, shaking his head. You've been spared lightly by the Winter General, he commented. I've read the Kingsclave's history. Invel is a master strategist and one of the strongest ice mages out there. He then turned to leave. Jirya, however, was not content. Wait, he called out. Kankuro paused, turning back to the group, all of whom were clearly unnerved by Invel's display of power. If the Kingsclave serves the king, why is Invel here now? The king isn't supposed to be here for another month. Could this be a preemptive move to protect Suna? Kankuro grinned mischievously. You caught on, huh? Invel's here to guard Gaara and me. The revelation stunned everyone. You're part of the royal family now, Minato asked, blinking in disbelief. Kankuro nodded. Yeah, Temari married the king of Albion, making us part of the royal household. A few of them seemed shocked. An arranged marriage, Kushina questioned, raising an eyebrow. How could you allow such a thing? Kankuro shook his head. It wasn't arranged. Temari's the ambassador of Suna to Albion. She eventually fell in love with the king and they married. Jirya grinned, scribbling something in his notebook, but Tsunade quickly smacked him upside the head. We need information, not perversions, she muttered. Jirya quickly recovered, turning serious. So the king married her for power. Is she now the queen? Kankuro shook his head again. No, she's not a queen. The king already has several wives, but all of them chose him out of love. Many of them fought alongside him during the Unity War. Unity War? Minato asked, intrigued. Kankuro sighed. The West is far larger than our land, with many non-human species. The king worked to unite them, not conquer them, through what became known as the Unity War. It's a war for peace and coexistence. The king achieved what no one thought possible. He created a world where all races could live together in harmony. His voice grew reverent as he spoke of the king's deeds. That's why the king is seen as a god by many. He performs miracles. As Kankuro walked off, the others were left to digest the information, their minds swirling with new facts about the king of Albion and his kingdom. 1 month later. During the month that followed, other villages arrived with their respective competitors, further heightening the tension of the ongoing war. Invel's earlier display of power ensured that the cages remained in line. Meanwhile, Suna had become a hub of trade, with many villages seeking knowledge from the West. Books, toys, and even convenience stores were sources of information, thanks to the heavy trade. It felt almost like a vacation, though the mission still loomed over them. Yet there was one person deeply frustrated, Danzo. His anger grew as he realized he couldn't act as he pleased, and his constant failure to break the ice spell fueled his hatred for the West. Unable to bear it, he left the day after receiving the spell. The other cages were skeptical about the strange tales of demons, angels, and mythical beings, dismissing them as fantasy. However, their minds began to shift when a few snake-like creatures arrived in Suna. It became clear that there was some truth to these bizarre stories, but it only deepened their fear. As the Chunin exams neared their final stages, news spread that the king and queen of Albion would be arriving that day. Everyone, including the cages, gathered along the main road leading west to catch a glimpse of the royal couple. Only a select few, including Gaara, Kankuro, and other important members of Suna, were part of the greeting party. On the horizon, a vehicle appeared, stirring confusion among the crowd. Gaara and Kankuro immediately recognized it. It was a car. While cars were common in Camelot, this one was anything but ordinary. The black convertible with a red dragon design on the side was a symbol of luxury, one that only the wealthiest could afford. As the car drew closer, the crowd could see the occupants inside. In the passenger seat sat a beautiful blonde woman with striking emerald eyes. The driver, a woman with long red hair and golden snake-like eyes, was also striking. In the back seat were 2 younger girls. One of them appeared to be the younger version of the blonde woman, dressed casually compared to her mother. The other, a girl with chestnut hair, wore a simple tan shirt and black skirt. It was clear that the blonde woman was the queen. But the question lingered. Where was the king? The group approached the greeting party, and Gaara respectfully bowed. Welcome to Suna, Your Majesty Lady Medusa, he said. The queen, Archeria Pendragon, offered a strained smile. My husband had other matters to attend to, Gaara. Matters? Gaara inquired, perplexed. That fool got roped into Seraphal's TV show, the redhead, Medusa interjected, rolling her eyes. The rest of the group arrived just then, completing the greeting party. Magical girl, Siratan? Kankuro asked, surprised. Given his and Gaara's connections to the royal family, they knew every member of their extended family. Serafal was a quirky devil who loved entertainment. As one of the king's wives, she started a children's show called Magical Girl, Siratan. The show quickly became a favorite for kids worldwide. Both women nodded in agreement. Invel glanced at the car they arrived in, his curiosity piqued. Lady Medusa, isn't that His Majesty's car? A playful glint sparkled in her eyes. It sure is. I think it's the perfect way to punish him for skipping this event. She knew how upset he'd be about losing his beloved car, which he often referred to as his baby. The king won't be pleased, Kankuro remarked. During his time in Camelot, he saw how much Naruto adored that car and how protective he was of it. Ha, as if my father would actually do anything about it. The young blonde laughed loudly. Princess Mordred, Invel approached and bowed to her, then turned to the other girl. Princess Mikoto, he greeted with a respectful nod. Hey, Invel, Mordred greeted casually. Lord Invel, Mikoto said with more formal respect, unlike her sister. I think it would be wise to continue inside, Archeria suggested, motioning for the group to head into the village. The group followed her lead. Medusa tossed the keys to Invel. Try not to scratch the paint. My husband won't appreciate that, she teased, her laughter echoing. Invel sighed, fully aware of the king's temper, but also knowing the king would likely do nothing serious because of his deep affection for his family. He handed the keys to one of the knights to take the car to a safer location. The crowd tried their best to get attention throughout the exchange, but were mostly ignored. The shinobi could hear everything clearly with their enhanced hearing. Eventually, the crowd began to disperse. Konoha's hotel room inside the room were the Hokage and his wife, along with their trusted teachers, Jirgia and Tsunade. The other Konoha shinobi were either relaxing or in their own rooms preparing for the event. The other cages had likely done the same. Did you manage to find any information? Minato asked, noticing the lack of progress in gathering intel on the royal family. Jirgia shook his head solemnly. Not as much as I'd hoped. Any information I tried to gather about the king was missing. I can't even find his real name, except for the title Pendragon. That name came up after he took over Camelot. Jirgia grumbled in frustration. It seemed like every trace of the king was either erased or hidden. He suspected that ONI might be behind this, which only made his head ache more. The only thing I found was some questionable material. He pulled out a book emblazoned with the Kingsglaive symbol. Opening it, he showed them the page. It had a picture of the same man they'd seen earlier. His name is Zio Yan, head of Clan Zio and a powerful Du Chi fighter. Du Chi? Minato asked, looking puzzled. You mean magic? Jirya shook his head. At first I thought it was magic too, but Du Chi is more about physical energy, while magic deals with spiritual energy. They overlap in some ways, but they're distinct. It's complicated. It reminded me of chakra, but it's not quite the same. Tsunade, a medical expert on energy systems, chimed in. I've studied these foreign powers a little. Magic is similar to chakra in that mages have an internal reservoir of energy, like our chakra coils. They use ether nano or magical particles as fuel, similar to how we fill our jutsu with chakra. The key difference is that chakra is both physical and spiritual energy, while magic is purely spiritual. Then why is it so powerful? Jirya asked, clearly baffled. I've encountered ONI mages in the East. They overwhelmed me easily, and I only survived because of my experience with such situations. Tsunade frowned. I don't have all the answers, but from my research, the physical energy counteracts the spiritual energy. It's a balancing act, where physical energy weakens the strain of spiritual energy, which is too much for most people to handle. Mages, however, are trained to endure that strain. Minato's eyes brightened. So, there's a chance we could learn to use magic ourselves. If we can separate our spiritual energy from physical energy, we could tap into magic. Tsunade shook her head firmly. It's not that simple. If we try to use just spiritual energy, we'll end up with powerful genjutsu, not magic, and that's a dangerous path. What do you mean, Tsunade-sensei? Kushina asked, confused. You said magic is spiritual. Why would we get genjutsu instead of magic? Because it's been done before, Tsunade explained, her voice tense. Whenever chakra users try to wield only spiritual energy, they end up creating powerful genjutsu instead of magic. It's because of our chakra coils. They force some physical energy into any technique we perform, so our body doesn't break down. It's an automatic defense mechanism. The room fell into silence, the implications heavy on everyone. Tsunade continued. As for Du Chi, it's closer to chakra, but it's built on different foundations. It's about training both the body and soul. by refining the body, you refine the soul. It's a unique balance that allows a Duchi fighter to gain immense power. There's also a system of levels. At first, you're a beginner, but after 10 levels, you reach the practitioner stage. After that, your power skyrockets, and you gain new abilities like armor, wings, or even teleportation. The key thing here, Jirya said, his voice growing more serious, is that Xiao Yan is at the highest level due God. And while I'm skeptical about the book's claims, it says that he and the king are on equal footing. Minato's brow furrowed. How powerful is the king? Jirya grimaced. There's a battle recorded between the king and a person named Acknowledger. According to the records, Xiao Yan and a few others are said to be on the same level as the king and Acknowledger. They fought for days and the entire world was affected. Tsunade's face grew tense. You don't mean, she trailed off, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. Jirya nodded grimly. Yes, that massive earthquake years ago. It happened during that battle. It affected the entire world. A stunned silence followed. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. That's impossible. 2 people shaking the entire world. It can't be done. Even the combined forces of all the Biju couldn't cause such a disaster. My grandfather and Midora fought for days, but they didn't bring about anything on that scale. Her anger sent a chilling atmosphere through the room. She couldn't accept the idea of anyone being more powerful than Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, whose strength was unmatched in her mind. If he was considered a god, what did that make the king? The silence that followed was deafening, and no one dared to speak further. The implications were simply too overwhelming. Who are the children? Jirya inquired, hoping to shift the topic. Minato took a slow, deliberate breath as he understood the subtle implications about the king. I believe the 2 girls are the daughters of the king, he explained to his teacher. I heard Yura refer to them as princesses. I've heard of them from the locals. Apparently, the queen is Archeria Pendragon, the monarch of Albion, but she feels strangely familiar to me. And that blonde child too, Tsunade mused aloud. Her eyes widened, and she quickly pulled out the bingo book, flipping to the section containing bounties from Konoha. She opened the book in front of everyone. It's her, she exclaimed. The others gathered around, their faces turning pale as they looked at the image. The photo, over 15 years old, depicted a blonde girl with emerald eyes. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Princess Mordred, with only slight differences in her hairstyle and attire. It was clear the queen was the same girl from over a decade ago. How is that possible? Minato shouted, panic rising in his voice. This was catastrophic. If any Konoha shinobi attacked the princess, thinking she was part of the fabricated story about her mother, it could lead to war with the entire western region, and the potential collapse of everything Konoha and the shinobi world had fought for. It doesn't matter how it happened. We need to warn our shinobi and prevent this from escalating. Tsunade yelled. She grabbed Kushina and rushed out, hoping to avert a diplomatic disaster, knowing how zealously Konoha shinobi protected their village's honor. This can't get any worse, Minato groaned. Actually, it can, Jirya murmured. If she's the queen, then Saber must be the king. Minato's eyes widened in horror as the implications hit him. The king and queen were already aware of Konoha's actions from their past encounter, 15 years ago. How they had breached the wall and ended the war was irrelevant for now, but it was clear that any alliance between them was impossible, given the history of hostility between Konoha and the royal family. Things really couldn't get any worse, they both thought. Their past mistakes were now coming back to haunt them. The group of adults gathered to head to the Kazekage Tower to address their current troubles. Meanwhile, the children were allowed to explore the city. Mordred, the eldest, was in charge of her younger sisters. Initially, they enjoyed the adventure. It was far different from their home cities like Camelot or Academy City, both of which were known for their prestigious institutions for the gifted. However, their pleasant day ended abruptly when a group of Konoha shinobi surrounded them, claiming that Mordred was under arrest for desertion. Mordred ignored the accusation and signaled for her sisters to leave, but the shinobi continued to press forward, causing the children to defend themselves. Mordred and Mikoto easily repelled them. Bastard, Mordred shouted as she punched a Konoha shinobi who was charging toward her younger sister. You think I'll let scum like you hurt Mikoto? During their childhood, Naruto had always told her to protect her siblings, to never allow anyone to harm them. So when someone attacked her family, it was one of the gravest mistakes they could make. Stand down, traitor, one shinobi shouted. Father was right about you, you're too foolish to be alive, Mordred retorted, summoning a large two-handed sword with a crimson hilt. Despite her small frame, she wielded it effortlessly with one hand. Capture her, the leader ordered, Mordred's grin only widened. Mikoto, stay back. Mikoto, knowing how fierce her older sister could be, did as instructed. Although she had never fought in the Unity War, she had faced her own challenges and had been taught by Naruto the importance of life. Killing was never something she could accept, but watching Mordred protect her gave her strength. In the blink of an eye, Mordred cut through the shinobi using prana burst, a technique developed by her mother that amplified her physical power by channeling prana. Is this all you've got? The surviving shinobi hesitated and began to retreat. Some began to prepare jutsu, but before they could act, "What is going on here?" A new voice rang out. Everyone turned to see the Queen of Albion herself, Mordred's mother. The onlookers instinctively bowed before her, drawn by her regal aura. Though her face remained neutral, her eyes held the fierce intensity of a lion. A few days later, following the incident where Konoha shinobi attacked the first princess of Albion, Konoha had to face the wrath of the queen. She chastised them for their lack of discipline, their way of life, and their past actions, giving her candid opinion of the Hokage and his shinobi, implying their previous relationship. What frightened Konoha's leadership the most was that she did so with a calm tone and an emotionless expression, all the while radiating an intense fury. Konoha was given a choice: pay a heavy fine or face the imprisonment of their Hokage. The choice was clear. This event greatly pleased the other villages, as it was apparent that Albion would rather go to war than form an alliance with Konoha. The Chunin exam finals then began. The cages sat at the cage booth, with Archeria and Medusa seated next to Gaara. Many of the cages, excluding the Hokage, engaged in conversation with the Albion group to learn more about them. They spoke of the Unity War and their roles within the kingdom, which astounded the other cages, as it became evident that all four of them held pivotal positions in Albion's affairs. Lady Medusa, May Terumi, the Mizukage, called out. Medusa regarded her with a bored expression. The finals didn't excite her. While the Genins displayed flashy techniques, they lacked true power. Are you in Uzumaki? May asked. This caught everyone's attention, except Archeria and Gaara. The red hair is a rare trait, often associated with the Uzumaki clan, known for their Fuinjutsu. Perhaps they found a way over the wall. May's thoughts drifted to the possibility. Medusa laughed haughtily. Don't compare me to someone so weak. Minato narrowed his eyes at her. She was effectively insulting his wife in front of him. The Uzumaki clan was anything but weak, Anoki interjected, before Minato could speak. It took the strength of 3 nations to destroy them. He muttered the last part, still holding respect for the clan. Oh, so a child thinks he can lecture me, Medusa mocked. Do I look like a child? Anoki shouted, clearly offended. Agreed, you're quite disrespectful, Medusa retorted. Before anyone could respond, she began to glow. Once the light faded, the cages were stunned. Her lower body had transformed into that of a snake. Don't mistake me for a mere human. I'm the queen of the Snakemen tribe. I choose to appear human as a symbol of power for my kind. I've reached a level of Du-Chi that allows me to alter my appearance. The cages nodded, taken aback. They hadn't expected her to be something other than human, which left them wondering how relationships formed between different species. The group resumed watching the finals, and the cages continued to ask questions about Albion, its people, and its governance. Archeria handled each query with grace, carefully portraying her homeland as a utopia. The Genin battles were impressive in their own right, but it was clear to the cages that Suna's students were particularly promising. Some of Suna's Scorpion students had lost, but they nearly defeated their opponents, which was a testament to their immense potential. That boy has no sense of honor or respect for his adversary. Archeria commented, her gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. It was between the last remaining Suna participant, Shinki, Gaara's adopted son. Though adopted, Naruto considered him his nephew, and he was well-liked both in the West and his home village. His opponent, on the other hand, was Sasuke Uchiha from Konoha. His arrogance will be his downfall. He's leaving too many openings and not taking this match seriously. My nephew would have the advantage early on, she analyzed, in agreement with the other cages. They knew Sasuke was skilled and experienced, which made him formidable, especially against students. But in the shinobi world, even a moment of carelessness could cost one's life. Looking at Shinki, they could tell he had incredible power for his age and was more than capable, carefully assessing Sasuke, while his opponent was too busy showing off. The match began with Sasuke launching a barrage of shuriken, which Shinki swiftly blocked with his iron sand. Shinki retaliated by sending his sand towards Sasuke, who dodged effortlessly, showing off his speed. However, that proved to be a mistake. Shinki had been strategizing all along, carefully placing his traps where Sasuke would unknowingly leap into them. Sasuke, confident and overestimating himself, never activated his Sharingan, which would have given him the edge he needed. Before he could react, Sasuke found himself surrounded by an iron dome. The pressure quickly mounted as the dome constricted. "Ahhhh," he screamed in agony. In a desperate bid to free himself, he unleashed a powerful jutsu, slicing through the dome with lightning. He was injured but managed to escape. His eyes flared with fury, his Sharingan blazing as he charged at Shinki, drawing his sword and coating it with lightning chakra, delivering a flurry of strikes. Despite the attacks not being fatal due to the DDB, they were still painful. Shinki fought back as best as he could, but the electrical shock from Sasuke's strikes was too much. When Shinki collapsed, unconscious, the referee was about to call the match, but Sasuke lifted the boy by the neck, his other hand preparing a chidori to deliver the final blow. "Stop!" the referee shouted, but Sasuke ignored him. He aimed his chidori at Shinki's heart, ready to end it, but suddenly, a surge of lightning coursed through his body, disrupting his jutsu. Sasuke leaped back, stunned. To everyone's shock, Mikoto appeared, standing protectively over Shinki. Her eyes were filled with fury. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded, her voice cold and sharp. The onlookers were stunned by her boldness, unsure of how to react. The match was over. "You didn't need to try to kill him." Sasuke scoffed, looking down on her. "This is the shinobi world, you wouldn't understand. You're just a princess, sheltered from reality. You're only good for being married off to someone like me." The insult sent ripples of outrage through the crowd. Archeria's grip on her seat tightened, her fury nearly turning the material to dust. Mikoto may not have been her daughter, but Archeria saw her as family, just as she saw every girl who had fallen for Naruto as sisters. "What is he doing?" Minato thought, seething with anger. The already strained relationship with Konoha was now made worse by Sasuke's reckless behavior, all driven by his ego and thirst for power. Mikoto was visibly furious. She knew more than Sasuke gave her credit for. Her father had once been a shinobi, and he had taught her and Mordred how unethical the life of a shinobi could be. Killing, torturing, stealing, such acts were condoned as long as the right price was paid. It disgusted her, and she understood why her father hated that life and had wanted to keep her far from it. She knew that the ONI, despite their violent nature, only targeted those who posed a real threat, and their methods were justified. But the shinobi system didn't care about morality, it only cared about money and missions. It was the reason why so many smaller nations were plunged into chaos. Wealthy individuals paid shinobi to harm innocent people or sabotage those who got in their way. "Shut up," Mikoto shouted, her fury igniting. A stream of lightning surged from her hand, striking Sasuke. He couldn't dodge in time, the speed of her jutsu overwhelming him. He summoned his sword, coating it with lightning chakra to deflect her attack. "Now you've done it," Sasuke growled, his eyes glowing with anger. "Your father should have taught you better." He charged at her, sword in hand. A few Konoha shinobi shouted at him to stop, but he paid them no mind. As he neared, a wave of iron sand spiraled around Mikoto, forcing Sasuke to jump back. The crowd gasped as they saw Sasuke's right arm severed by the sand. Mikoto had summoned the iron sand with her mastery of electricity, creating a protective barrier around herself. "I won't let anyone hurt the people I care about," she declared, her voice filled with determination as she directed a bolt of lightning at Sasuke. But Sasuke reacted swiftly, forming a lightning sword to absorb her attack. He blocked, but Mikoto intensified the output, surrounding him with crackling energy. The heat from her attack scorched him, and Sasuke screamed in pain as the burns covered his body. Finally, Mikoto stopped, and Sasuke collapsed, severely burned. Konoha shinobi rushed to his side to tend to his wounds. "Well done, little sis," Mordred said, walking over to Mikoto with a proud smile. Mikoto beamed at her sister, hugging her tightly. It seemed the situation was quickly spiraling out of control. "Enough," Gaara's voice rang out. "I declare an hour-long intermission." With that, the tension in the air lightened as people began to retreat to their respective groups to discuss the events. After Sasuke's behavior, the Hokage had no choice but to withdraw from the exams. He couldn't risk further escalating the already tense relations with the other villages. Allowing Sasuke to continue would only make Konoha appear more arrogant and self-serving, threatening their future interactions with other nations. After the break, the finals resumed. The final match was between two shinobi from Kumo. It was no surprise, given that Kumo focused on developing the quality of its shinobi, lacking the powerful clans with Kekkei Genkai that other villages had. Queen Pendragon, eye the rakeage, called out after his team's victory, "I have a request." "Speak, and I shall consider it," Archeria replied calmly. "I would like your daughters to duel each other," I suggested. His request surprised Archeria, but she didn't let it show. After witnessing Mikoto's impressive display of power and Mordred's ruthless elimination of Konoha shinobi, it seemed only natural. Many were eager to see what the next generation held in terms of strength, and a duel between Archeria's daughters would give them insight into Albion's capabilities. "I say let them fight," Medusa chimed in. "They spar constantly at home, and there's little danger. If it gets out of hand, I can intervene." Archeria, too, agreed. The shinobi world had shown little respect for Albion, dismissing them as newcomers. The lack of honor and the constant attempts to sway them into alliances was a blow to her pride as a knight. This duel could help prove their strength and earn them the respect they deserved. "I'll allow it." Mikoto. Mordred, Archeria summoned her daughters. She then waited for the two to arrive. "Mother," Mordred greeted, hands casually resting behind her head. "Aunt Archeria," Mikoto greeted with a respectful bow. "How would you two feel about facing each other in a duel?" she asked. Both took a moment to consider it. "Bet on it sounds interesting." Mordred and Mikoto responded, respectively. Both girls headed toward the stadium, as Gaara made an announcement about the duel. The crowd eagerly anticipated the fight, eager to witness the power these two had already displayed. The two met in the middle of the arena, ready to face one another. Mordred summoned her blade, Clarent, a magical sword gifted to her by her father on her birthday. She casually leaned it on her right shoulder. "I hope you're ready, little sister. I won last time," she said with a smug grin. Mikoto returned the challenge with her own confident smirk. "Don't get too cocky, big sis. This time I'll be the one who wins." Archeria positioned herself between them. "Remember the rules of chivalry, girls. I wish you both the best of luck." She stepped aside, giving them space for the fight. The atmosphere grew tense, the crowd waiting for the first move. Without hesitation, Mikoto sent a bolt of lightning toward her sister, who blocked it with Clarent. "A predictable move," Mordred yelled. Channeling her prana into Clarent, she disengaged from the bolt and countered just before it could strike. "Full counter," she shouted, redirecting the attack back at Mikoto, a technique she'd learned from Meliodas, the captain of the 7 deadly sins. Mikoto barely flinched. As an electromaster, electricity-based attacks were nearly ineffective against her. "If you're going to use that spell, then she muttered, as iron sand began to form in her hand, shaping into a whip. She lashed it toward her sister. Mordred was momentarily stunned. She knew Mikoto was an adept electromaster, but she hadn't expected her to control magnetic fields to craft weapons. She quickly formed a silver gauntlet to catch the whip. Mikoto frowned, realizing her sister had adapted quickly. "That's new. Neat trick, but you'll need more to beat me," she taunted as she started to reel the whip in, but the iron sand dissolved, causing her to nearly trip. "You cheeky brat," she yelled as she charged at Mikoto. Mikoto grinned. To everyone's shock, large white wings sprouted from her back, and she began to rise into the air, higher and higher until she was out of range. "How is that possible?" Anoki stuttered, watching in disbelief. He had only seen people fly through special means like airships or specialized wing attachments, but Mikoto's wings were something entirely different. "She pulled it off," Archeria remarked. Mikoto had been tutored by Rin, who was tough but skilled, particularly in jewelcraft and magic. Though Mikoto had shown little interest in jewelcraft, Rin had shifted her focus to teaching Mikoto how to harness both her affinity for electricity and science. Archeria had similarly taught Mordred swordsmanship and the Knight's Code. "Your Majesty," Anoki asked, still confused, "why are her wings different? Most flying magic produces wings, but those look unlike anything I've seen." Archeria replied, "The power of electricity is potent yet difficult to master." Mikoto was taught by her mother, and others to combine her control of electricity with scientific principles. Those wings are not a result of typical magic. Instead, she used electrolysis to manipulate water vapor in the air. This allows her to fly. Archeria explained, although this only served to confuse the others. Science, after all, was rarely a topic of interest to shinobi, and most still focused only on essentials like biology and herbalism. Anyone with enough control over lightning might do the same. This caught the attention of the Rakeage, one of the most skilled lightning users in the elemental nations. Perhaps if he pursued science as Mikoto had, he too could learn such advanced techniques. Mikoto now created a sword of iron sand, causing it to vibrate at a high frequency, resembling a chainsaw. She dove toward Mordred with the intent to strike. Mordred, sensing the threat, covered herself in her knight's armor, her instincts urging her to protect against the dangerous attack. The two girls clashed in a whirlwind of blows. Enough, Mordred called out, releasing a blast of magic that sent Mikoto flying, breaking her concentration and causing her to crash to the ground. Mordred's armor, though damaged and battered, began to repair itself with a surge of prana. Mikoto, however, only had a few bruises from the battle, as she had skillfully avoided most of the attacks. Time to finish this, Mordred said as she raised Clarent high above her head, dismissing her helmet. Red prana spilled from the sword's split hilt, and the sheer energy emanating from it made even the cages uneasy, as it rivaled the power of the Biju. Mikoto smirked. Her body crackled with electricity as she reached into her pocket for a coin, a simple arcade coin. "This is getting out of hand," Minato exclaimed, as the power from the duel began to whip up a tornado, pushing spectators away. Civilians trembled in fear of the sheer magnitude of the battle. "Are you kidding? This is the best part," Medusa laughed, clearly entertained. "Invel," Archeria called out. "Your Majesty," Invel responded, approaching. "End this, right away." With that, the Winter General moved toward the duel to stop things before they went too far. "Clarent, love for my beautiful father," Mordred called out, unleashing her ultimate spell. At the same moment, Mikoto charged her electricity, focusing it into her right arm. She flicked the coin into the air. As the coin began its descent and Mordred's blast surged toward Mikoto, everything froze. The prana in the air solidified and fell to the ground, and the entire arena was encased in ice, except for the two girls. Mikoto and Mordred looked around in surprise, stunned by the sudden change. "Girls," Invel called out sternly. The two froze, knowing they were in trouble. "You shouldn't get carried away like this. You could have seriously harmed each other." He gestured toward the destroyed arena and frightened spectators. This wasn't the kind of duel the DDB was prepared for. The girls began to sweat nervously and offered sheepish smiles. "Sorry. I apologize, Gara," Archeria said, turning to the sand shinobi. "They got a little carried away." "It's fine," Gara responded with a small smile. "I understand. The girls are always getting into trouble." "Thank you," Archeria said. "But now, with the exams over, I must return to Camelot." May stepped forward. "There's still much to discuss." "I'll be inviting all of you to Camelot during the Dragon Festival," Archeria replied, glancing at the other cages. "It marks the end of the Unity War, and fighters from all over Albion compete for a grand prize. It's a time of celebration and joy, and you're all welcome to join us. You can also continue our talks there, and if you desire, you may enter the competition." With that, Archeria and Medusa departed before the cages could ask further questions. "The time is near," Medusa whispered to Archeria. Archeria nodded solemnly. "Naruto will soon have to face his past."